Catnip Charms by Danielle Garrett. Narrated by Amanda Ronconi. Chapter 1. Of all the things I worried about potentially going wrong during my wedding weekend, I hadn't dreamed it might be ruined by a giant metal house on mechanical chicken legs. But this was Winterspell, and honestly, I should have at least considered it. Honk, 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 honk. A chorus of angry drivers urged the house-sized metal contraption to move off the highway, but it was all to no avail. Egbert, as we'd come to know him after a hostile introduction in the spring, strutted and rumbled down the paved road on its stilt-like legs without a care in the world. "Surely someone has fire magic strong enough to melt that thing down into a speed bump," Celine growled from the back seat, where she sat beside my best friend and maid of honor, Liana. "Where are the sentries when you need them?" Liana giggled. "I wouldn't mind seeing some of the fire sentries, especially Mr. November from their last fundraising calendar. Phew!" She fanned herself, her face melting into a dreamy smile. Behind the wheel of our SUV, my fiancé, Clint, snorted a laugh. "Is that a real thing?" "Oh, it's real. And your little love muffin bride-to-be was drooling all over it when this one brought her copy to the shop," Celine said, snapping the tip of her tail in Liana's direction. My cheeks warmed. I was not drooling. I was just appreciating the, way the photographer captures the fire magic and the different colors. "Right. And when I go to the fish market, I'm just there to check out the mosaic pattern in the floor tiles. Get real, Cora." Clint chuckled and reached across the center console to pat my knee. "Don't make me regret inviting you to tag along," I told the cat, twisting in the passenger seat to shoot a glower in my familiar's direction. "It's bad enough I'm going to look like the ultimate crazy cat lady. I mean, seriously, who brings their cat to their wedding?" "Checkers will be there, too," Celine reminded me, as if that somehow made it any better. Clint and I had decided on a destination wedding at a rustic resort in Stevenson, Washington. The Tall Pine Lodge was the perfect venue, with views of the mountains and a riverside location. There were hiking trails dotted all along the gorge and a plethora of outdoor activities for our guests to enjoy. Additionally, the in-house restaurant had a top-notch chef and an extensive menu to choose from. Best of all, their wedding packages included the services of the on-site event coordinator, Valerie Chen. She'd earned her fee and then some over the past months, as she'd helped me navigate the waters of planning a large wedding weekend for nearly 300 guests. Even under the best circumstances, I would have been out of my depth planning such an elaborate event. And seeing as how the bulk of the planning had happened in the midst of an extensive kitchen remodel at home, plus the continuing adjustment to running a second location of my enchanted candle shop, Wicked Wicks, I would have been dead in the water without Valerie's expertise and can-do attitude. But for all the upsides to the venue, there was one drawback. It was outside Winterspell and the magic world. The bulk of Clint's side of the guest list were non-magical, including friends and former associates from Chicago, where he'd lived for most of his adult life prior to his return to his magical hometown. A venue outside the magic realms allowed everyone to be included, but it also meant our magical guests had to be on their best behavior, especially the 10-pound cat sitting in the back seat. Goddess help us. Sirens sounded from somewhere on the highway, the ear-piercing squeal temporarily overpowering the cacophony of honking and angry drivers leaning out their windows to shout colorful things at the metal chicken lurching down the road. "Oh boy," I said, automatically scrunching down in the passenger seat. "Let's hope Templeton doesn't spot us." Celine snickered. "Why not? He'd be overjoyed to find us leaving town." I frowned. My familiar refused to take the sheriff's latest threat seriously. After we'd, and by we, I mostly meant Celine, inserted ourselves into a local murder investigation, he'd threatened to have us hexiled from Winterspell altogether. It wasn't as simple as all that, of course. There would have to be a formal complaint, a hearing before a gathering of agents from the Arcane Order, and a drawn-out deliberation period. But if Templeton followed through on the threat and drop-kicked the first domino into motion, there was no telling what might happen. The truth was, since Celine had formally become my familiar, I'd found myself doing things I'd never dreamed of before, and not in a good way.
"This is the Winterspell PD."
A crackling voice erupted from a bullhorn pointed out a squad car window as it zipped past the line of cars and trucks stacked up behind the chicken.
"Pull over the, vehicle."
Celine snickered.
"I told you we should have packed road trip snacks. I could use some kettle corn right about now."
Liana nodded as she pressed her nose to the window. Ooh, same. The huge metal chicken swung around, its lifeless eyes somehow spotting the squad car, the blue and red lights reflecting off its shiny metal surface. The witch who lived inside the house/chicken fashioned herself as a knockoff version of Baba Yaga, and she and her strange mobile home had been giving the Winterspell PD trouble since the day she arrived in town and parked her chicken at the campgrounds near the lake. Her presence in town was the topic of debate at just about every town hall meeting since, and despite a myriad of tickets and protests, she hadn't yet taken the hint and moved on. Naturally, she would pick the Thursday before my Sunday wedding to pull up her stakes and hit the road. I hope they can get the dang thing off to the shoulder, I muttered, my hands twisting together in my lap as I watched 3 squad cars form a half circle around the chicken, preventing it, at least in theory, from backtracking and heading into Winterspell proper. I was looking forward to one night to settle in before the guests start showing up. Clint's hand stayed on my knee, warm and comforting. He squeezed gently and gave me a smile.
"It'll all work out. You know I've got a lead foot once I get out onto the open road."
"Don't worry about it, Cora," Liana chimed in, leaning forward so her head appeared between the 2 front seats. "If this takes too much longer, I'll call ahead and let Valerie know we're running a tiny bit late." The wedding wasn't until Sunday afternoon, but we'd booked out the majority of the lodge for the entire weekend. We were scheduled to go for a hike Friday morning and get back in time to welcome the first wave of guests with a fancy brunch. Saturday was jam-packed with various activities, as we took the opportunity of the late summer weather to get out for hiking and recreation on the river. The rehearsal was scheduled for the early evening, with a big outdoor dinner to cap off the day, complete with a bonfire, s'mores station, and an open bar. The wedding ceremony was set for 5:30 Sunday afternoon, and we'd spend the rest of the night celebrating. Our guests would send us off to our honeymoon Monday morning, then depart to return home. Crunch.
"Ooh,"
Celine exclaimed, launching over Liana to land on the center console. Ahead, Egbert swung his metal head around and rammed his beak into the flashing bar of lights atop the nearest cruiser. I winced. The officers poured out of their cars and started flinging magic at the chicken. This only seemed to enrage him further, and he spun, knocking into another squad car with his feathered behind. We'd seen the feathers up close, and while they were crafted from lightweight sheets of metal, they still packed a punch when swung with some force, not to mention the paint chipping and scratches.
"Well, at least they can lock that crazy old witch up this time,"
Celine said, stretching to place her front paws on the dashboard. She managed to press the volume button, and the music that had played softly in the background rapidly swelled to eardrum-shattering levels. "Ah!" I yelped, covering one ear as I fiddled with the dials. Clint silenced the music, and I glared at Celine before using a light puff of air magic to send her to the back seat where she belonged. "I'm serious, Cat. I will buy you a kitty-sized seatbelt and strap you down."
"I'd like to see you try."
"This is stressful enough without your antics," I snapped.
"Why are you so rattled? This isn't your first rodeo, as the kids say."
Liana snorted. "The kids are saying that, huh?"
"You clearly wouldn't know,"
Celine said, turning her ire on Liana.
You're a few decades past your...
Something clicked, and Celine went silent, though her mouth continued to move. I blinked. Liana grinned as she held up a small silver cylinder. It almost looked like a flameless lighter, with a little wheel that spun and a hinged cap. "What is that?" I asked. Celine, realizing her voice was no longer audible, scowled at Liana, pure murder in her ethereal blue eyes. "It's a chatterbox," Liana said, jiggling the device a little as her eyes sparkled with amusement. "We use them at the school. They don't work for very long, but they can usually give enough space for a teacher to interrupt hallway squabbles and arguments."
"Me that right now, missy."
Celine's voice came roaring back as she swiped at Liana's hands. Liana was faster, though, easily lifting the small device out of the cat's reach. I thought it might come in handy this weekend, in case someone forgets the no-talking rule. She gave Celine a meaningful look.
"I'm allowed to talk,"
Celine growled, still swiping for the chatterbox.
"I'm using a spell."
Liana gave me a skeptical look, and I nodded reluctantly. To anyone without magic, she'll just sound like an obnoxious cat, yowling for its dinner. Celine's eyes narrowed.
"First of all, I am not an it. Secondly, I'll have you know my meows are very dainty, just like me."
Liana and Clint both lost it and busted up laughing. Celine's ears pinned down against her head as she swiveled her glower between them. We thought it was the best plan, for her and Checkers, too. Granted, it won't stop anyone from thinking we're nuts, bringing 2 cats to a destination wedding. There's not a spell to fix that part. Cheers and hollers snagged my attention, and I turned around in time to see the giant chicken toddle off the highway, cutting a new path toward a copse of pine trees. One of the uniformed officers was directing the drivers at the head of the traffic jam to swerve around the destroyed cruiser, while the other 2 pursued Egbert off-road. Magic flares popped up, outlining our new path forward, and a pressure valve in my chest loosened enough for some of the built-up stress to seep out. We just might make it in time after all.
"My question stands,"
Celine interjected as Clint rolled forward slowly, waiting for the traffic to break up a little more before fully hitting the gas.
"This is your second wedding. You know what to expect, so why are you all spun up?"
I rolled my eyes and adjusted the cross strap of my seatbelt. I don't really see what that has to do with anything. Just because I was married once before doesn't take anything away from this wedding. Besides, my first wedding was significantly less involved.
"I wouldn't know,"
Celine sniffed.
"Lavender forgot all about it."
"Yes, I know," I mumbled. "Mom's watching her like a hawk this time around. She's got Checkers, too. He's good with dates." I stopped short of pointing out that perhaps Celine bore some responsibility for my aunt missing my wedding to Roger, as she'd been my aunt's familiar at the time. It was all history now. I'd moved on, and last I heard, so had Roger. He'd left Winterspell again, this time setting his sights on the Golden State to pursue a relationship with a woman he'd met at a business conference. Why my mother felt the need to keep me apprised about my ex-husband's life was anyone's guess, but it no longer bothered me. I was happy he was happy, and more importantly, I was happy. By some magic stroke of luck, the stars had aligned and illuminated my path to Clint, and now there was just one more milestone to pass on our way to happily forever after. And as we zipped down the highway, finally at proper cruising speed, we were one step closer. Chapter 2. The tall pine lodge stood before us, a rustic retreat tucked against the mountains. A long, winding driveway, dotted with meticulous landscaping, welcomed us to our special weekend. As Clint slowed to the 5-mile-per-hour speed limit, I exhaled, the stress of planning leaving my lungs, and when I breathed in again, there was an ease I hadn't felt in months. Liana squealed from the back seat, her hand sneaking through the front seats to squeeze my upper arm. "Can you believe it? You're finally getting married." Clint caught my eye, and we both smiled.
"All I can say is the food better be good,"
Celine exclaimed. Life with a persnickety familiar meant we had to make room for not one, but 2 pescatarian options on the official catering menu. According to her, she wouldn't know which fish she wanted until the day of. It was a ridiculous and over-the-top request, even by Celine's standards. But I certainly didn't want to find myself arguing with her in public, even if all anyone could hear were her strained yowls of protest. We reached the end of the driveway and disembarked from the car. The attendant who came to assist us did a double-take as Celine shot from the back seat like a cannonball as soon as Liana opened the door. At least she'd remembered not to use her magic, her usual mode of exit. My cheeks warmed as the attendant looked from Celine to me and back again. Luckily, Clint retained his unflappable composure and effortlessly handed off the keys without missing a beat. He nodded at the attendant's distracted greeting. "Quite a nice afternoon, isn't it?" he said, as the attendant took the keys, finally shifting his puzzled expression away from Celine, who was busy sniffing an expertly trimmed boxwood tree planted in a glazed ceramic vase. At least she wasn't like Pippin, our newly rescued golden retriever mix, who would have undoubtedly lifted his leg to christen the bush for the occasion. We'd decided 1 cat was more than enough animals for the event, and dropped Pippin off with a dog sitter the day before. Celine had been so happy to see the dog go, I had to remind her multiple times it was just temporary, and that we'd be collecting him as soon as we returned from our honeymoon. Her exact words had been,
"We'll see about that."
I'd told the dog sitter to be on the lookout for a small gray ball of chaos, just in case. A black pickup truck pulled up as the attendant was taking the last of our bags from the trunk and loading them onto a rolling cart. Clint paused, a suitcase in his hands, and pointed with his chin. "Looks like your mom and Lavender are here."
"I'll never understand why she bought that monstrosity,"
Celine remarked, eyeing the truck. My eyes zipped toward the attendant, and a short exhale of relief slipped through my lips when he showed no reaction to Celine's commentary. The spell must be working as planned. So far, we were 1 for 1. This wedding just might go off without a hitch after all. Aunt Lavender, Mom, and Checkers, my aunt's new familiar, piled out of the truck. Checkers shook his medium-length black and white fur and lifted his nose into the air, smelling the late summer breeze. Aunt Lavender whistled, taking an appreciative look around the facade of the venue and mountain range. "You weren't kidding, Lilac. This place is fancy with a capital F," my aunt declared, planting her fists on her hips, her loose-fitting periwinkle sundress billowing around her legs. Mom, on the other hand, was kitted out in an ivory silk blouse and a pair of wine-colored slacks that looked tailored. Mom was a bit taller than me, and in the right pair of heels could pull off wide-leg pants that, on my barely over 5-foot frame, would appear more like I'd raided her closet to play grown-up. Checkers pranced over to greet Celine, and the attendant nearly dropped the small suitcase that contained Clint's toiletries. His dark brows lifted as he recovered the case and set it with the others on the cart. "Big cat people, huh?" he asked, directing the question to Clint. Clint chuckled and finished unloading the last bag. He closed the hatch on the back of the SUV and pocketed his hands. "They're a part of the family, and this is a big occasion. We're getting married this weekend." The attendant's eyes went wide once more, though this time for a completely different reason. "You're Mr. and Mrs. Bridges?" Clint nodded. "Well, I am Mr. Bridges, and she is about to be Mrs. Hearth Bridges, I think." Clint flashed me a half-cocked grin, the inside joke passing between us. I'd gone back and forth so many times I'd lost count over the past few weeks, wondering whether I wanted to take his last name or not. My last declaration had been something of a half-half solution. "Well, welcome to the Tall Pine. I'll get these bags right up to the presidential suite. You can check in at the front desk for your key. I'll send Mateo out to park your car in our VIP lot." "We appreciate it," Clint took his hand from his pocket, and in a move so fluid he must have done it hundreds of times before, slipped the attendant a tip. I didn't have to see the number on the bills to know it would be generous. One of the first things I'd come to admire about Clint, apart from his dark eyes, sharp cheekbones, and easy smile, was how he always made sure people knew they were appreciated. He tipped generously and always acknowledged the service of others, no matter how big or small. "Thank you, sir." The attendant nodded to Clint and tipped his cap at me. "Ma'am?" Then he hurried off, carefully navigating the rolling cart with our luggage in through the automatic doors. Moments later, a taller, more slender man with a patchy beard and a quiet smile appeared and got into the SUV's driver's seat to park the car. Celine strode over to me, her tail lifted.
Based on the lack of admonishment, I'm assuming my spell worked.
I hesitated to confirm her suspicion, if only to put off her gloating. Before I could say anything, Mom came over, her face glowing with a sheen of sweat, but mostly joy. She embraced me, and I felt how warm her exposed arms were. "Oh, honey, I'm so excited for you both," she exclaimed, near my ear, as she crushed me in a tight hug before throwing her arms around Clint. "Thanks, Mom. How was the drive?" Mom fanned her face as she stepped out of Clint's embrace and shot her older sister a scathing glance. "Warm? Lavender forgot to get her air conditioner serviced in time." I stifled a laugh. I was mostly just relieved Aunt Lavender was even here. "I tried to tell her," Checkers interjected as he joined our little half-circle. "Oh, hush," Aunt Lavender muttered, shaking her head. "I'll bet the inside of this place feels like living in a snow globe, just like that movie theater you drove me to last week," she said, skewering her familiar with a sour expression. It was September, but summer hadn't yet given over its reign. We'd timed the wedding just right to avoid the hottest parts of the year, but still have warm, sunny days and cool nights. "I, for one, welcome the snow globe," Liana said with a laugh, already heading for the doors.
"That makes two of us,"
Celine added, right on her heels. The presidential suite was even better in person than it had looked in the promotional photos on the resort's website. We had our own balcony with a spectacular view of the Columbia River below. Light flooded in through the floor-to-ceiling windows lining the far wall, where plush furniture stood gathered around a rock fireplace that went all the way to the vaulted ceilings, inlaid with wooden beams and large ceiling fans that stirred up a cool breeze. The primary bedroom was massive, with a gorgeous four-poster bed, another fireplace, and a cozy seating area beside another bank of windows. The attached bathroom was a wash and slate tile, with a freestanding cast-iron tub, soapstone vanities with 2 sinks, and plenty of counter space. A walk-in shower the size of my first home's entire bathroom had more attachments and settings than a rocket ship, and I was eager to try them all. "Have you heard from Dean yet?" I asked Clint over my shoulder, as I ran my hand over the soapstone countertop and considered the oil-rubbed bronze fixtures. We hadn't yet started the renovation process in our own primary bathroom, and while I was reluctant to dive headfirst into another major renovation, my eye gravitated toward bathroom designs wherever I went.
"Who is Dean?"
Celine asked, sauntering into the bathroom and bypassing me. She looked around, her nose in the air, whiskers twitching. A faint scent of pine and something almost smoky lingered in the air. I wasn't sure if it was the result of an air freshener or simply traces of the cleaning products used by the housekeeping staff. Whatever it was, it clearly didn't agree with Celine, and she sneezed. "Dean is my best man. He and I used to work together at the firm in Chicago. And we're planning on—" I frantically swiped my hand back and forth in a cutting motion at the air in front of my neck, my eyes wide. Clint bit off the rest of his sentence. Celine whirled around, never missing a thing, and narrowed her eyes at me.
"You're planning what? Why am I being left out of the loop?"
I sighed, scrubbing a hand down my face. "Sorry," Clint mumbled.
I forgot we weren't telling her. The tip of Celine's tail began vibrating like an infuriated rattlesnake.
Not telling me?
I groaned as I pivoted on my heels and left the room to resume my unpacking. Celine followed and leaped onto the bed. Sinking in so far, her paws very nearly disappeared in the creases of the plush comforter. I'll tell you, but you have to promise not to say anything. This is important, Celine. Celine sat down. Is that a yes? I prompted.
Just spit it out.
I eyed her as I shook out a lilac-hued wrap-style dress. It would need to be steamed before dinner, but Valerie had assured us she would see to any laundering or last-minute wardrobe needs as part of her service over the course of the weekend. I certainly wasn't used to such high-end services, as most of my past vacations consisted of holing up in a remote cabin or a roadside motel where the list of amenities ended at basic housekeeping, if you were lucky. As you know, Liana ended things with her boyfriend last month, I began.
Is that the one who thought monogamy wasn't right for him?
Celine interrupted with a scoff. I nodded.
Right. I never did get around to hacking up a hairball on his doormat. I'll add it to my to-do list while you and Loverboy are off on your honeymoon.
I pinched the bridge of my nose. This would have to be Liana's battle to fight. After all, to my knowledge, the cat didn't know Robert's last name, and likely wouldn't know where to find him or his welcome mat. But then, she had her ways. Mysterious, mysterious ways. My best friend, my best man, Dean, is also newly single, Clint added, coming into the room. He rubbed his hands together, likely working in a pump of the hand lotion I'd seen on the counter in the bathroom. He's just started dating again and was all mopey about not having a +1 to bring to the wedding. Cora and I got to talking about it and realized he and Liana have a lot in common.
They're both destined to be single?
Celine interjected. I narrowed my eyes at her. No, they both come from big extended families, have the same taste in movies, and like trying new restaurants. Celine shifted a skeptical glance between Clint and me.
That's it? That's all you've got? Movies and restaurants? Phew, boy, Cupid better be on the lookout. You two are coming for his job.
I chucked a balled-up tube sock in her direction. Clint chuckled. There's more to it. But anyway, we thought it might be fun to try our hand at matchmaking, now that we are days away from being an old married couple. He nudged me with his elbow, and I smiled. It would be nice to see Liana with a good guy for once. And we know Dean checks a lot of her boxes, and vice versa, Clint interjected. I nodded. Anyway, the point is, we're going to try and pair them together as much as we can this weekend and see if sparks fly. But we don't want them finding out, as it's not supposed to be a forced thing. We want it to feel organic. Celine didn't have eyebrows, but if she did, there was no doubt they'd be quirked.
So, you're going to force them to be together all weekend, but you don't want it to be forced. Got it. She rolled her eyes. Trust me, I'll stay out of it. It sounds like a convoluted circus if you ask me.
With that, she jumped off the bed and strode to the glass doors leading to the balcony overlooking the water. As we were in the privacy of our own room, she borrowed a nip of magic and sent a ping of pink sparks at the door handle, opening it for herself. The golden pools of afternoon sunlight streaming over the freshly stained wooden deck were clearly more interesting than our scheming. Don't listen to her, Clint said, before pressing a quick kiss to my temple. Oh, believe me, I rarely do. I smiled at him and took his hands. Can you believe this is really happening? We're getting married. He smiled and traced his fingertips over my cheek. It really seems like we were just here for that weekend getaway. Time has gone by so quickly. I breathed a laugh. Tell me about it. I think between opening the second shop and renovating the kitchen, I had 2 years shaved off my life. I'm expecting gray hairs to sprout any day now. Clint kissed me again, this time on the lips. When he pulled away, his smile widened, and he squeezed my hand. Gray or not, you're all mine. You sure? I asked with a teasing grin. This is your last chance to make a break for it, you know. Clint smiled and looked down at his shoes, then back up at me. Looks like I'm staying. I laughed and embraced him.
When you two are done being all lovey-dovey, come and get me. I'm supposed to take Cora to Lilac and Lavender Suite for some sort of gift exchange,
Celine called from outside. It's a little early for gifts, isn't it? I asked, looking to Clint for any sign he knew what she was talking about. Guess you'll just have to go and find out, he said, with an annoying wink. Oh, so he did know then. I grinned and needled him in the side. Already keeping secrets from me, huh? Only the good kind. We resumed unpacking, and as Clint hung up the last of his collection of traveling ties, his phone rang. It's Dean, he told me, picking it up from the nightstand. I'm gonna meet him downstairs. Sounds like we might have time to check out the bar. I laughed and nodded. Say hi for me. I'll come crash the party after I'm done with whatever it is Mom and Aunt Lavender have cooked up. Clint headed out, and I popped into the bathroom to freshen up before letting Celine escort me down the hall to the second largest suite offered at the lodge. Liana was already inside, sitting at the table near the kitchenette. She's here, Mom said, setting down an electric kettle to come over and usher me inside. Thank you, Celine. What's all this about, anyway? You guys didn't have to get me gifts. That's where you're wrong, Liana said. A mug of black coffee sat in front of her. Aunt Lavender's mug was filled with a dark amber liquid, a tea bag draped over the side. Clint said you were covered for your something blue. She paused and gestured at the stack of 3 rings on my left ring finger. I hadn't wanted a traditional engagement ring, so Clint got me 3 stackable bands, one of which had sapphires set alongside diamonds in a platinum band. So we thought the 3 of us would cover your something old, something new, and something borrowed, Liana finished, counting off the items on her fingers. Mom scrambled across the room and retrieved 3 gift bags, each a different shade of pink, with white and rose petal-colored tissue paper peeking over the edges. You guys really didn't have to do this, I protested, even as Mom placed the bags on the table in front of me. Taking her seat, Mom patted the back of my hand. We wanted to, so just open your presents and hush already. Celine snickered from her place near the window.
I would have bought you something too, of course, she added, turning her celestial blue eyes in our direction. But someone refuses to give me the numbers off the new credit card, which severely limits my ability to do nice things for you. Should I tell them why we had to change our credit card number in the first place? Celine flashed her teeth. This one thought she was getting a screaming good deal on a massage chair made for extra spoiled rich kiddies, only to find it was some scam and our credit card got hacked. Luckily, the fraud protection department picked up on it before too much damage was done, and the charges were reversed. Celine's whiskers vibrated. I can't believe it. Back in my day, you went to the marketplace and haggled with beads and gold coins to get what you needed. Sure, some of the merchants would try to pull the old switcheroo, but who promises a cat a chance at a daily deep tissue massage only to try and buy themselves a plasma TV? I rolled my eyes as I twisted back around in my chair. I rest my case. Mom pushed the bags closer to me, and I started unwrapping before she could chide me for stalling. She'd always been this way, going back to when Evan and I were kids at Christmas. She'd wait to go out and buy our presents until the week before the holiday just to keep herself from spoiling the surprise. The tradition has passed down. Now Evan was the same way with his twin daughters, Emmy and Ruby, and would undoubtedly be the same with their new baby, Pierce, this Christmas. Carefully, I removed the tissue paper and set it to the side before sneaking one hand into the bag, grasping for the contents. This one's for me, Liana squealed, wiggling in her chair. I was in charge of something new. My fingertips grazed the surface of a velvet jewelry box. I pulled the slim box from the bag and cracked it open.
revealing a delicate white gold bracelet with a heart-shaped charm dangling from the middle, the date of the wedding engraved on one side. It's so beautiful. I didn't put your initials, but there's room on the other side if you want me to take it back and have them added. I smiled and held out my wrist so Mom could fasten the bracelet around it. It's beautiful. Thank you, Liana. But it's bop, 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 she interrupted, holding up a hand. I don't want to hear about how it was too expensive. You wouldn't let me pay for one thing this entire time. Not my bridesmaid dress, my shoes, hair, makeup, even the girls' trip we took last weekend. Clint, sneaky sneak that he is, swooped in and called the hotel to have them transfer all the charges from my credit card to his. I snorted. That sounds like Clint. Her dark brown eyes glistened with unchecked tears. I'm just so happy for you, Cora. You are the best friend a girl could ask for, and you deserve the absolute best. As one tear slipped free and skated over the apple of her cheek, my heart squeezed. Dean better be all Clint promised, and more, if he thought he would have a chance with my dear friend. I squeezed Liana's hand. Thank you. I love you so much. Liana swallowed hard and bobbed her head. This one's from me, Mom said, pushing the middle bag toward me. I laughed at her barely restrained impatience and set about opening the second gift. This is your something borrowed, she added, as I pulled a smaller bag from inside the gift bag. It was made from scratchy burlap and tied with a drawstring of jute. My brows knit together, unsure what was inside. As I unspooled a long strand of rose gold that fastened around various crystals and stones and trinkets, I thought it was another piece of jewelry. One wildly eccentric and not quite to the taste of the wedding. It was beautiful, but I found myself staring, unsure of its purpose. Mom laughed. It's for your bouquet. These stones all symbolize different kinds of love, or have brought me luck in the past. I wanted to sew them into your dress, but Liana convinced me this was a better idea. The strand can wrap around the stems of your flowers and channel their blessings to you and Clint on your special day. My nose tingled, my own eyes welling with tears, as I envisioned carrying the bouquet up the aisle to meet Clint. It's beautiful. Thank you, Mom. We embraced, the position slightly awkward with the corner of the table between us, but both came away teary-eyed and sniffly. This started Liana up again, and Celine scoffed, clearly done with the three of us. This will be your something old, Aunt Lavender declared, pushing the final bag into my hands. At that, Celine slunk closer to the table, her curiosity piqued. The soft crinkling of the tissue paper filled the room as I delved inside to retrieve the gift. Pulling the item out, my fingers unfurled to reveal a beautiful locket, undeniably an antique piece. The pendant was heart-shaped, with delicate silver vines of metal wrapping around it, studded with chips of midnight blue sapphires, each stone sparkling even in the muted light of the room. It felt heavy, not just in weight, but in history. Oh, Lavender, it's beautiful, Mom breathed, leaning in for a closer look. It matches my ring, I noted, looking at the tiny sapphires. Feeling a pull, an inexplicable curiosity, I ran my fingernail around the outside and found a small notch where it opened. Suddenly, the room was filled with a croaking, sputtering voice, so old and scratchy that it sounded almost froggy. I jolted in my seat, my spine going ramrod straight, as the voice proclaimed, "When two hearts seek to bind, in this locket they'll find a fate that's been maligned. Trust not love's song, for the notes may be wrong." A chilling silence followed, as I snapped the locket shut and dropped it to the table. 4 pairs of eyes darted to my aunt.
Lavender, what have you done?
Chapter 3.
What is the meaning of this, Lavender?
Celine demanded, as she swiped a paw toward the locket. A geyser of pink sparks lifted it from the table, out of my reach.
Where did this come from?
Aunt Lavender's face had drained of all color. Her skin normally had a subtle tan, especially this time of year. She wasn't one to religiously adhere to a sunscreen schedule, always too busy doing to think of things like that. Faint lines showed at the sides of her eyes and mouth, and a smattering of freckles spilled over her chest and arms. Now, sitting with a stunned expression, her face pale, she somehow looked older. "I bought it at an antiquities auction," she said, shaking her head with disbelief. "I thought it was a beautiful piece, and they said it was estimated to be nearly 100 years old."
"And cursed,"
Celine spat. My aunt clutched my hand in hers, which had gone clammy. "I swear, Cora, I didn't know." My familiar was unrelenting.
"Eris herself couldn't so bungle a wedding. And believe me, that's saying something. Just ask Thetis."
Celine was as irate as I'd ever seen her, glowering, with fierce eyes so cold the skin on my arms pebbled, the thin hair standing on end. "What does it mean?" Checkers asked, as he vaulted into my aunt's lap, his fuzzy face peering over the edge of the table to the place the locket hung suspended in a ball of Celine's magic. Mom and Liana were stunned into silence, staring open-mouthed at my aunt. My own heart twisted, caught between uncertainty and dread, even as a vein of sympathy channeled through the tangled web of emotions. I reached across the table and placed my hand over her knitted fingers. "It's a mistake," I told her with a nod. "I know that. We'll figure this out." I slid my eyes toward my mother. "Of course we will." It was Liana's voice that cut through the heaviness, bringing in some of her undeniable sunshine and warmth. She gestured her fingers toward the locket, rolling them in midair. "Well, whatever that wasn't even meant for you, Cora. If it was some kind of curse, I don't see how it could possibly transfer to you. Right, Lavender? You know a lot about magic."
"Clearly not enough to know not to give your niece a cursed locket days before her wedding,"
Celine scoffed, her derision on full unbridled display.
"And you!"
She turned her ire toward Checkers. "Celine," I said softly, "please calm down." She blinked at me, as though I'd backhanded her.
"How are you so calm? You're the one who just got hexed."
"We don't know that," Liana interjected, giving the cat a fierce glance. Celine's eyes narrowed.
"If anyone is to be considered a fount of magical knowledge, it would be me. And I, for one, would never gift someone an unknown magical artifact 2 days before their wedding."
Mom held up a hand. "You've made your point, Celine." "I think Liana is right. Those words weren't meant for me and Clint." I nodded, hoping my words sounded more convincing out loud than they did inside my head, where a whirlpool of doubts churned and drowned every spark of hope that attempted to cut through the swirling dread.
"Everyone be quiet,"
Celine snapped, shifting her attention back to the locket.
"I'm trying to think."
She stared for a long moment, whispering the words one at a time under her breath.
"When 2 hearts seek to bind,"
she paused, her head tilting to the right,
"in this locket, they'll find."
Her eyes brightened.
"There's only one Clint, so technically only one of you opened the locket. Although, depending on who this crone was, maybe that's not meant to be literal."
She lowered her head and repeated the rest.
"A fate that's been maligned. Well, maligned isn't great, but hey, it could be worse. It doesn't say you'll be dead."
I groaned, burying my face in my hands. Mom and Liana each rested a hand on my shoulders.
"Trust not love's song, for the notes may be wrong," Celine finished. "Maybe you just have to not play any music, which, considering the mind-numbing amount of times I've had to listen to your so-called perfect playlist, is a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
No music? Liana repeated. First, a metal chicken on a rampage, and now a century-old curse? For once, why couldn't it be something fixable with a strip of double-sided sticky tape, a bobby pin, and a sewing kit? Beside me, my phone buzzed. A text message from Clint illuminated the screen. We'll have to figure this out later, I said, already rising from the table. A few of our guests have arrived early. I need to meet Clint downstairs. I can't leave him to entertain everyone on his own. I looked at Liana, and the reminder of our matchmaking plan sprang to the front of my mind. Of course, as always, she looked impeccable and wouldn't need so much as a fresh swipe of lipstick before meeting her potential love match. Although, knowing Liana, she'd want to change into whatever outfit she'd packed for the occasion.
Lavender and I will stay here and do some digging, Celine said, seeing as I'm not invited to any of the dinners anyway.
The last part came out with a bite of bitterness, and I flinched. Liana narrowed her eyes at Celine. Knock it off. You know Cora feels bad that you can't be included in everything, but this is how it had to be. If you ask me, she's been more than generous by letting your furry little butt tag along at all. Celine hissed, baring her pearly fangs in Liana's direction. Liana flapped a hand in Celine's direction. The cat's eyes narrowed. It was the perfect way to deal with her. Despite her petite stature, Celine liked nothing more than when she could send people scurrying away as though she were a saber-toothed tiger. Refusing to play along with her delusions instantly irritated her more than any carefully worded response. I don't want you to miss the dinner, I said, turning to my aunt. Don't worry about me, dear. We'll order some room service and do some digging. Checker says I'm getting pretty good at this whole interwebs thing. My aunt was not one for technology, but thanks to Checker's tutelage, she'd recently changed her opinion on the usefulness of the World Wide Web and was slowly learning to navigate her way around the internet. Mom, Celine, and I hadn't yet decided whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. I'll have a plate sent up to you, Mom said.
One plate?
Celine sputtered, her eyes going wide as they zipped toward my mother.
I'll need at least 2. An ixnay on anything with dairy. My stomach gets irritated and I don't have time for that tonight.
Yes, Your Grace, I muttered, following Liana out of the suite, leaving the locket behind. Is everything all right? Your hands are shaking. At Clint's observation, I dropped my gaze to my folded hands and twitched my lips, trying to form a smile. Just a little nervous, I replied, doing my best to smile as I looked into his eyes. On the way downstairs, I'd opted not to tell him about the cursed locket. At least, not until I had to. Despite growing up in Winterspell, Clint had spent more time in the non-magic world than inside it, and had a somewhat limited knowledge of magic and how it worked. While I could normally count on Clint for logic and measured thinking, magic was one area where he might struggle to come up with a solution. And I didn't need both of us spinning in endless circles over the possibilities. Besides, there was every chance there was nothing to worry about. And if so, I didn't want to cast a shadow over the evening. It was meant to be a relaxed dinner with those who were closest to us, and I wanted to do my best to enjoy it. Where is Dean? I asked, casting another glance around the private dining room. The Tall Pine Lodge had 2 restaurants on its property. A bistro was set alongside the water, with the hills in the distance providing a breathtaking backdrop for alfresco dining. Inside the lodge's main building was a more traditional restaurant, with an upscale feel and a gourmet menu. For the wedding itself, we'd have enough guests to require the entire space. But tonight, there was only a handful of planned guests, and our wedding planner had reserved one of the private dining rooms to allow for a cozier, more intimate feel. Mom and Liana stood by the doors, and while they appeared to be admiring a floral spray, I knew they were likely talking about the locket and the ominous curse. However, as my brother Evan and his family arrived, Mom broke away from Liana and rushed over to wrap my twin nieces up in the kind of big, warm hug only a grandma could give, before opening her arms to take my wiggling nephew Pierce from my sister-in-law's arms. Cheyenne looked all too happy to pass the squirmy baby over to his grandma after the long car trip. I'd invited my borderline estranged father to the wedding, but he hadn't earned the right to attend the entire weekend. His invitation was limited to the ceremony and reception. I'd even, begrudgingly, given him a +1, though a part of me hoped he came alone. Likewise, Clint's father was invited, but he was equally estranged, and, following some unfortunate conflict in the week of Clint's mother's passing, he'd spoiled what little goodwill was left between the two. "Who is that?" I asked, inclining my chin as our wedding planner escorted an unfamiliar man and woman into the room. The man appeared to be in his 60s or early 70s, with thinning white hair and a lean but slightly stooped frame. He walked with the aid of a polished cane made from dark wood. At his side was a striking woman in a black strapless dress that hugged her curves and ended at her mid-calves, which showed enviable definition thanks to her high stiletto heels. Her peaches and cream complexion stood in stark contrast to her mahogany curls that pooled around her bare shoulders. Even from across the room, I could tell her makeup was masterfully applied, and at something the man beside her said, she flashed a dazzling smile, the tail end of which landed on Clint. He straightened. "I didn't know he was bringing Naomi," he said, quietly enough I couldn't be sure he'd meant the statement for me. Naomi? I couldn't place the name as one he'd mentioned before. Clint ran a hand over his jaw, which was clean-shaven and still clinging to the last bits of fragrance from his aftershave. "That's Albert Fairbanks, my old mentor from college, and that's his daughter, Naomi Fairbanks. At least I assume it's still Fairbanks. I haven't spoken with her in some time." There wasn't time to ask a follow-up question, as both Dr. Fairbanks and Naomi approached. The elderly man's brilliant blue eyes glittered with what I could only interpret as fatherly pride. He shifted his cane and leaned against it, before extending a hand toward Clint. Clint chuckled softly as he shook the elderly man's hand. "I know you're a big fan of punctuality, but a day early seems a bit excessive, even for you," Clint said, the teasing evident in his voice. Dr. Fairbanks chuckled, the sound warm, if a little gravelly, around the edges. "I hope you'll forgive us for the intrusion. We managed to hitch a ride on a friend's plane and got here ahead of schedule." Clint patted the man on the shoulder. "We're thrilled. Albert, Naomi, this is my soon-to-be bride, Cora Harth. Cora, Dr. Albert Fairbanks and his daughter, Naomi—" Clint paused, leaving space for her to provide a last name. The woman smiled and extended her hand toward me. Up close, I could more easily see the familial resemblance between the pair. Naomi shared her father's thin nose and sparkling aqua eyes. I returned her gesture, surprised by the strength of her grip as she pumped my hand twice before bypassing me to wrap Clint in a friendly embrace. Clint exhaled a slight chuckle as she pressed against him. "How long has it been?" he asked into her cloud of long, wavy hair. Something prickled along the back of my neck, hot and uncomfortable. I reached up to tease the ends of my short hair. At that moment, across the room, Liana caught my eye and furrowed her brow before flicking a glance toward the stunning brunette in the skin-tight dress who currently had her arms wrapped around Clint as though she were a drowning victim and he was the sole lifeguard on duty. I cleared my throat. "It's so nice to meet you both. I have, of course, heard of you, Dr. Fairbanks. Clint's told me how much you mean to him. We're honored you could be here with us." Slowly, Clint extracted himself from Naomi's octopus-like grip, and I noticed a hint of pink in his cheeks. Naomi laughed lightly, her eyes never leaving Clint's. "And what about me? Surely you mentioned me." I blinked, unsure what to say. The truth was, I had no idea who this woman was, other than that she was apparently the daughter of Clint's mentor. Beyond that,
Naomi and I went to college together, Clint supplied.
Naomi's eyes narrowed slightly, though her smile remained in place.
Is that all? And here I thought we were friends.
She laughed again, tossing her hair back over her shoulders, her assets more fully on display as they strained against the deep sweetheart neckline of her dress. I found myself looking down to my ankles, where my surly familiar usually resided. Celine would have undoubtedly launched a set of questions or fired off a subtle dig or two by now. For all her flaws, of which there were many, perhaps her broken filter and lack of social graces could come in handy every now and again. Without her, I was left having to swallow down any untoward thing I'd like to say to this unexpected interloper. Luckily, Liana was almost as unfiltered as Celine, and she was making a hasty beeline across the private dining room to join the conversation. With a beaming smile of her own, she sidled up to me and gave Naomi an appraising once-over.
Well, hello. Love your dress. Where's it from?
Naomi took her eyes off Clint long enough to look down at herself.
Oh, this old thing? It's Gucci. It's from 2 seasons ago. I just can't bring myself to part with it yet.
Liana's smile tightened.
Is it? And here I thought I saw one just like it at Nordstrom Rack last weekend.
Naomi's expression wavered, like she'd just spotted a fly in her drink. She masked the twinge of disgust with a stale laugh.
How funny.
Clint's attention landed on something past Dr. Fairbanks and Naomi, and he tapped lightly on my lower back. I followed his gaze and found a broad-shouldered man with short-cropped dark hair entering the banquet room, holding a box encased in white and silver gift wrap with a large white bow on top. I'd never met Dean before, but had seen pictures. I slid a quiet smile in Clint's direction, momentarily forgetting about Naomi long enough to snap back into our plan. It was showtime. Chapter 4. Midway through the main course, it looked as though our plan was working. Liana and Dean were seated shoulder to shoulder at one end of the table, and judging by the amount of food left untouched on their respective plates as they talked and laughed, it was going well. They were out of earshot, but even if we were close enough to eavesdrop, my focus was split, largely consumed by the starry-eyed brunette seated across from Clint.
So what is it you do, Cora?
Naomi asked. Her fork paused over her sole meuniere.
Something in retail?
A candle shop, if I recall what Clint told me.
Dr. Fairbanks chimed in at his daughter's question. He looked up from his own meal, his wispy white brows inching closer together like 2 jumbo cotton balls.
A candle shop,
Naomi repeated, a quirk of a smile tugging at her lips.
How quaint.
Heat flushed over my chest before creeping into my cheeks. Quaint?
Cora owns a candle shop,
Clint corrected, flashing me a quiet but proud smile.
And we recently opened a second location in Bellevue.
Naomi's smile tightened, and my heart fluttered with a burst of triumph.
She's brilliant,
Clint continued, his tone casual.
I don't know how she keeps coming up with new ideas.
He popped a bite of his own entree into his mouth and smiled over at me.
You should see some of the Halloween designs she's got on deck for later this month.
Thank you. I returned Clint's smile and reached for my wine. I was already on my second glass, and figured a refill would be required before the end of the meal.
I imagine there's plenty of time for brainstorming, Naomi replied. From the sounds of things, there isn't much to do in your small town. It's not like Chicago, where there's an almost overwhelming amount of options. That must be quite the adjustment. I don't know how you do it, Clint. I would absolutely die of boredom.
I gulped my wine, if only to keep myself from releasing my inner Celine and verbally backhanding the woman. Clint chuckled and took a sip from his water goblet. I waited, breath bated, for him to rise to the defense of Winterspell, or tell Naomi all about the beautiful hiking trails and serene afternoons spent at the lake. "It's been tricky," he said, as he set the goblet down. I blinked. Naomi's smile took on the sharp edge of a great white upon discovering a trickle of blood in the water. Clint shrugged and picked up his fork. "On the plus side, I do a lot more reading." My heart sank. I glanced around the table, looking for an ally, but no one was looking our way. Mom had requested to have baby Pierce's high chair placed beside her seat, and was enamored with my chubby-cheeked nephew as he negotiated a fistful of peas into his mouth. Across from them, Cheyenne and Evan were busy coaxing Ruby and Emmy into eating their own steamed vegetables. The door to the private dining room opened, and a pair of servers swept inside, wearing a matching pair of broad smiles as they asked how everything was. A chorus of praise for the food followed, peppered with a few polite requests to refill the bread basket and glasses of wine. As the servers left, Dr. Fairbanks and Clint got into a conversation about what kinds of books Clint had been reading, and while Naomi's self-satisfied smile waned slightly, she interjected occasionally, trying to twist the conversation back to reminiscing about life in Chicago and the time she and Clint had shared in college and beyond. I sipped my wine, finished my final few bites, and excused myself to the restroom. Outside the dining room, I exhaled a breath, but the tightness in my chest didn't fully release. My legs started moving before my mind had settled on a destination. I thought about going outside to get a few deep breaths of the breezy night air, but instead found my way to the central bank of elevators and went up to the 3rd floor, then to the suite where we'd left Aunt Lavender, Checkers, and Celine. I didn't have a key card with me, as I'd left my clutch at the table, so I rapped my knuckles on the door. "Celine?" The door opened a moment later, and I stepped inside to the twinkling residue of one of Celine's spells. The cat peered at me from the table as I walked down the short hallway into the main living space of the large suite. The view out the wall of windows was dark, but for the swaths of moonlight and the pools of light highlighting the border of the expansive patio along the water's edge.
"Empty-handed, I see,"
Celine commented, her tail swishing as she gave my hands an exaggerated look. "That was a quick meal," Aunt Lavender said from her place on the couch. Someone had flicked on the gas fireplace.
"Where's Loverboy?"
Celine asked. Aunt Lavender looked at me over the rim of her reading glasses. "You two didn't break up, did you?" "What?" I choked. "No, of course not. Why would you think that?" My aunt gave a coy shrug. "It happens more often than you think. I've seen the statistics." My mouth dropped open, preparing both to ask for more precise citations and also to defend my relationship with Clint. But in the end, my tangled thoughts cinched into a knot in my throat, and the words couldn't make it to the tip of my tongue.
"Seriously, though, where is our food?"
Celine asked, giving my empty hands a narrowed glance.
"My stomach has been growling for over an hour. You know I don't ask for much, Cora, but—"
I scoffed, my eyes bulging. Celine blinked, her expression taking on all the innocence of a newborn fawn.
"What?"
"Coming here was a mistake," I said on an exhale. "I don't know why I thought I might find a tidbit of solace with you three." "Hey, I haven't said anything," Checkers protested, his fuzzy head popping over the back of the sofa. "Although, my tummy is empty, so I wouldn't mind if you answered Celine's question." I rolled my eyes and stepped over to the phone. "Honestly." 2 minutes later, I hung up with the concierge and assured the three of them their meals were on the way up from the kitchen.
"All right, with that settled,"
Celine said, gesturing the tip of her tail to the chair beside her.
"Pull up a seat. We don't have a lot of answers yet, mostly because Checkers is hogging the iPad, playing some inane laser pointer game."
Checkers' little head sank out of sight. "It's fine," I replied, taking the offered seat. I kicked out of my heels and stretched my stocking-clad feet until the feeling returned to my pinky toes. Honestly, unless the cursed locket summoned Clint's ex. Well, I don't know if she was officially an ex-girlfriend, but she's sure acting like it.
Who?
Celine bristled. Naomi Fairbanks. She's the daughter of Clint's old college mentor, and she's clearly not a fan of mine. Oh, and she's stunning. Like shampoo model pretty. I scoffed and kneaded the palms of my hands against my eyes. Before remembering I'd glued on false eyelashes before dinner. I pulled my hand away and blinked rapidly, a few stray lashes hanging into my field of vision. Great, I muttered.
Oh, Cora,
Celine said, shaking her head.
You're on the Hot Mess Express. That's what the kids call it.
Groaning, I heaved against the table and stomped to the bathroom to fix my runaway lashes. Tell me something I don't know. Is that a train? A bus? Aunt Lavender asked, her tone only mildly interested. Where would one go on this Hot Mess Express?
Not now, Lavender,
Celine hissed. Her paws hit the ground, and as I rounded the corner and turned on the bathroom lights, she padded into the room after me.
Do I need to go down there and disembowel the home-wrecking harpy?
Laughing softly, I grabbed the tiny glue bottle and leaned closer to the mirror, doing my best to keep from gluing my eyelids shut. Although, at this point, that likely wouldn't be the night's low point. Watching a gorgeous woman openly flirt with Clint 3 nights before our wedding was going to be tough to beat in that department. Oh yeah, and the maybe curse hanging over my head.
I could hex her feet, so she always feels like she's got her left shoe on her right foot. That's a good one. Of course, we could also go with something more classic. Lavender's good at toad spells. We could set her free in the river down there. I'm sure there's a knot she could join.
I paused my gluing to swivel a look at the cat. A knot?
That's what they call a group of toads.
The more you know. I slid the end of the lashes into the microscopic dot of glue and hoped for the best.
You know, as skeptical as I once was, I can fully say I don't think Clint is the type to step out on you.
Celine continued. Oh, I know. I exhaled and lowered my finger from my eye. A few tentative blinks and the lashes stayed in place. Of course, then it became obvious I'd also managed to smear my eyeliner and smudge my eyeshadow. Not only was I on the Hot Mess Express, I had a first-class ticket. I'm not really worried about Clint leaving me or anything, I said. He honestly seems oblivious to her flirtation, which is kind of endearing. It's more that she's stomping on all of these pain points, like pointing out how happy he was when he lived in Chicago, and making it seem like he's settling, living in a small town, working for a quaint little candle shop. That was her word. Quaint. My hands balled into fists.
Why do you care what she thinks? If Clint didn't want to be in Winterspell, he wouldn't have agreed to stay.
I considered my reflection for a moment, the lines of my face tight. Maybe.
Maybe?
Celine canted her head as she peered up at me.
Where is all this coming from?
It's just something he said a few weeks ago. I shook my head, wishing to shake the echo of the words out of my memory. He'd just gotten off the phone with Dean, confirming the last-minute details and reservations, and we got to talking about the possibility of him and Liana hitting it off. He said, hey, if they end up getting together, maybe Liana will move to Chicago and then you'd have a good reason to move too. I know he was just joking, but don't they say there's a kernel of truth in every joke? He hasn't talked about Chicago in months, beyond the occasional mention. But in that moment, it made me wonder how much he still thinks about it and just doesn't say it out loud, mostly because he knows how I feel about the idea. Behind me, a knock sounded, followed by a female voice announcing room service had arrived. I'll get it, I told Celine, already leaving the bathroom. Minutes later, a spread of food covered the table, pushing the books and notes to the side. I checked the clock on the wall and sighed. I should get back downstairs. They'll be ready to serve dessert. Clint's probably already worried about me. Aunt Lavender tucked a linen napkin into the collar of her shirt and picked up a fork.
By chance, is Clint's mentor Dr. Albert Fairbanks?
I blinked. Yes, but how do you know that name? She shrugged and swirled her fork over her plate, as though unsure where to start.
He's an anthropology professor. I've followed his career here and there. He's an advocate for merging the magic world with the non-magic one. He's written several papers on the matter, and even presented to the Arcane Order.
The puzzle pieces in my head shifted around again, the picture suddenly looking far different than it had moments ago. So, then there's every chance Naomi, his daughter—
The harpy,
Celine interjected. She's magical? Aunt Lavender shrugged as she cut off a small corner of her breaded chicken cordon bleu, steam escaping in a swirling curl.
I suppose that follows.
Great, I muttered. Model pretty, wealthy, and magical. This just gets better and better. Celine's eyes gleamed.
Say the word, Cora, and ribbit.
I'm not going to let you turn her into a frog.
Toad.
Whatever, my answer is no. Celine scoffed and flung a shot of pink sparks to the warming cover in front of her. The lid lifted, revealing a slab of buttery soft fish, lightly seasoned with fresh herbs, as she'd requested/demanded. She gave her whiskers a preemptive lick and dug in with gusto. All thoughts of toadifying my current nemesis seemingly vanished from her one-track mind. Before I go, was there any progress with the locket curse? I asked, glancing over the scribbled notes on the notepad bearing the lodge's name and gilded lettering, most of which were scratched through.
Lavender left a message with the auction house who held the sale, in hopes we'll be able to get in touch with someone who knows the origination. Beyond that, we've shifted gears to a more offensive approach.
My brows knit together.
Protection spells, mainly,
Aunt Lavender supplied at my bewildered expression.
If we can't break any potential curse, we can, perhaps, dampen whatever blow it might be set to deliver.
I swallowed hard. They say things come in threes, and already I had a cursed locket and a ghost from Clint's past. What was next? Chapter 5. I left the suite, my emotions churning. I didn't want to cause a scene, or put a damper on the celebratory evening. So after I fixed what I could of my smudged eye makeup, I did my best to snuff out the sparks of jealousy and worry, and plastered on a smile as I exited the suite, nearly colliding with Clint in the hallway. "There you are," he said, his dark eyes crinkling with warmth. "Is everything okay? You're not feeling sick, are you?" "No, I just— one of my falsies was coming undone," I said, gesturing at my eye. I forced a laugh. I'm reminded of why I never bother with these things. Clint smiled and held out his hand. "Aha. Wish I could offer advice, but that's a little out of my depth." He chuckled. "All good now?" I nodded and took his offered hand. "Excellent," he said, squeezing gently as our fingers intertwined. "Then let's get back downstairs. It turns out the cure for pre-wedding nerves is something called seventh heaven cake, and I ordered both of us a slice." He waggled his eyebrows and led us back down the hall, toward the elevators. In spite of myself, I felt the knot in my chest loosen slightly. Maybe I was overreacting about Naomi. She was just an old friend of Clint's, here to celebrate our joyous occasion. I wouldn't let her sour this special weekend. "And what does that entail?" I asked, my smile warming, turning more genuine. "Chocolate, coconut, and cherry, apparently." "That does sound pretty good," I admitted. Clint grinned and tucked my hand into the crook of his arm. "Should we practice feeding each other the first bite?" I feigned a gagging sound, and Clint laughed, the warm vibrato rippling through me, wrapping around me like an end-of-the-day embrace. With Clint's arm wrapped securely around me, the sting of Naomi's presence faded. As we neared the private dining room, warm laughter and the gentle clink of silverware on plates beckoned us back inside. Before we reached the open doorway, The sound of raised voices from an adjacent hallway gave us pause. I glanced at Clint, and his eyebrows knit together. He tilted his head toward the sound. In a short hallway outside the doors of the lodge's kitchen, a pair of men were arguing in hushed, angry tones.
"Can't believe you were so careless," the first man seethed. "Granddad would be furious if he saw this mess." "Don't lecture me, Paul," the second voice shot back, not quite as deep in tone but every bit as heated. "It was an accident, okay? The tray just slipped." "Slipped? More like you upended the whole cart in your clumsy hurry to get to the bar." There was a heavy sigh. "I don't know why you're even here. All you do is drink, and you could do that back home. At least then you'd be out of my staff's way." "I wasn't going to the bar," the second man replied. "I was on my way to answer the phone because your barely legal girlfriend wasn't at her post. Gee, I wonder where she could have been. Up in your office, perhaps?" "She's 25, Ricky, and you know that. And you're pushing 50. You think Granddad's rolling in his grave because I knocked over a tray of drinks? Well, I wonder what Nana would think about you dating a string of 20-year-olds. The first voice spat a string of colorful expletives, and Clint propelled us past the hallway before either of the men could spot us. The two servers had returned, dishing out small plates filled with delectable-looking desserts, cakes, torts, puddings, and mousses, and some kind of spun sugar confection wrapped around golden balls of fried dough. Naomi tracked Clint as we rejoined the party, and he stopped to pull out my chair. "Ah, the bride and groom," one of the servers said, flashing a genuine smile as she placed two gorgeous slices of layered cake in front of each of us. "You have excellent taste. This is our most popular dessert." "Thank you." I lifted my fork, my mouth watering at just the sumptuous aroma of the dark chocolate ganache. Clint smiled as he mirrored me, and we took our first luxurious bites, savoring the rich chocolate and complex flavor notes. Maybe we should have picked this for the wedding cake," Clint said, with a laugh, as he dabbed chocolate from the corner of his mouth. The servers closed the dining room's doors as they left, but not 2 minutes later, the doors reopened, and the two men we'd seen bickering in the hallway stepped inside. The older of the pair wore a navy suit, while the younger, if only by a handful of years, wore slacks and a button-up shirt, but no jacket or tie. The taller of the pair had dark hair streaked with silver, which he wore swept back from his rugged, tanned face. His bright green eyes crinkled with warmth as he greeted us. "Welcome to the Tall Pine. I'm Paul Dunbar, the owner," he announced, clasping his manicured hands together, his smiling eyes flitting around the room in greeting. "Co-owner," the second man interjected, stepping forward. "Richard Dunbar," he added. Paul's expression soured a little, but he quickly managed the flicker of emotion. "Yes, of course, this is my younger brother, Ricky." Now it was Richard's turn to bristle. His hair was auburn and shot through with feathers of silver, as was his goatee. We, wanted to stop in and offer our congratulations to the bride and groom." Paul spread his hands as he beamed at Clint and me. "We are honored you've chosen our venue for this most important occasion. Please know that if there is anything you need, anything at all, we are available anytime, day or night." "Thank you. We're happy to be here," Clint said. As he leaned back, he slipped an arm over the back of my chair. I nodded. Everything has been wonderful so far. Well, relatively speaking. As Paul made small talk with our party, I noticed Ricky fade to the background, his hands knotting together nervously, and I wondered if what Clint and I observed in the hall was only a small taste of the brothers' seemingly fractured relationship. A server swooped in and placed a cappuccino in front of Naomi, the delicate cup perched on a small saucer. "Here you go, miss." Naomi nodded, not offering a thank you, as the server lingered. "Are you sure you don't want a bite of my cake?" Dr. Fairbanks asked his daughter, digging into his slice of what looked like carrot cake with gusto. Naomi held up a hand,
as if feeling the need to physically shield herself from the cake.
I don't do anything with white flour, she declared, before her gaze shifted to the plate in front of me. Honestly, you're so brave, Cora. I'd be so worried about fitting into my dress. If I were you, I'd be on a strict liquid diet for at least the month leading up to the wedding day.
Frowning, I met her stare evenly as I speared a huge bite of chocolate cake, taking a long moment to appreciate the thick layer of ganache on the side before popping it into my mouth. I hummed, licking some stray chocolate from my lower lip. This is absolute heaven. Naomi's painted lips pinched sourly. I allowed a smile, thinking Celine would be cheering for me if she were here. After the dessert plates were cleared, and the last of the coffee and tea was reduced to dregs in the bottom of mugs, Clint touched my shoulder.
Hey, Dr. Fairbanks invited me to grab a drink at the bar to catch up. Would that be all right? I didn't think there were any set plans for tonight.
Of course, I said, squeezing his hand. I needed to check on Celine and Aunt Lavender anyway. Clint smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners in that way that always made my heart flutter. He leaned in, his lips grazing mine.
Save room for a little more dessert later, he murmured in my ear, the warm smile audible in his voice.
Heat prickled over my cheeks as a grin tugged the corners of my mouth upward. Even after all this time, he could still make me feel that rush, like it was our first date all over again. Then he headed for the door. In the open space outside the private dining room, I spotted both Dean and Dr. Fairbanks waiting for Clint. The three men set off for the bar, and as I turned to veer the other way, planning to go back to the suite, Naomi scurried past in a blur of mahogany curls. She caught up to Clint and her father, inserting herself between them. The sound of her too loud laugh chased after me as I headed for the elevators. Mom and Liana accompanied me upstairs, while Evan took the twins to check out the indoor pool and Cheyenne went to their room to put Pierce to bed. Celine and Checkers were still at the table, licking every last drop of butter and fish residue from their plates. Apparently, the dinner had been a hit. Aunt Lavender had reclaimed the iPad and sat on the sofa, reading something as she slowly scrolled down the digital page. "Okay, so be honest," Liana squealed the moment the door was shut behind us. "What do you think of Dean? He's cute, right?" I smiled and went to the fridge in search of a bottle of water or iced tea. "And oh my stars, he's funny, too. He was telling me this crazy story about a summer he spent working on a real-life dude ranch and—" Ahem! Celine jumped down from the table and made a loud hacking noise. I cringed and looked down at the luxuriously thick pile carpet, hoping the hotel had a top-notch steam cleaner for what was about to happen next. Celine flicked her tail to attention once all eyes were on her, and I breathed a sigh of relief. There was so little distinction between her hairball noise and her look-at-me noise.
"Let's cut the girl talk and get down to brass tacks," she snapped. "There's no time to swoon over what I can only assume is a very mediocre businessman, while there's a curse looming over the second most important day of Cora's life."
Second most? My brow furrowed. Sure, I'd been married before, but obviously my wedding to Clint would be the most important day. Celine narrowed her eyes in my direction.
"Don't play coy with me. The most important day was the day we cemented our familiar bond. You and Loverboy may be close, but nothing is closer than a familiar and her guardian."
She sniffed, clearly offended she'd had to spell it out for me. Liana shot her a quelling look before turning back to me, her eyes bright. "Come on, Cora. Don't leave me in suspense. What's his deal? Is he single? Divorced? Please tell me he doesn't have baby mama drama." I snagged a bottle of water and cracked the cap away from the plastic seal. "I honestly don't know that much about him," I told Liana, as she flopped down onto the sofa beside my aunt. "He worked with Clint in Chicago, and the two have stayed in touch since Clint moved to Winterspell. I think he's in the accounting department." "It seemed like you two were hitting it off at dinner." Liana fanned herself. Did you see he has a dimple in his right cheek when he smiles? I mean, come on.
Oh, goddess help her, Mom chuckled. She's smitten already. Liana tossed her long braids over one shoulder and leaned against the cushions with a happy sigh. I can't help it if I'm a little boy crazy. Correction, man crazy. He who shall not be named was such a waste of time. I'm just ready to move on, that's all. Celine pretended to retch, eliciting eye rolls from the group. All right, I said, giving my familiar a pointed glance. What is it you want to discuss? Did you make any progress while we were downstairs? Because from the looks of things, you were too busy stuffing your face. I turned, eyeing the empty plates on the table. Honestly, Celine, that was a huge portion, even for you. She flashed her teeth.
I can handle it.
All right, but don't come crying to me when you have a stomachache in the middle of the night. I downed a few gulps of water, thinking regrettably of my own overly full stomach. I'd eaten the entire slice of cake, just to prove my point to Naomi, and now karma had come to punish me for my pettiness. Still worth it.
We need to set protective wards around the perimeter of the grounds,
Celine instructed, taking on the cadence and severity of a fuzzy drill instructor.
Liana, do you think you could tear yourself away from ogling your latest man muffin for a few hours to set wards with the rest of us?
When no response came, I glanced over at my best friend, only to find her snuggled into the sofa's dense cushions, her phone clutched in close, her eyes wide and searching as she scanned the screen. Lee? At that, she blinked and looked up, her trance momentarily broken. What? I snickered. You were trying to find his Instagram, weren't you? Maybe, she said, drawing out the syllables. We can go out and set wards tomorrow, I told Celine. I want to get a full night of sleep tonight. My familiar opened her mouth, preparing to protest, but I cut her off at the pass with a stern look. Don't make me pull the I'm the bride card. She scoffed.
Like that would even work on me.
But somehow, it did. I'd cleared out the suite by the time Clint returned from the bar. His cheeks were flushed, and his smile went positively devilish as he joined me in the bedroom, removing his suit jacket slowly. Are we alone? He asked, looking vaguely for signs of Celine. Nodding, I set aside my paperback and got up from the bed, stepping into his warm embrace. His breath smelled faintly of brandy as he leaned in and brushed a stray curl behind my ear. I centered a bunk with Aunt Lavender and checkers. Excellent, he murmured as his lips found mine. The kiss deepened, melding into a slow, sensual dance. The weight of the day's events was momentarily forgotten as we lost ourselves in each other. But just as we made it to the side of the bed, a sudden, frantic scratching at the door cut the moment far too short. My molars gnashed together. I will murder her. Pulling away with a sigh, Clint tugged his undershirt back on and went to open the door. Someone had better be bleeding, Cat, he grumbled, as the gray-blue streak shot through the room.
No blood, but someone almost died,
Celine exclaimed, as she launched onto the king-size bed.
The chandelier in the main hall just crashed down, Phantom of the Opera style, and nearly turned your wedding planner into a pancake.
Chapter 6. The words sent a cold shock through me. What? Is she okay?
She's shaken up, but she's physically fine. The chandelier missed her by mere inches.
Clint tugged on his shirt, missing a button as he worked with quick fingers. We need to get down there and make sure she's all right. He left the bedroom, muttering a curse under his breath as he spotted the gap in his shirt and had to undo the buttons. Celine jumped down in front of me as I shimmied back into my dress.
It's the locket,
she hissed. My eyes popped open wide. What? No, that's ridiculous. I'm sure it was just a mistake. Celine's eyes narrowed.
A mistake?
I don't know, I spat, scurrying past her. I stopped short in the doorway. Not a word of this to Clint. He doesn't know about the locket.
Ugh,
Celine scoffed.
You humans and your secrets.
I ignored her jab, my mind racing with possibilities. Was there a chance she was right? Shaking my head to banish the thought, I hurried to follow Clint out of the suite and to the elevators. As we made our way down to the main hall, I could hear the murmur of voices and the occasional clatter of glass being swept up. Rounding the corner into the lobby, we took in the chaotic scene as staff scrambled to cordon off the area where the massive chandelier had fallen, its once sparkling crystals now shattered across the marble floor. The gilded fixture had been moved to the side, leaving behind a wake of glittering glass. Paul and Ricky stood on the outskirts of the mess, wearing near-identical expressions of grave concern. Paul had a cell phone pressed to his ear, his gaze fixed on the scattered shards. Ricky had his arms folded and the corner of his lower lip pressed between his teeth. Valerie, a petite but formidable woman with sleek black hair cut in an angular bob, sat in one of the denim-colored wingback chairs placed on either side of a table by the windows lining the front entrance. Her dark eyes were wide but glassed over, as though she wasn't really seeing anything in front of her. "Valerie, are you okay?" I asked, kneeling down beside her. The woman nodded as she drew in a shaky breath. "I've never been so scared in my life. One moment I was walking, the next there was a loud crash and—" She trailed off, her eyes darting to the shattered chandelier. "Thank the stars you're okay." I patted her hands. Someone had given her a tissue, which lay balled up in her lap. "How could this happen?" I asked, looking over my shoulder and up at Clint, as though expecting him to have some sort of firm, rational reason. He shook his head, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Mr. and Mrs. Bridges." Turning, we found Paul barreling toward us, his arms outstretched, trying to conceal the scattered mess. "I am so sorry for the disturbance. I assure you this will all be cleaned up long before your guests start arriving tomorrow." I frowned. "Oh, I wasn't worried about that." I glanced down at Valerie. "We're just glad no one was hurt." Paul offered Valerie the barest of glances before spreading a wide smile across his face. "Of course. Please let me send up some wine to your suite. On the house." Valerie got to her feet, though she seemed a bit unsteady. "Can someone drive you home?" Clint asked, momentarily ignoring our host as he turned toward Valerie. He held out a hand but stopped short of making contact with her shoulders. Paul's smile rumpled at the edges, a flicker of something in his eyes. "Right. What a wonderful suggestion." Turning, he zeroed in on his brother. "Ricky, that sounds like a job you can manage." Valerie hiked her purse strap up on her shoulder and shook her head. "I'm fine," she said sharply. Then, her tone softening, she looked to Clint and me. "Really, I'm all right. I'll see you two in the morning." Clint's brow creased, but Valerie didn't wait around for us to protest further. She shuffled a few strides before her steps took on their usual all-business pace, and she exited the lodge through the automatic doors. Turning back, we found Paul pinning us with a smile. "So, would you prefer something red or white? Perhaps a compromise? A little rosé?" When it became apparent there was nothing we could do, we trudged back to the elevators and returned to our suite. Mom, Aunt Lavender, and Checkers were in their own room next door, but I didn't want to bother them. It was late, and we all needed our rest. Celine all but pounced on me as Clint held the door and ushered me back inside.
"Well, what happened? It was the curse, wasn't it? I swear I'll hex that batty old witch myself. Honestly, what was she thinking? And don't think I'm letting that throw pillow with legs off scot-free either."
I held up a hand, stilling the angsty feline as she marched back and forth. "She didn't do it on purpose. Let's give her a little slack." Celine hissed and kept pacing. "At least no one was injured," I added, already knowing it wouldn't console my shaken familiar.
I think you should call it off, she said.
I blinked. The wedding? A borderline hysterical laugh burst from between my lips. Yeah, that's not happening. Celine whirled around, her bright blue eyes fixing me with a hard stare. For some reason, it reminded me of the look Mom used to give me back in my high school days, whenever I got home past curfew, or the time I'd backed her car into a newspaper dispenser box not long after getting my license.
You're being impossible,
Celine told me. Because I'm not packing my suitcases and calling off the very elaborate, very expensive wedding I've spent the last however many months planning? I've honestly lost track.
The whole thing is cursed.
Clint held up a hand, taking a slight step forward to interject. Sorry, but I feel like I've missed a step. What exactly are we talking about? My eyes squeezed shut. Right. So much for keeping Clint out of the loop. Celine scoffed and strode past me to the door.
You fill him in. I'm going to shake Lavender out of bed.
Turning, I opened my mouth, readying a plea to get her to stay and go to sleep. But she was too quick. With a blast of magic, she slithered through a crack in the door and trotted down the carpeted hallway on quick, light paws. Is this just Celine's usual nonsense or something I need to worry about? Clint asked as he came around to flip the lock on the door. From the look in his eyes, it was clear what he wanted my answer to be. As for what I wanted, well, I'd been pretty happy right before Celine's interruption, but it was obvious that moment had passed. With a deep exhale, I stepped closer and let him loop his arms around me. There is a chance Aunt Lavender accidentally cursed our wedding. A chance? I quickly explained, as if somehow the speed of my delivery could lessen the weight of the words themselves. Afterward, Clint just stared for a long moment, unblinking. I know, I breathed, raking one hand through my short-cropped waves. I know, it's bad. But we don't know for sure if it's even something to worry about yet. For all we know, that chandelier fixture was rusted out or something. Clint gave a slight bob of his chin, though he looked far from convinced. I couldn't blame him. Since we'd first met, our lives had basically become a long string of magical scandals and mishaps, with more close calls than I could count on one hand. What did the, locket say? Clint finally asked. My eyes squinted halfway closed as I dredged the wording from my memory. When two hearts seek to bind, in this locket they'll find a fate that's been maligned. Trust not love's song, for the notes may be wrong. He considered it for a moment, turning the words over in his mind. Maligned seems kind of vague. And love's song, I don't know what to make of that part. We both know neither of us is qualified to sing at this little shindig of ours. A touch of a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, warming his brown eyes. I laughed softly. Not if we want to keep our guests from running for their lives, anyway. So, what do we do now? Wordlessly, I crossed into the bedroom, toed off my heels, and sank onto the edge of the bed. The comforters and sheets were still rumpled, inviting me to crawl back underneath them. We're all going out tomorrow night to set some protective wards. Aunt Lavender is looking into the origins of the locket in hopes of finding some background information on the curse. It's an old locket, though. Most likely, whoever set the curse in the first place has long since gone into the Stardust realm. Clint sat beside me, taking my hands in his. Sounds like it's in hand, then. Now, how do we ward out Celine so we can get back to where we left off? A smile plucked one corner of my lips. Let me text Aunt Lavender. I'll tell her to keep Celine busy. And honestly, she kind of owes me one. Clint chuckled as I reached for my phone. Chapter 7. 6 voicemails Half a dozen missed calls and a myriad of text messages greeted me in the morning. My eyes squinted in the aggressive glow emanating from my phone's screen, only to pop open wide, no longer caring if my cornea's seared. "Clint!" I swatted the other side of the bed blindly. "Clint, wake up! This is bad! Oh, this is bad!" A grumbled, half-muffled groan answered me. Mom, Liana, Valerie, and my aunt had all called and messaged. I opened Mom's thread first. Mom: "Morning, honey. There's been a slight wrinkle. When you're up, can you come downstairs? Valerie needs to discuss our options." Clint sat up, running his fingers through the limp strands of hair that fell into his eyes when left to air dry overnight. He scrubbed them away before raking his fingertips over his face. "What's up?" he asked through a stifled yawn. "Everything okay?" I opened Liana's message. Liana: "Seriously, it's going to be fine. We'll figure it out. But this place is for sure getting a 1-star on Yelp the moment we're out of here." "We need to go downstairs," I said. The other messages were the same. No details supplied. Gritting my teeth, I flung aside the coverlet and shimmied my way to the edge of the large, squishy bed. I tapped on the voicemail from Valerie and cupped the phone to my ear as I shuffled into the bathroom, the tile cool on my bare feet. Valerie's voice sounded clipped, but even-keeled. "Morning, Cora. I apologize for the disturbance, but I'm afraid I have some bad news. Somehow, the electrical breakers in half of the kitchen were blown. Or switched off. We're still trying to sort out how this happened, but the long and short of it is the majority of the food has to be thrown away, in keeping with health codes. I'm in my office, working to find alternatives, and we'll keep you posted. I'm so sorry. Please don't panic. We have options." A long pause signaled she'd either gotten distracted mid-message, or she wasn't sure of her own words. Her voice continued, "We'll sort this out. I'll speak with you shortly." Slowly, like in a horror movie after the character spotted the killer in the mirror, lurking in the shower, I spun on my heels. "The food is gone." Clint stepped into the bathroom, still bleary-eyed and slow. "What food?" The food! The food for the entire weekend!" I started pacing frantically, the phone clenched tightly in one hand as I stared at the screen, willing all of the messages and notifications to fade. "It's all ruined. Gone." Clint gently snagged my arm. Hey, slow down." With his other hand, he plucked the phone from my grasp. "One thing at a time." I buried my face in Clint's chest. "Valerie called. The fridges went out overnight." "How could that happen?" He bit off his words. I peeked up at him, my face scrunched. "You don't think, I pressed a finger to his lips. Don't even say it. The curse isn't real. It can't be." He considered me, then gave a tight nod. "Right. Of course." He set the phone on the counter, face down, then placed a steadying hand on each of my shoulders. "Let's shower and get dressed. 20-30 minutes isn't going to make much of a difference. Then we'll go down and meet Valerie and see what our options are, all right? I'm sure there is some kind of contingency plan for this kind of thing." My brow furrowed. "For thousands of dollars of food spoiling in a commercial fridge the night before the wedding?" Clint grimaced. "Technically 3 nights, but point taken." He left me only long enough to turn on the shower, and while my mind was still swirling faster than the steam filling the room, I let Clint take the lead and took the time to get ready before going downstairs to face the latest disaster. "I'm so sorry, Cora. I just don't know how this could happen." "Are they sure everything's ruined?" Clint asked. He had one arm around my waist, and his fingers held my hip firm, like he could tell I was on the verge of collapsing into a wretched little puddle right there on the floor. Mom, Aunt Lavender, and Liana stood to the side, wearing equally dire expressions, looking over the tables where a beautiful continental breakfast was laid out. Or, rather, where it was meant to be. A few trays of muffins sat alongside platters of jam and pots of oatmeal, with a myriad of toppings set to one side. But the omelet bar was absent. No steam rose from the line of Belgian waffle makers. All 3 of the kitchen's commercial fridges were affected by the outage, Valerie said, her expression pinched. The deep freeze might be okay, but that doesn't help us. Everything for the weekend was fresh. It's all ruined. I sagged against Clint. Valerie honestly looked on the verge of tears herself. Now, I've already called around to every caterer within a 2-hour radius. If we scrap the fancier items and simplify the menus, we should be able to cobble something together. Mom sauntered closer and offered me a monogrammed handkerchief. We're here to celebrate Cora and Clint's love. As long as we have that, everything else is just extra. She might have had a point, but it was hard to see it at the moment. So many months of planning had gone into making this weekend magical. The food, in particular, had been something I was very much looking forward to, and losing so much of that vision was a bitter pill to swallow. Especially with a mug of black coffee, which was the only option now that the creamer sat in a dumpster somewhere behind the lodge. The dining room doors opened, and Paul hurried in, his brother quick on his heels.
I came as soon as I heard,
Paul exclaimed. He turned to me, clasping my hands in his eyes glinting from Clint to me and back again.
I can only offer my deepest of apologies. I promise you, we'll do everything in our power to set this right, no matter the cost.
How could this happen? Clint asked. Isn't there some kind of fail-safe or alarm when the power is lost? Paul's face crumpled.
I'm not sure yet. I've put in a call to our repair shop, and they're sending someone out as we speak. By all accounts, it seems like some kind of freak accident.
Ricky shifted awkwardly behind his brother. Or... Paul's eyes flashed, and he jerked around, releasing my hand as he shot the glower over his shoulder.
Not now,
he hissed between clenched teeth. What? I asked, my brow creasing. What is it? Is there something else? Slowly, Paul turned back to face me, his expression pinched into an almost painful-looking smile.
Oh, no, nothing like that. It's just... my brother has it in his head that this was done deliberately. We recently had to let someone go,
Ricky chimed in. Paul shot another dagger in his brother's direction.
It's back-of-house talk, Ricky. Let's not burden our most esteemed guests with these wild ideas and speculations.
Paul all but chased his brother from the dining room, and Valerie swooped in, insisting that Clint and I sit and eat before going out on our planned excursion, a hike on the Wind Mountain Trail. We just settled around a small table with plates of lukewarm oatmeal when Naomi breezed into the dining room, followed by her father. Her makeup was perfectly applied, her dark wavy tresses pulled up in a high ponytail. Her face looked ready for a day at the office or some kind of corporate event. But the vibrant athletic gear clinging to her suggested she was heading to the lodge's on-site gym. Unless... Before I could voice my theory, Clint was waving Dr. Fairbanks and Naomi over to join us.
Slim pickings,
she remarked, casting a cursory look at the barren buffet tables. Clint cleared his throat.
There was an issue with the hotel fridge. They're working it out.
Dr. Fairbanks made a tutting sound as he reached for a poppy seed muffin.
How awful,
Naomi replied, an exaggerated pout forming on her lips.
I heard about that dreadful chandelier accident last night. Talk about unlucky, and right before your big day. Almost like it's cursed or something.
I choked on my coffee.
Are we still planning on hiking?
Naomi asked Clint. I slid Clint a sideways glance. He bobbed his head eagerly.
If you're still up for it. If I remember correctly, you weren't much of an outdoorsy kind of lady.
Naomi laughed, tossing her head back to elongate her neck.
Look who's talking.
Clint chuckled.
Touché. Of course we're still on for the hike, she exclaimed. Right, Daddy?
Dr. Fairbanks nodded amiably, as he carved his oversized muffin into 4 segments using a butter knife. Absently, he passed one to Naomi, but she shook her head, recoiling from the sight of the sugar-laden treat. Liana eyed Naomi's ensemble critically. A hike in that getup? Honey, you're gonna chafe in all the wrong places. I stifled a laugh as Naomi's smile strained. Oh, I'll be fine, she said, through a fierce flashing of teeth. Don't you worry about little old me. At least it should be a nice morning for it, I said, doing my best to smother my irritation. Let's all meet in the lobby in 15 minutes. Just watch out for the caution cones, Naomi said with a laugh as she strutted away from the buffet, shaking every last bit of what her mama gave her. With any luck, the mountain air would blow away some of this cursed cloud hanging over us, and maybe take Naomi along with it. After picking at my oatmeal, I retreated upstairs to change into hiking clothes. But as I rifled through my options, everything suddenly looked drab and unflattering. My practical t-shirts and broken-in jeans seemed childish compared to Naomi's sleek, contour-hugging outfit. I sighed, tugging half-heartedly at an oversized flannel, as Celine leaped onto the bed, catching my eye in the mirror's reflection.
You look about as thrilled as I'd be at a dog birthday party, she quipped. What did I miss?
I quickly recapped the destroyed food and Naomi's impromptu hike invitation. Celine flexed her toes, extending her claws and retracting them with careful precision to not snag in the embroidery on the edge of the duvet cover.
You know my offer is still open. Just say the word and I'll see to it that the harpy is out of commission.
Tempting as it was, I shook my head. Thanks, but I can handle Naomi. In some ways, this might be a good thing. She'll see how Clint and I are together and realize her little games won't work. I kicked off my baggy jeans and pulled on a fitted pair of leggings. Sure, there was more than a bit of cat fur sticking to the fabric, and they were worn a little thin between the thighs, but they weren't tattered yet. Besides, Clint had always complimented the way my posterior looked in them. There, I declared, turning to Celine. How's that? She gave me an appraising look and nodded.
Much better. Now get out there and show that would-be husband-stealer who's boss.
I just finished lacing my trusty hiking boots when a sharp rap sounded at the door. Aunt Lavender swept inside without waiting for a reply, eyes bright behind her cat-eye reading glasses. Good news, my dear. I just got off the phone with the clerk over at the auction house, and I got quite the scoop on the locket. I glanced at my watch. I had a few minutes to go before I'd need to be downstairs. Clint had offered to get me a latte from the coffee kiosk down the road from the lodge and left ahead of me. Anything helpful? I asked, meeting my aunt's gaze. Oh, I think so. She nodded encouragingly. It belonged to the Landover family. She paused as though allowing for recognition to spark. When I gave a brief shake of my head, she continued. Well, they're a very old, very prestigious family of witches. Sadly, tragedy struck some 30 years ago when a terrible car accident killed several of the witches. How awful. According to the clerk, the items in the auction were kept in storage in the decades following the accident, waiting for one of the younger Landover witches to come into their inheritance. Well, apparently, this youngest witch wants nothing to do with magic and ordered all of the belongings to be sold off in an estate sale the moment the ink dried on the contract.
Wait, Celine interjected. This was a magical auction house?
Aunt Lavender looked puzzled. Of course. That's where all the good stuff is. You know that, Celine. Celine blinked up at her former guardian, temporarily rendered speechless.
So, you bought an old, spooky locket from a magic auction and thought, well, that sure is pretty, and besides, what's the worst that could happen? And just handed it to your niece the weekend of her wedding?
Aunt Lavender's eyes narrowed, the frustration evident on her face, even as a flush of pink washed over her cheeks. I couldn't tell if she was about to scream or cry. Perhaps both. "You're beating a dead horse," I told Celine out of the corner of my mouth. She said she was sorry. "Mark my words, Cora. I'll find someone who can break this curse before Sunday." With a cutting look at Celine, she bustled from the room, muttering a list of plans under her breath. Chapter 8. Latte in hand, I rode with Mom, Liana, Clint, and Celine to the head of the Wind Mountain Trail just after 9:30. The soft morning sun filtered through the majestic evergreens towering overhead. Dr. Fairbanks and Naomi drove in next, followed by Dean, driving a silver sedan with a sticker on the windshield from the rental agency. At the sight of Celine, waiting patiently beside my right ankle, Naomi sputtered a laugh. "Bringing your emotional support animal hiking? How precious." Celine bristled, a low growl rumbling in her throat. Dean climbed out of his rental and blinked. "Is that a good idea? Bringing a cat on a hike?" "She'll stick with the group," Clint said, flashing Celine a little grin. "Shall we?" He gestured to the trail marker, his smile widening. "Bride and groom first," Mom said, patting me on the shoulder. Clint and I set off together. But as the trail unfolded, the group loosened a bit as everyone settled into their natural pace. Inevitably, this meant I slowly fell behind until I was walking side by side with Mom and Celine at the back of the small party. I was an avid hiker, logging hundreds of miles on the trails around Winterspell Lake, but I was also the shortest person among those of us making our way up the steep trail. Regardless of how fast I could pump my legs, I still struggled to keep pace. That and the fact that my mind was running 100 miles an hour in the opposite direction, back toward the lodge, where I envisioned Valerie running around more erratically than Egbert the metal chicken. She was a seasoned professional, and I took some comfort in her experience. But still, there were some things that even the most precise logistics couldn't account for. Like 3 commercial fridges worth of food going bad, literally overnight. According to the itinerary, after the hike, we'd have just enough time to freshen up and get back downstairs to greet the wave of guests joining us that afternoon. The bulk of our guests would be coming tomorrow, but more than 40 were expected to arrive over the course of the afternoon. Most of whom were from Clint's side of the guest list and largely strangers to me, which only made me feel worse knowing the dire straits we'd be in with regard to the food preparation. The first impression many of these guests would have was me trying not to have a meltdown over a sparsely populated brunch buffet.
"You weren't kidding about the skin-tight outfit,"
Celine said, looking ahead to Naomi as she kept an easy pace on my other side.
"She's liable to tug a hip joint out of place wriggling those things off at the end of the day."
"Celine," I chided.
"What, they can't hear me?"
Celine replied.
"The home-wrecking harpy is too busy giggling and fluttering her eyelashes at Clint to notice a talking cat."
"Gee, now why doesn't that make me feel better?" I muttered, rolling my eyes. "What's all this?" Mom asked, her expression tightening as she followed my gaze to the striking brunette walking just a hair too close to Clint. Undoubtedly, sometime before we headed back, she'd find herself tripping over a rock or a fallen log, or perhaps nothing at all, just to tumble into his arms. I shook my head, stuffing down the urge to mutter something ugly. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, Celine had no such compunction.
"Miss Spandex over there wants a slice of Cora's cake, if you catch my drift."
I snorted, despite my irritation. "Who is she again?" Mom asked. "I saw her come in, but never got a proper introduction."
"Let me guess. She was busy wiping drool off the baby's face, acting like slime is somehow cute,"
Celine snarked. Celine liked my baby nephew about as much as she liked Pippin, our new dog. "She and Clint went to college together," I said, ignoring Celine. "And that's her dad, Dr. Albert Fairbanks, Clint's mentor. Although I'm not quite sure I see the connection. He's a professor of anthropology, not exactly Clint's keen interest, But I guess the pair of them were quite close, and therefore so was his daughter, Naomi. Mom made a noise in the back of her throat that conveyed her skepticism. I see.
She wasn't invited, Celine added, her voice sharp. She tagged along as her daddy's +1, if you can believe that.
Mom squeezed my arm. You've got nothing to worry about, dear. Clint only has eyes for you. He's probably just happy to catch up with an old friend. Oh, I know, I sighed. It's not that I want to fight with the woman or anything like that.
Although that would be highly entertaining,
Celine interjected. It's just grating that she doesn't even see me as any kind of an obstacle. I mean, this isn't a birthday party or a casual get-together. It's our wedding weekend. I don't know how much clearer it could be that he's taken.
There should be some pretty steep ravines along this trail,
Celine said, taking a few trotting steps to get ahead of me.
It would be a shame if she took a little tumble.
She snickered and lowered her front half into a hunting pose, her eyes trained on Naomi, who chose that particular moment to let out an obnoxiously high-pitched giggle, clinging to Clint's arm as she did so. Celine flicked a glance in my direction as I passed her by.
I've spent a lot of time around the man, Cora. We both know he's not that funny.
I scowled down at my feline familiar and kept marching along the trail. We'll have to agree to disagree there, but your point is made. However, my earlier decision still stands. There is to be no assaulting or murder on my wedding weekend.
I haven't the foggiest where you get your optimism, Cora. After all, most witches in your position would be canceling the entire wedding and running for the hills, out of the path of that old hag's curse.
Mom groaned. Okay, Celine. I think that's enough helping from you. Turning to look at me, she offered a supportive smile, the kind that only moms could manage. It was as if a warm motherly embrace were bottled up and turned into a simple look. Your wedding is not cursed, she said earnestly. I refuse to believe it. Celine scoffed as she vaulted onto a fallen log and set about sharpening her claws. She let out a loud yowl, momentarily drawing the attention of Dr. Fairbanks, Clint, and Naomi, who looked back. Naomi with a particularly severe look of disgust. She couldn't believe Clint was marrying someone like me, and to top it off, my cat vexed her too. Then again, Celine tended to have that effect on people, so perhaps that part was fair. As we came to a lookout point along the trail, offering a panoramic view of the deep blue water below, we found Dean and Liana standing shoulder to shoulder, passing a canteen back and forth as they caught their breath. At least somebody's having fun this weekend, I said, half teasingly to Mom, as I jutted my chin in Liana's direction. My best friend wore a wide smile, the one I knew she reserved specifically for handsome men she was interested in. Judging by the look on Dean's face, the feeling was mutual. Mom laughed softly. I about fell out of my chair this morning when she came down in a pair of hiking boots and said she was ready to hit the trail. As far as I knew, Liana's only form of cardio is shopping sprees. I laughed and nodded. She takes the occasional spin class, but yeah, anything that requires bug spray is right out the window. Collectively, the group came to a stop to admire the view and rest. Water bottles and snacks were passed around. The hike wasn't particularly long, but I never turned down a scoop of trail mix. As I munched the sweet and salty snack, Naomi sidled up next to Clint again, her hand brushing his arm as she pointed out a soaring red-tailed hawk overhead. Before she could get another word out, I chucked my trail mix into the bushes and strode forward, firmly inserting myself between them. Clint looped an arm around my waist and leaned over to plant a kiss on my glistening brow. I didn't see Naomi's face, but the visual image my mind conjured up was good enough. Liana latched onto Dean's arm, eyes shining with mischief. Hey, want to race to the next trail marker? Before he could reply, she took off down the path in a blur of long braids and her wide, brilliant grin. With a surprised laugh, Dean chased after her. Young love, blossoming before our eyes. "You want a race?" Clint asked me with a chuckle. I gave his long legs an appraising glance. "Oh, sure, that would be a fair fight." He grinned, his hand smoothing over the small of my back before dropping it to take my hand. We continued onward, our fingers woven together. "How are you holding up?" he asked, ducking under a low-hanging pine branch. I smiled up at him. "I wouldn't say no to a foot massage later." Clint laughed, the sound warm and rich. "I think that can be arranged." "I'm upset about the food, obviously," I continued, "but Valerie is working on it. That's all I can really ask, I guess." Clint glanced over his shoulder before speaking again, and even then, he kept his voice low. "Do you think this has something to do with you know?" I shook my head. "I have no idea. Maybe? But then Ricky made it sound like they might know who did it. Aunt Lavender got a lead on the locket. She's looking for more information. I can tell she feels awful about this whole mess." "It wasn't her fault," Clint said. "No one thinks it was intentional." I nodded vaguely, and we continued on, the incline growing sharper as we reached the top. "Almost there," Clint encouraged, as I huffed up a particularly rocky stretch. At the top of the ridge, we were rewarded with sweeping views of the gorge that stole my breath all over again. Happily, I leaned into Clint as we soaked it in. "It's so beautiful here," I murmured. "I'm glad we decided to add a hike to the itinerary. It's hard to be upset with a view like this." Clint's thumb traced over my knuckles. "Me too," he said softly. I squeezed his hand, my heart swelling. Behind us, Naomi yelped. I swung around, half expecting to see a burst of Celine's magic set to levitate the woman off the side of the cliff, only to find her swatting viciously at some kind of winged insect. From the underbrush nearby, a chuckle rustled through the leaves of a sprawling fern. Clint tried to slow his pace to match mine as we descended the trail, but his longer legs combined with the downhill slope had me urging him to go on ahead. Celine, Mom, and I chatted as we progressed, and it was apparent Mom was trying her best to keep my mind occupied with talk of the upcoming Halloween and holiday promotions at the shop, and about the bulbs she wanted to plant in her garden when we got home from the trip. I was only halfway listening to her landscape ideas when a flash of light snagged at the edge of my vision. I stuttered a step as I peered into the dense forest lining the marked path. The blue-silver light zipped away, deeper into the woods. Fireflies weren't native to the Pacific Northwest, and even if they were, it was the middle of the morning. I came to a stop, blinking hard. "Did you see that?" Celine swung around in time to catch the fading end of the shimmering glow. Her ears perked, and before I could stop her, she slunk off the trail, vanishing into the underbrush. I started to protest, but Mom caught my arm. "Celine can take care of herself. Come on, let's catch up with the others." I bit my lip, but conceded she had a point. We carried on, with no sign of Celine or more of the strange lights, until the parking lot finally came into view. Liana skipped over to greet us as we stepped onto the asphalt, her cheeks flushed. "Hey, so I think I'm gonna grab a ride back with Dean if that's okay." "Of course," I said, resisting the urge to look over at Clint. "We'll see you back at the lodge." She scurried off, while Naomi climbed wordlessly into her father's sedan. Dr. Fairbanks raised a hand in farewell before pulling out behind Dean's car. Once they were gone, I strode over to Clint and held up my hand. "Success!" He laughed and gave me a high five, then glanced back toward the trail. "Where's the furball?"
"Who are you calling a furball?" Celine growled as she trotted down the path, her tail swishing in agitation. Clint grimaced. "Oops." "What did you find?" "Nothing," she grumbled, sending a casual flick of magic at the back door of the SUV. "Tell me we're eating when we get back to the hotel. I'm half starved, and if you don't feed me soon, I'm going to start getting cranky." Clint cast his eyes to the sky,
and yanked open the passenger seat door, letting me into the vehicle. The last thing we needed, on top of everything else, was Celine having a hypoglycemic meltdown. "We're going," I told the cat as I buckled my seatbelt. "Hold your horses." She sniffed.
I never much cared for horses, but I suppose I'm hungry enough to try just about anything.
I rolled my eyes. Not what I meant. What's up with the lights? Clint climbed in behind the wheel and started the engine. Celine shook her head.
I couldn't find anything. I wouldn't worry about it.
Clint slid me a look. Should I ask? Probably not. He stifled a groan and backed out of the lot. Chapter 9.
I talked to Lavender, and the plan is to meet outside tonight at midnight and set some protective wards,
Celine announced, as she sauntered into our suite shortly after we'd returned from the hike.
It's just a precaution, she continued, and it won't stop deranged former employees, of course, but it should help buffer any ill-intentioned magic headed this way.
I gave my familiar a skeptical glance in the mirror as I worked a bit of moisturizer into my freshly scrubbed skin. Is this legit, or just a way of easing Aunt Lavender's mind? Celine parked her hindquarters on the tile floor.
A little bit of both, I suppose. If the curse is aimed in your direction, it's likely weakened, seeing as it's been trapped inside that locket for the better part of the past 30 years. So some basic wards might be able to rebuff the worst of it.
I frowned as my fingertips slid over the bridge of my nose, then to my cheekbones and jaw. I didn't think magic had expiration dates. I mean, think of the Golden Lotus for one. That thing was way older than this locket and its magic was still intact. Why would this be any different? Celine swished her tail. She hated being questioned like this. But if this plan was just busy work, meant to soothe my aunt's guilt, I'd rather sit it out and use that time to sleep instead. We'd hired a makeup artist for the wedding day, one skilled enough to cover the darkest of under-eye circles, but still, I wanted as smooth of a canvas as possible.
I'll level with you, Cora. This is more of a working theory. But the old bird is on a sensible track. The Golden Lotus was enchanted by a very powerful practitioner, and the enchantments were complex and wide-reaching. A broad-spectrum curse like this, where the consequences are left vague, packs less of a magical punch, so to speak. Look at it this way. Best case scenario, we block any ill effects and I'll go home happy. Worst case, the wards don't block the curse, but they'll still function as a canary in a coal mine, and let us know if something sketchy is trying to cross onto the lodge's grounds.
I nodded absently and finished applying the lotion, her words sinking in. A knock sounded on the front door of the suite, and Celine went to answer it, her tail held high as she skittered across the floor.
That'll be Lilac and Liana.
Voices filled the other room, and I stepped out of the bathroom, still swaddled in my cushy hotel robe following my shower, and found Mom, Aunt Lavender, and Checkers. Where's? Before the question left my lips, my best friend caught the door just a hair before it fell shut. Liana swept inside, wearing a serene smile and carrying a coffee cup in one manicured hand. I crooked an eyebrow at her. Made a little detour on the way back, did we? Liana shrugged casually, but her smile widened. We may have passed a little coffee shop and stopped to check it out. She took a sip and crossed the room to sit on the sofa, draping one leg over the other, and I noted she hadn't yet changed out of her hiking attire. Any update on the food situation? I grimaced. Valerie texted a couple of times while we were out on the trail. The messages didn't come through until we got back to the cars. She's working on a plan B. She told me not to worry, but I'm pretty sure that would be impossible at this point. I checked my watch, my frown deepening as new lines bunched across my brow. And the guests will be arriving in less than 2 hours. Mom swept back toward the door. Tell you what, I'll go downstairs and see what's going on. Maybe they can put me to work in the kitchen. I offered a rueful smile. There was no way they were going to let Mom into the kitchen, even just to supervise. But I didn't object to her plan, if only to have one fewer concerned face pointed in my direction. "Checkers and I will go walk the grounds and sketch out a plan," Aunt Lavender said, following Mom's lead. "Are you sure I can go?" Checkers glanced nervously between Celine and Aunt Lavender. "I thought I was supposed to stay in the room." "I'm sure it's fine. I play the part of an eccentric old biddy quite well. No one will question me taking my cat out for a lovely afternoon stroll." Celine snorted.
"It's hardly playing a part, Lavender."
"Oh, hush. No one asked you." Liana laughed. "I swear the four of you need your own reality show." "Hey, leave me out of it," I muttered as I plopped onto the couch beside her. Liana grinned as she leaned over and nudged her shoulder against mine. "You need me to do anything?" The subtext of her question was all over her face, shining through even more clearly as she raised her coffee cup to her lips and eyed me, taking a long sip. "You just want to know if you can ditch me to go flirt with your new man." Liana feigned a look of innocence, but we'd been friends far too long for it to work on me. "Go on," I said, shooing her off the sofa. "I need to finish getting dressed anyway." Liana jumped to her feet and hurried to follow Mom, Aunt Lavender, and the two cats out the door. She paused a moment and looked back, a question forming on her brow. "Where's Clint?" "Oh, he went to check out the putting green with Dr. Fairbanks. He should be back soon, though. He'll want to get cleaned up before the other guests start arriving." I hesitated for a moment, wondering if I should say something about Naomi. Liana had been far too distracted on the hike to fully notice the woman's behavior. But, in the end, I swallowed it down. There was no reason to voice the misgivings. Liana let the door fall closed and turned back to fully face me. "Cora?" I glanced up. You sure everything is all right? I can totally stay if you want company." I smiled. "Are you volunteering to stand outside the door and sing for me while I get changed?" Liana laughed. "I mean, if that's what you want. You're the bride, after all." I chuckled softly and shook my head. "I'm fine, I promise. The steam shower helped. Well, after I figured out how to use the blasted thing, it has more knobs and dials than a small spacecraft." Liana snorted. "I'll bet. But those little aromatherapy beads are pretty nice." "Oh yeah, I already stashed a whole packet of them in my suitcase to take home with me." "Good thinking," she replied with a laugh. When it faded, she canted her head, considering me. "You're sure you're all right, though? I know things are off to a bit of a bumpy start." I bobbed my head and pushed to my feet. "I'm sure, but thanks. I appreciate it." "Okay, I'll see you downstairs then." She offered a warm smile before pulling open the door and slipping out into the hallway. I allowed myself a few extra minutes on the couch, reluctant to get out of my cozy robe, when a soft knock sounded at the door. A smile worked its way across my face as I went to check the peephole, halfway expecting to find Clint had locked himself out. Instead, a young woman in a hotel uniform stood there, holding a glass vase bursting with delicate pink and white roses. "Ms. Harth?" she asked, her voice soft and gentle. I nodded, staring at the beautiful array of flowers. Were they from Clint? It would be just like him to send an arrangement to brighten my day. But no, he would have sent something more wild and colorful. This arrangement was too perfect, too classic in the color and style. I always liked bouquets that looked like they could have been gathered from a field of wildflowers growing alongside a quiet back road. The employee bustled into the room and pointed her narrow chin toward the table. "Should I set them here?" "Sure," I replied, letting the heavy door fall closed with a soft click as I followed her deeper into the suite. "Is there a card?" The woman leaned over the arrangement, gently peeking between the foliage and clusters of baby's breath. After a moment, she withdrew her hand and shook her head. "I don't see one. They were just dropped off at the front desk. Would you like me to call the florist and ask? Maybe they just forgot to attach the card, Or it could have fallen off in the delivery van. That's okay. No need to bother the florist. They're probably from my mom. She loves roses. Thank you for bringing them up. I moved to get my purse to offer a gratuity, but the woman held up a hand, signaling there was no need, as she left the room. Smiling at the bouquet, I leaned in to inhale the rose's sweet perfume. But a glimpse of jagged leaves amongst the delicate petals made me recoil. Poison ivy, nestled cunningly between each bloom. No florist would make such a dire mistake. My hands trembled with anger, even as a chill slithered down my spine. This wasn't some accident, or even the result of an old curse. This was personal. Someone was trying to sabotage my wedding. Someone who would have delighted in seeing me walk down the aisle itching and swollen and miserable. As the horrifying realization roiled through me, there was only one name that came to mind. Chapter 10. The bouquet landed with a dull thud in the trash can as I stalked back into the bathroom to finish getting ready. With my pulse thundering in my ears, there was no way I could lie back down and relax. My hands were still shaking as I applied the last touch of lipstick. "Cora?" "In here," I called at the sound of Clint's voice. I jammed the cap on the gold tube and tossed it into my makeup bag. "Wow, you look gorgeous," he said, pausing to admire me in the doorway to the bathroom. "New dress?" Turning to face him, I smoothed my hands over my hips, encased in a flattering skirt that flared out with a ruffled edge at the hem. "Mm-hmm." My eyes met Clint's, and his smile faded. "Hey there, what's wrong?" The soft tone of his voice and the concern in his eyes cracked the shell I'd worked so hard to shore up since receiving the bouquet. Tears prickled at my eyes, and my nose burned. Clint crossed the bathroom with 2 long strides and wrapped his arms around me. He still smelled faintly of sweat and pine, but I didn't protest as I buried my face in his solid chest. "What's wrong? Is this about the food? Because I just talked to Valerie downstairs, and they have enough for today's brunch. A restaurant 1 town over was able to help. The menu is a little different than the one we selected, but it all sounded good. And the most important thing is it's here, being prepared right now. It's all going to work out." A hiccup caught in my throat. I had my suspicion as to who was behind the poisonous bouquet, but I didn't have any proof. At least, not yet. I'd been too rattled to call down to the front desk and get the name and number for the florist. Like it or not, and I most decidedly did not, Naomi was Clint's guest, his friend. I couldn't risk accusing her of something so ugly unless I had something solid to back me up. So I rubbed my eyes, careful not to disturb my eye makeup, and put on my best smile as I lifted my head to meet Clint's gaze. He placed a crooked finger under my chin and offered a smile warm enough to make me melt like a chocolate bar left on the dash of a car in summertime. "It's all going to work out, honey. And even if something else goes wrong, knock on wood," he chuckled. "At the end of this thing, the most important part is that we'll do what we came here to do. We'll be married." "You're right." I nodded. Clint kissed me, then pulled me in closer, holding me for a long moment, his hands sliding lower on my back. "Don't go getting any ideas," I told him with a playful giggle. "I didn't just spend 40 minutes getting ready to have you come in here and mess it all up." Clint chuckled and released me with a reluctant groan. "Remind me why we didn't just elope? We could be poolside by now, drinking margaritas in the sun." I laughed and shooed him toward the shower. "Pretty sure I suggested that at multiple points over the past few months. You're the one who had to invite every last acquaintance, colleague, and long-lost family friend." Clint winced as he leaned into the shower and cranked on the hot water. "Well, we can thank my godfather for some of that." "I know." Our plans for a smaller affair had quickly blown up as Clint's godfather laid on a guilt trip about leaving out longtime family friends and acquaintances. And once the venue changed, so too did Clint's original idea of inviting only a few of his former colleagues and friends from Chicago. The whole thing kind of snowballed. Clint stripped off his shirt, and I regretted that we didn't have just a tiny bit of extra time. The only upside to the chaos thus far was it gave Celine something to do, and other places to be, allowing us some long-awaited privacy. It would be a shame not to take advantage. The sound of laughter and excited chatter filled the air as Clint and I stepped into the main lobby. The wreckage of the fallen chandelier was gone, though the ceiling looked a little less grand without it hanging overhead. Clint was immediately engulfed by a sea of unfamiliar faces, as people offered both salutations and congratulations. Hotel employees were frantically trying to clear suitcases and bags from the lobby's floor, while the two front desk clerks worked to get everyone checked in and distribute the correct room keys to the swarm of new arrivals. "Ah, Cora!" Valerie bustled toward me, her eyes wide, a tablet tucked under one arm. "A little update for you. The food is ready to go, with enough to cover tomorrow as well. I've also got a line on some bakeries who can provide pastries and cookies for Sunday. Thank God we didn't have the cake on site yet. Can you imagine?" She gave a shiver and held out her tablet, a digital task list glowing on the bright screen. "I think that was it. You just enjoy your guests and let me handle the rest." "Thank you, Valerie. We really appreciate you handling everything so smoothly." She nodded and scurried off, still staring at the tablet screen. Clint caught my attention and beckoned for me to join him. I didn't recognize any of the faces in the small crowd, and my nerves clawed at my stomach as I plastered on a smile and wove through the throng to join him. He looped an arm around my waist as he nodded toward his group of friends. "Cora, I want you to meet some people," he said. "This is Mitchell, Raj, and Claire. We all work together at my old firm in Chicago." "It's so nice to finally meet you," Claire exclaimed, reaching out to shake my hand. Mitchell and Raj echoed her sentiments, and we all clasped hands in greeting. "It's so nice to meet you all. Thank you for coming all this way to celebrate with us." Mitchell grinned. "Of course. We've been dying to meet the woman who finally got this workaholic to settle down." The others chuckled knowingly. Clint rubbed the back of his neck, looking both proud and a little sheepish. Unlike Naomi, the three sharply dressed associates radiated warmth and genuine elation as we chatted. Even still, there was a twinge of anxiety as I carefully worded my answers to their casual questions. I didn't spend much time outside the magical bubble of life in Winterspell, and it felt awkward to tiptoe around the conversation, careful not to let anything secret slip out. It got easier with each new introduction, as I could recycle my answers. It seemed everyone had the same 3 or 4 inquiries. What do you do for work? How did you and Clint meet? When did you know Clint was the one? And of course, a few of his aunts raised the question as to when they might expect to receive a baby announcement in the mail. Clint choked on his mimosa at that one. The crowd eventually thinned as people went upstairs to get settled into their rooms ahead of the brunch. As I finished waving to a cluster of his former co-workers before they boarded the elevator, my gaze drifted across the room and snagged on Naomi. She sat alone in one of the high-backed chairs flanking the impressive stone fireplace across from the front desk. She had a champagne glass in one hand, the dregs of a mimosa swirling at the bottom, and 3 empty flutes beside her on the rustic end table. Her attention was glued to her phone, a bitter twist to the corners of her pouty lips. Was she sulking that her plan to break me out in hives hadn't worked? Or was there something else going on? In any case, I was just happy she was distracted and not publicly attempting to flirt with Clint in front of his friends and family. While a far cry from our original plan, the brunch spread looked appealing, with fresh fruit, decadent pastries, and half a dozen varieties of quiche artfully arranged on the long tables. The clinking of silverware against plates and the hum of conversation filled the air as we settled down for the early afternoon meal. I listened half-heartedly to the stories and chatter swirling around me, nodding and smiling when appropriate. But my mind kept drifting back to how different this weekend would have been if we'd opted for a smaller, more intimate gathering. For some reason, now that I was smack dab in the middle of the weekend, I felt out of place. Almost like I was playing a part in someone else's life.
More coffee, dear?
One of Clint's aunts asked, jolting me out of my thoughts. Oh, sure. I raised my mug. Thank you.
So, are you two getting cold feet yet? The big day will be here soon,
she chimed as she filled my cup. Clint chuckled.
Not a chance.
His aunt fixed me with a look, her smile coy, as though she knew something I didn't.
And you, dear?
I blinked and shook my head.
Good. And I think it's nice, Clint, how you've brought everyone together.
She leaned back in her chair, her fork poised over a slice of half-eaten quiche.
I'm sure your mother is looking down and smiling.
Beside her, his other aunt snorted into her mimosa.
Or rolling in her grave. Denise, we talked about this.
The woman only shrugged and sipped her drink.
Ignore her. You're doing a good thing. The right thing.
Clint nodded, his smile a little strained. His family history was complicated, filled with the rivalries and infighting that could crop up in any family, but especially one with so much money to squabble over.
I'd love to hear about your safari,
Clint said, as he placed his water goblet on the table.
Do you have pictures on your phone?
This worked like magic, shifting the conversation in a wildly different direction, one far less fraught with complicated emotions and long-buried scars. Still, I was relieved when Valerie swooped in, flanked by two servers holding large trays, and ushered everyone out to the back deck for lawn games and cocktails. As the crowd shifted outside into the sunshine and fresh mountain air, I made my escape. I'll be right there, just running to the ladies' room, I told Clint, squeezing his arm. He nodded, heading out with the others. Finally, alone, I let out a shaky breath. Just a few more hours of playing hostess, I told myself. I could do this. Once inside the sanctuary of the quiet restroom, I exhaled a long breath and let cool water run over my wrists before dabbing some on my cheeks and brow. Beside the waste paper basket, a potted plant began to vibrate, and I nearly jumped out of my skin when a furry head popped out like a jack-in-the-box.
Finally,
Celine exclaimed.
I've been waiting in this bathroom for ages, and believe me, you do not want to know about the things I've heard and smelled in here.
I pressed a hand to my racing heart. Celine, you scared me half to death. What are you doing? The cat wrinkled her nose.
Never mind that. We've got bigger fish to fry.
If this is your way of telling me you want lunch, you're barking up the wrong tree.
First of all, I would never bark, Cora.
Her whiskers twitched.
And secondly, this isn't about food.
For once, I muttered, turning off the tap. Celine leaped out of the plant and onto the counter, her tail swishing.
While you've been playing nice with the future in-laws, I did some investigating around the property. Those weird lights we saw in the woods? Turns out, these mountains are crawling with sprites.
I raised an eyebrow. Sprites? You mean like fairies?
More like angry little buggers with sharp teeth and a vendetta, she replied. I found a whole hive of them near the lodge. They attacked me.
Are you okay? I checked her over for injuries. Celine sat up straight, offended.
Of course I'm okay. It'll take more than that to ruffle my fur. The wards should protect against any sprite mischief, but we'll need to keep an eye on the nasty little things to keep you from getting pelted by rotten berries as you make your way up the aisle.
I sagged back against the granite counter. I don't think the wedding is cursed, but there is someone out to ruin it. She canted her head.
Do tell.
I quickly explained about the poison ivy and the mysterious bouquet, and my suspicions about Naomi.
I'll wring her little neck,
Celine growled, her tail vibrating like a rattlesnake poised to strike. Let me handle it, I said, holding up a hand. As soon as there is a gap in the scheduled activities, I'll get the number for the florist and confirm it was her. Once Clint sees it, he'll ask her to leave, and the problem will be solved. For all we know, she's the one who unplugged those fridges, too. She certainly would have had easy access.
I wonder if this was her plan all along, Celine said. They weren't even supposed to arrive until today, right?
I nodded.
Maybe she wanted to get here before everyone else, to give her more time to scare you off and get the whole wedding canceled.
My lips quirked to one side as I considered the theory. Maybe? But from the sound of it, it was just a logistics thing.
I'll do some digging. Lavender is getting pretty good at the whole internet thing. Leave it to me, Cora.
With an impish wink, she bounded out of the bathroom before I could protest. Shifting my gaze to the mirror, I drew in a deep breath and smoothed my hands over my dress one more time before heading back to rejoin the party. With any luck, Celine would hold back from hexing Naomi in broad daylight. Chapter 11. As I stepped onto the deck and joined the rest of the party, I gave the manicured shrubs and planter boxes a cautious glance, looking for any sign of bright blue eyes. It was shaping up to be a beautiful afternoon, warm and sunny, but milder than the height of summer the month prior. Golden pools of sunlight danced on the rippling waters, mere yards from the edge of the lodge's grounds. The river was slower here, and a dock protruded out into the water, serving as a convenient push-off point for the lodge's guests. Laughter and chatter filled the air, mixing with the clinking of glasses from the open bar. After the stuffy, almost claustrophobic brunch, the casual vibe was a welcome relief. I took a deep breath and relaxed my shoulders as I wove through the clusters of guests on my way to join Clint at the bar. A large striped umbrella cast a ring of shade over a few small bistro tables. I noted Liana and Dean sitting at one of them, chatting excitedly over a pair of cocktails. "I'd say we picked the perfect weekend," Clint said at my approach. Smiling, he handed me a glass of iced tea. His dark hair resisted the breeze, not a strand out of place. "We couldn't have asked for better weather." "Cheers to us." I smiled and raised my glass to his before taking a sip of the refreshing drink. "You want to take one of the kayaks out onto the water?" Clint asked, setting his drink down on the roughly hewn bar. Before I could reply, Naomi sashayed onto the deck, wearing a barely there bikini in an orange so bright she could sit on the highway and direct traffic around a construction zone. Or, more likely, stop traffic altogether. "Oh, there you are," Naomi called out, beaming as she made a beeline toward Clint, with the grace and power of a supermodel walking a runway. "They didn't have my brand here, so I had to go to the closest market," she explained, with a flickering roll of her eyes, as she set a six-pack of hard seltzer onto the bar. "What did I miss?" Clint turned on his bar stool, positioning himself so he was facing the deck instead of me. "Cora was thinking about taking a kayak out. There's plenty of time before the barbecue dinner tonight." Naomi tore her intense gaze away from Clint to give me the barest of glances, a wicked smile curving her lips. "That sounds fun. Don't worry, dear, I can keep Clint company while you're gone." My mouth parted, though I utterly failed to produce so much as a sound of indignation. Naomi tore a can free of the plastic rings and held it out toward Clint. "Would you mind getting this for me? I don't want to chip my polish." I rolled my eyes. So much for her newfound manners. Clint, ever the gentleman, opened the can for her, his face betraying no sign of annoyance. "You know, I have time scheduled tomorrow for an early morning paddle," I said, leaning closer to Clint. "I think I'll stay right here for the time being." Naomi's eyes flashed. "I think I'll go lay out anyway. I'd love to go back to Chicago as tan as possible." She hesitated a moment, as though she thought Clint might object or ask her to stay. He only smiled and picked up his own drink. "Enjoy it. That's one thing I don't miss, Chicago winters." Naomi's expression soured further, and she tossed her hair, before sauntering away with the rest of her six-pack and the opened can. Clint spun back to face me the instant she was gone, and I smiled. "Did you see that?" I gestured subtly over my shoulder, back to where Dean and Liana sat. He smiled. "They haven't stopped talking since they sat down. Liana hasn't even checked her phone that I've seen, and that's saying something." I chuckled. Clint knew my best friend all too well. Leaning in a little closer, I scanned to my right, ensuring none of Clint's family members or friends from Chicago were within earshot before asking, "So, what's Dean's magic?" Clint gave me a strange look, his eyebrows furrowing. "Magic? Dean doesn't have any magic." I sat upright, blinking in surprise. "What?" "But I thought, since you wanted to match him and Liana." Clint shook his head, still appearing confused. I took a breath, organizing my jumbled thoughts. "I just assumed that since you were suggesting him as a match for Liana, he must have magic but was living in the non-magic world like you did before we met." "Ah, I see where the confusion lies," Clint said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "No, Dean doesn't have any magic. He's just a regular guy with a great personality and a good heart." I stared at him, processing this new information. The idea of Liana being with someone who didn't share her magical abilities hadn't even crossed my mind. Clint didn't use his own magic, but that never bothered me because he at least knew about magic and had grown up around it. I didn't have to hide who I was or what I could do. I couldn't imagine what our relationship would feel like if I had to keep such a huge part of myself locked away in secret. "Are you okay?" Clint asked, his eyes filled with concern. I shook my head, forcing a smile. "Yeah, I'm fine. It's just unexpected, that's all." "Sorry for the confusion, Cora. I honestly thought you knew. I must have mentioned it at some point," Clint said gently, then shook his head, dismissing his own question. "But why is it such a big deal?" I threw my hands in the air, instantly regretting the dramatic gesture as I realized I was drawing unwanted attention. Quickly lowering my hands, I leaned in closer to him and whispered, "We can talk about it later." Reaching for my iced tea, I caught Naomi watching us from across the deck, a smug grin plastered on her pretty face. Great. Absolutely peachy. "Hey, you two," Paul called out, striding across the deck, his hands in the pockets of his olive-colored slacks. "Quite the day we're having, huh? How was the brunch? I trust Valerie worked her magic." With a sigh, I set my glass back down. This conversation would have to wait. "It was great. Thanks for comping the extra expense," Clint answered. "Don't mention it. I appreciate your patience while we're navigating these challenges. Seems to be one thing after another," he added. "We just had to send one of the housekeepers to urgent care. Looks like she might be having some kind of allergic reaction." My stomach sank at the memory of the woman who delivered the flowers poking through the foliage, looking for a card when I'd asked her who they were from. "Oh no," Clint replied, honest concern in his brow. "I hope she'll be all right." "Oh, I'm sure. It reminded me of when Ricky and I would accidentally get into poison ivy. The stuff grows like crazy out this way." He flashed a gregarious smile and raised his voice, not so subtly getting the attention of the clusters of guests hovering around the edges of the bar area. "Luckily enough, the insurance is covering the replacement of the chandelier, and it honestly worked out. Well, with the expansion, I've been planning on replacing most of these outdated fixtures anyway. Bring this place into the here and now." "You're expanding?" I asked, glancing past Paul's shoulder to the dense woods packed in and around the edge of the lodge's grounds. The lodge was pretty well surrounded by old forest. To expand, unless he meant vertically, would undoubtedly mean cutting some of it down. Paul gave a vigorous nod and spread his hands wide, drawing a picture with his words and gestures. "We'll be adding a whole new wing. 50 more rooms, each with floor-to-ceiling windows for mountain views, oversized soaking tubs, an infrared sauna, the works." Turning, He gestured toward the other end of the lodge's existing structure.
And over here, we'll expand the event spaces. The grand ballroom needs a makeover, and we're considering adding in a suite of smaller meeting rooms. Breakout spaces, for corporate events. Conferences, retreats, you name it.
He leaned in conspiratorially.
And the real pièce de résistance? Luxury treehouse suites, perched right over the river. Glass floors, so you feel like you're floating.
I tried to match Paul's energetic tone. My, that sounds ambitious.
Oblivious, Paul prattled on. We'll carve out a new, private hiking trail. Add rock climbing excursions, really capitalize on the outdoor activities.
He rocked back on his heels, his eyes almost starry.
Oh, and pickleball courts. That's shaping up to be the trendy new sport. We'll corner the market for pickleball tournaments in the Pacific Northwest.
I nodded politely, though his grand vision sounded more like a disruption than an improvement. The magic of the lodge wasn't in its amenities, but in the unspoiled beauty of nature. As I politely smiled and nodded at Paul, a familiar figure swooped into our conversation. Valerie, wedding planner extraordinaire, appeared at his side with a bright smile. "That's enough boring talk, boss," she said, giving him a playful shove towards the main building. "Let's leave them to mingle with their guests." Valerie tossed a wink my way as she ushered Paul inside. I made a mental note to thank her later for the save. Once Paul was out of the way, the deck started to liven up again, with laughter and easy conversation floating on the gentle breeze. Two of Clint's younger cousins, both in their early to mid-20s, sauntered over and challenged him to a game of basketball on the lodge's outdoor court. Clint readily accepted, then looked to Dean.
"What do you say, man? 2-on-2?
Dean grinned at the offer, then looked to Liana, his expression turning conflicted. "Go," she said, shooing him away. "I need to check in with the lady of the hour anyway." Dean hopped up, abandoning his drink as he jogged to Clint's side.
"All right, I'm in. Hope you boys are ready to get schooled."
As the men headed for the court, Naomi called after them in a flirty tone, "Shirts and skins, boys." Dean laughed and tugged off his shirt, then elbowed Clint. Liana whistled and cheered them on enthusiastically. Naomi sipped her drink, eyeing Clint over her oversized sunglasses as he let Dean cajole him into shucking off his navy polo shirt. Liana grabbed her fruity cocktail and plopped down in Clint's vacant seat beside me, slipping off her sunglasses to get a better view of Dean's athletic physique as the four men took to the court.
That man is fine,"
she said, fanning herself dramatically. I had to laugh at her shameless ogling, but it was cut short as I recalled my earlier conversation with Clint. "Listen, Lee, about Dean, I have a little bit of a confession."
"Oh, I know you and Clint are trying to set us up,"
she interjected with a laugh.
"We both do. Sorry, babe, but you two are about as subtle as a neon sign."
I blinked. "That bad, huh?" Liana laughed again and nodded, taking a sip through her bright pink straw. "All right, well, in the spirit of full transparency," I began, "I just found out Dean doesn't actually have magic." Liana nearly choked on her drink.
"What?"
"I got mixed up and made a bad assumption. I'm so sorry. I never would have suggested it if I knew." Liana considered this for a moment, then shrugged. "It's okay. I mean, maybe that's not a deal breaker for me anymore. He checks every other box." I furrowed my brow. "But don't you want to be with someone from our world?" She tilted her head. "That would make things easier, I suppose. But besides living in a magic town and using the occasional magic gadget, I'm not really plugged into anything essential. Besides, it's still early days with Dean. We're just having fun. And hey, if it did get to that point, there are certain exceptions made. I could file a petition with the order. And hey, I've always wondered what it might be like to live in a big city. I blinked at her in surprise, processing her words. Do you really think you'd be willing to leave our world behind? Maybe. She sipped her drink thoughtfully. You and Clint are living proof that it works, bridging two worlds together. He left everything to move here for you, and I'd say it's working out pretty well. She offered me a wide smile as she set her drink down and waved to get the bartender's attention. I tried to return the smile, but it fizzled before it reached my lips. After an afternoon spent in the sun, there was a scheduled block of time to rest, relax, and freshen up before dinner. I accompanied Clint to the elevator, only to step out moments before the doors closed, telling him to head up without me so I could retrieve my sunglasses from the outdoor bar. Clint offered to go for me, but he was too late, and the doors closed before he could step out. I doubled back to the front desk and asked about the woman who had brought me the flowers. Poison ivy, poor thing, the woman at the counter confirmed with a sympathetic nod. She'll be all right. That's so sweet of you to ask. Oh, no problem. Listen, she had dropped off a floral arrangement to our suite earlier this afternoon. There wasn't a note left, and I was hoping to get the name of the florist so I could do a little investigating. I widened my smile. You know, get a head start on my thank you cards and all that. The woman breathed a laugh and reached to the corner of the large desk. I know that pain all too well. I got married 2 years ago, and then last year we had our first baby. She smiled and shook her head as she flipped through a stack of cards. It felt like I'd only just finished writing out the cards from the wedding, only to turn around and start over again for the baby gifts. She produced a card between her magenta nails and extended it toward me. We keep track of all deliveries and coordinating room numbers. Looks like your arrangement was dropped off by Wild About Roses. I took the card, studying the name. Want me to give them a call? The woman asked, already lifting the desk phone from its cradle. It's no trouble at all. That would be great, thank you. I waited as she spoke with whoever picked up the phone at the florist. 2 minutes later, I had my answer. All right, she began, setting the phone down. The order was placed online with a prepaid Visa card, so they don't have a full name. For some reason, the person must have been confused. They put MRS, like Mrs., in the first name field, and then Bridges in the last one. Kind of sounds like something my grandma would do. My stomach churned. Clint's aunts were either on his dad's side or married and no longer using the Bridges name. The only Mrs. Bridges I knew would be Clint's late mother, and unless they offered Wi-Fi over in the Stardust realm, I could probably rule her out. Someone was messing with me. Again. Thank you for your help, I said, plastering a smile on my face. I really appreciate it. Anytime. You take care, and good luck with the wedding and those thank you cards, she replied with a soft chuckle. Chapter 12. The waning moon lit our path through the woods as we set out toward the perimeter around the lodge. Aunt Lavender held her lantern high, casting dancing shadows against the trees. We'd found it on the way, a remnant of the barbecue and bonfire night. I'd had a good time overall. The food was delicious, the drinks free-flowing, and we'd even sprung for a live band to provide the music. My nieces Ruby and Emmy even had sparklers to play with, while their baby brother looked on, glued to Mom's hip like he was her own son. Though, when I'd found Evan and Cheyenne having a decidedly parents-off-duty kind of kiss in the hallway outside the bathrooms, I figured they didn't mind Mom's tendency to hog Pierce. Now, as midnight approached, all I wanted to do was go back inside, slip back under the covers where I'd left Clint, and maybe do a little smooching of my own. Instead, I'd let Aunt Lavender coax me into coming out to help set the wards. I'm telling you, there's more at play here than the locket, I said, ducking under a low-hanging branch. A dead witch didn't send me those poison ivy flowers.
Unless she's a zombie,
Celine chimed in, flashing a toothy grin over her shoulder before picking up her pace and dodging ahead. I threw my hands into the air. Right, of course, you're right, Celine. Maybe I have a zombie for a mother-in-law.
Powerful as they were, I doubt any of the Landover witches would be capable of death magic, Aunt Lavender mused.
Lavender, they were... Mom began, but she quickly thought better of it and shook her head. Oh, never mind. Celine cackled. Are you sure the flowers were from Naomi? Mom asked, striding beside me as we followed my aunt into the woods. Celine and Checkers fell into step with Aunt Lavender, one at each ankle, careful not to cross into her path and trip her. Who else could it be? I replied, my tone a little sharper than I'd intended. You have to have seen the way she is around him. The hairs on the back of my neck bristled, and it had nothing to do with the crisp night air. Have you tried talking to Clint about it? Mom continued. Maybe he could have a word with her in private. Celine snorted.
Lilac, I'm pretty sure that's what she's angling for. Mainly the in-private part.
Mom tossed her head. You know what I mean, Cat.
Enough of this chit-chat,
Aunt Lavender declared, coming to a stop in a small clearing between the towering pines.
I think we can start the wards here and work our way to the east.
She paused, then bobbed her head in a single nod.
Yes, that will work quite nicely.
We moved quickly and quietly, casting invisible magic shields through the woods, the spells twisting and twining through the tree trunks and low swaying boughs. I focused on my breathing as I moved through the dappled flecks of moonlight, tracing runes in the air with my finger and chanting softly under my breath. We'd nearly finished when a wet plop sounded behind me. I whirled around to find a mushy blackberry sliding down a tree trunk.
The sprites!
Celine yowled, arching her back.
They've come back for more.
We should go, I said, grabbing Aunt Lavender's arm. She shook me off and hoisted her lantern up from where she'd placed it on a half-rotted tree stump.
Nonsense. I'll have a word with them. Perhaps they'll even have some information for us. They can be pests, sure, but they make for good lookouts if you know what to offer in exchange for their help.
Before I could protest, she marched off toward the trees, lantern held aloft. Celine flattened her ears.
But I'm not going with her. Those nasty things nearly tore my fur off last time.
With no choice but to follow, I hurried after my aunt, pushing through the underbrush. I swore under my breath as I tripped over a scraggly tree root. Why does she have to be so stubborn?
Says the witch chasing after her,
Celine called, racing to join me.
All I'm saying is that if they rip off any of my fur, you're buying me that cashmere cat vest I've been asking for.
Asking wasn't the word for it. With Celine, these things were more like efforts at diplomacy with the figurehead of an authoritarian regime. But now wasn't the time to battle semantics. Fine, I bit out through clenched teeth. We found Aunt Lavender down by the banks of the river. The water moved faster here, some ways upstream from the calmer waters near the lodge's deck where we'd spent the afternoon. But the rushing water wasn't enough to drown out the angry buzz of the swarm of flickering sprites. The largest sprite hovered right in front of Aunt Lavender's face, fists clenched in anger.
You're intruding on our land,
he growled, his voice surprisingly deep and gruff for his petite stature. They looked like tiny humanoids, no bigger than a child's palm, with insect-like wings nearly the size of their bodies and tiny horns on their heads and arms. Their blue-tinted skin seemed to glow from within, emitting an ethereal light. The other sprites buzzed their wings and chittered angrily. Their eyes, with vertical, slit-like pupils, flashed with hostility. A few of the braver sprites darted in to tug spitefully at Aunt Lavender's hair and clothing.
Ow! Stop that this instant!
Aunt Lavender scolded, swatting them away. She held up her lantern, its warm light glinting off the sprite's vibrating wings.
We aren't here to hurt you, or your land.
Celine hissed as a sprite dive-bombed toward her, a sticky berry clutched in its hands. The lead sprite crossed his arms, scowling suspiciously. But he backed up a few inches, signaling his flock to stop their harassment.
"Talk then,"
he grumbled.
"but you'd best make it quick, witch. These woods are no place for your kind."
"We understand this land is your home, and we regret any damage we've caused you," Aunt Lavender began. "We haven't touched or disturbed anything."
"Lies,"
one of the sprites shouted, their voice shrill.
"We smell your magic, witch,"
another hissed. I stepped forward, my hands out in surrender, hoping that was a universal sign that would make sense to them. We did use magic. That is true. But the only spells we cast were for protection. The sprites glanced at each other, seemingly unconvinced.
"Protection from what?"
the leader asked, his dark eyes boring into me. "We are guests at the lodge," I explained, hooking a thumb over my shoulder.
"Oh, good, Cora. Tell them where we sleep at night,"
Celine muttered. I shot my familiar a wary glance and continued. "We believe something or someone is trying to sabotage my wedding. We came here to set up some wards in hopes of preventing any more mishaps, but we promise none of them will hurt you or your homes." I scanned the trees briefly, wondering just where they slept. Earlier, Celine had called them a hive, and they certainly had the same buzzing sound as bees. Was there a physical hive suspended somewhere nearby?
"You're not the first human to disturb our sacred woods on this day," the leader said. "Though that one likely learned her lesson by now."
The sprites tittered amongst themselves. One piped up, "Damn human! Scratchy weed make her itch!" "Do you mean poison ivy?" I asked, my heart skipping a beat.
"That's what your kind calls it, yes," the leader supplied. "We sprites know better than to touch it."
"Could you describe the person you saw?" I asked, trying to sound as non-threatening as possible. A younger sprite opened his mouth to speak, but an older, more imposing figure fluttered forward and interrupted him.
"Why should we help you?" he demanded, his gaze sharp and distrustful. "What do you have to offer us in return?" "I tried to tell you," Aunt Lavender said out of the corner of her mouth. "They like a bargain."
What would they, or you?" I amended, turning my gaze to the elder. "What would you ask for in exchange for the information?"
"You will remove the magic you have placed in these woods. It does not belong here."
Beside me, I felt my aunt bristle. "But—" I laid a hand on her arm and gave an almost indiscernible shake of my head. She fell silent. "We will remove the wards," I told the sprites. The elder sprite eyed me warily, weighing my words. After a long, tense moment, he finally spoke, his voice grudging.
"Very well. We will share our information with you. But remember, witch, that we are watching. If you break your word, there will be consequences." I nodded. "The woman looked like you," one of the younger sprites began. "But bigger, here." He waved his hands through the air, painting an hourglass figure in the night breeze. Great. Now even the sprites were comparing me to Naomi. Was her hair dark, like mine? I gestured at my head. Only longer? The sprites nodded. "Thank you," I said, inclining my head respectfully. Suddenly, a pack of sprites in the back of the swarm perked up. Their glow brightened as they zoomed away. The burst of light so bright and sudden it reminded me of a strike of lightning. Celine and I exchanged a curious glance. Before I could ask, the elder sprite buzzed sharply. "Enough talk. Leave now. All of you. We have business to see to." With that, he sped off after the others. Aunt Lavender opened her mouth to argue, but I grabbed her arm. "Come on," I muttered. "We need to take down the wards." What about the curse? Aunt Lavender asked, looking crestfallen. I think you're off the hook, sis, Mom said, coming up along my aunt's side. This isn't a curse after all. This is something entirely human. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, I said softly.
Are you kidding? Celine scoffed. Humans are easy. I mean, hey, they got those big freezers back up and running again, right? What do you say we stuff the harpy inside one and crank up the dial? That ought to cool her down. Ha! She looked up expectantly. Cool her down? Oh, I swear to Hecate, you three have no sense of humor.
I got the joke, Checker said, appearing from behind a large rock, where he'd clearly hunkered down while Weed dealt with the sprites. Celine strode past him, her tail aloft. Undoing the ward spells was quicker work than setting them, even with Aunt Lavender dragging her feet and questioning our decision. Still, it took nearly an hour to retrace our steps and finish the job. It was closing in on 1 o'clock in the morning as we broke through the tree line onto the lodge's manicured grounds. My dreams of curling up in the huge king-size bed evaporated as the sound of sirens pierced the night. What the? I jolted and spun around, trying to locate the source of the noise. It was so loud, my thoughts scrambled. Mom pressed her hands over her ears, pulling one down just long enough to point at the large glass conservatory extending off the main building. That way! Celine yowled. Someone shut that racket off. What's going on? Aunt Lavender shouted as we hustled toward the commotion. I don't know, but I doubt we're going to like it. Chapter 13. We skidded to a stop outside the conservatory, the siren's wail piercing my ears. My mouth dropped open in shock. The plate glass windows were completely shattered, shards littering the ground like glittering diamonds caught in the moonlight. Wrought iron patio furniture lay strewn about, umbrellas tilted at crazy angles as they jutted through the now broken window frames. What on earth? Aunt Lavender gasped. Before I could respond, the doors to the back deck burst open, and 2 men hustled outside. Make yourself useful and shut off that racket! Paul, hands pressed over his ears, roared at his brother as they reached the end of the deck. You're the one who made me put in all this ridiculous... They came upon the wreckage, and Paul swallowed the rest of his admonishment. Who did this? Paul roared, finding his voice once more. Ricky nearly stumbled, and as he came to a stop beside his brother, I noted the waver in his stance. Was he drunk? Paul turned to his brother and shoved his shoulder, nearly sending Ricky to the paver stones around the conservatory, now littered with glass shards. I said, shut it off! The glow of a screen lit up as Ricky produced his phone from his pocket. I'm working on it, came his terse reply. Aunt Lavender charged forward. In the chaos of the moment, neither of the brothers had spotted us standing in the dark lawn, striped with shadows and moonlight, outside the halo of light emanating from the landscaping and back of the lodge. What's going on here? My aunt demanded, planting her fists on her hips. How did this happen? Oh boy, Celine muttered, trotting after my aunt with far too much glee. Lights, camera, action. The siren and flashing lights stopped as Ricky tapped at his phone screen. The last part of Aunt Lavender's question suddenly way too loud. Paul and Ricky both jolted and spun toward us. Ricky lost his grip on his phone and it clattered roughly to the stones. It was too dark to see the true color of Paul's skin, but judging by the stricken look on his face, all of the blood had rushed right out of his cheeks. Ms. Harth, he stammered, his hands clasping together in front of him, his eyes briefly darting toward the mess as if hoping I might have somehow missed it. What are you doing out here at this hour? Did the sirens wake you? Pretty sure they were loud enough to wake the dead, Celine said. Paul and Ricky glanced down, and I grimaced. hoping her spell held true and all they could interpret was a series of chirping meows.
Out walking your, cats?
His gaze swiveled to Checkers.
Something like that,
Aunt Lavender replied, her tone sharp. She flicked a hand toward the half-ruined conservatory. Up close, it was even worse. Broken glass was everywhere, and even the windows I'd thought were spared showed webs of cracks.
I'm sure it was just a freak gust of wind, that's all,
Ricky said, a slight slur to his words. Paul whirled on him, and Ricky rocked back on his heels, wobbling a bit.
If you'd put the umbrellas away, like I asked you to, repeatedly, this wouldn't have happened, Paul snarled. You show up here, desperate for me to bring you into the day-to-day operations, and you can't even manage this simple task?
Paul scoffed and shook his head, tearing his eyes from his brother, as though he could no longer stand looking at him. Ricky's shoulders went rigid. Without a word, he turned and strode away, making a slight zigzag on his way back inside the lodge. Paul watched him go before facing us with an apologetic smile. He raked a hand through his silvering hair.
I'm so sorry about this, he said. Please, don't worry. The show will go on.
I stared openly at the mess.
I'll have Valerie make some calls first thing in the morning. I suppose we could rent some tents and host the cocktail hour there instead.
I nodded numbly. What was going on here? We'd blocked off an hour between the ceremony and reception, so Clint and I could have a moment alone to catch our breath before taking photos. The cocktail hour in the conservatory was meant to be a sophisticated and elegant party to give our guests something to do while they waited for the reception to formally begin. Tents would work, logistically anyway, but they wouldn't lend the same feel I'd been counting on. Is this because of the curse? Checkers asked, the innocence and worry in his small voice enough to cleave my heart in two. Paul's attention shifted back to the cats.
I don't mean to be rude, but this area isn't safe for anyone right now, especially not pets. Do you need help, wrangling?
Celine laughed.
Oh, I'd like to see him try.
Aunt Lavender stared at the broken windows, her lips pursed. Come on, I said gently, tugging on her arm.
Again, my deepest apologies, Paul said. We'll get this all cleaned up by morning.
The heaviness of it all sat miserably in my stomach as I escorted my stunned aunt inside. We rode upstairs to the third level in strained silence. As we disembarked, I drew in a deep, shuddering breath, trying to collect myself. Crying wouldn't solve anything. I had to stay focused if I was going to salvage my wedding. Okay, I said, pinching the bridge of my nose, waiting for the stinging sensation to pass. First things first. We need to get some sleep. We can try to untangle this in the morning.
In the morning?
Celine repeated.
Oh no, we need to see the security footage. Pronto. There's no telling what that harpy will think up next.
Exhaling, I lowered my fingers from my face and looked to my aunt.
I think we have a better chance now, while most everyone is asleep, or trying to get back to sleep after that terrible racket.
All right, let's go find the office, I said, trying to infuse some confidence into my voice. If we can get inside, there might be a computer with monitor feeds. I glanced at the closed door to my suite, wondering if Clint were awake inside, questioning where I was, but quickly discarded the idea. My phone hadn't buzzed with a frantic message, and knowing him, he'd slept through the whole alarm. We rode the elevator back to the main level and began our search. The layout of the lodge was pretty easy to map out, with the main areas open and expansive. All the rooms were down a long hallway branching off the lobby, with the kitchen, dining rooms, and lounge the other way. Celine took the lead, her tail aloft as she scanned the rooms we passed. At the end of the hall, she stopped short and flicked the tip of her tail up toward a placard. Employees only.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
She glanced up at my approach.
Speaking of which...
Save it, Cat. You already had room service dinner. Checkers snickered. Here, Aunt Lavender said, digging into the pocket of her linen pants. She produced a handful of cat treats, the variety of shapes, colors, and textures suggesting they'd been transferred from one set of pockets to the next for some time. Celine's top lip peeled back as her former guardians scattered them on the ground.
Lavender, do I look like a duck or a pigeon?
Take it or leave it, Cat. Celine scoffed, turning up her nose at the assortment, even as Checkers sneaked closer to hoover a few from the thin pile carpet. The sound of someone clearing their throat behind me sent me jumping out of my skin. Whirling around, I found myself squared off with a red-eyed Ricky. "Can I help you?" he asked, his eyes shifting to the closed door before returning to me.
Yeah, give us the key, Celine said. This whole talking while no one can understand me thing is kind of fun, she added. Cora can't yell at me for being inappropriate in public.
Ignoring the cat's taunting, I fumbled for an excuse. Just, looking for some extra blankets before we go upstairs. Of course. Relief softened Ricky's features. Follow me. He led us down the hallway to a storage closet on the first level, opening the door to reveal a small room, its wall-to-wall shelves stacked with linens. As he handed me a pile of neatly folded blankets, he sniffed. "I'm sorry about the umbrellas," he said. "Paul was right. I was supposed to move them out of the way after the bistro closed down. My mind was elsewhere, I suppose. People make mistakes." Another thought tugged at me, and I frowned. But, are you sure it was the wind? It seems like a lot of damage. "I checked the security feed," Ricky interjected, dragging a hand over his haggard face. "One moment the umbrellas were upright, and the next... Well, you saw." He trailed off, making an explosion noise and gesture. "Your wedding is so important to our business here," he continued, desperation seeping into his tone. "We do weddings all the time, of course, but yours is on another scale." He paused and shifted a glance toward me, then past me to Aunt Lavender. "I hope that's not crass, but it's a lot of money on the line, not to mention the place's reputation." He raked a hand through his hair in frustration. "You know," he began, his voice cracking slightly, "this place was left to Paul and me by our grandfather. He wanted us to run it together." I shifted the blankets in my arms, giving him my full attention as Celine stood quietly beside me, for once. "But I was young and, boneheaded," Ricky continued, a rueful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "I went off seeking my own fortune, leaving Paul to manage everything on his own. Now I'm back trying to honor our grandfather's memory and be the partner my brother needs. But we fight all the time." His voice quavered with emotion, and I couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for him. "Your brother seems to have some pretty ambitious plans for the place. I'm sure it will all work out." "Ah, yes," Ricky said, rubbing the back of his neck. "He's always been the man with the plan." "Well, thank you for the blankets. These will work quite nicely." "It's the least I could do," he said, offering a weak smile before turning away and trudging back down the hall, leaving me to wonder where he'd originally been headed.
He could have been lying,
Celine exclaimed as we stepped off the elevator. She hadn't stopped protesting all the way up.
We were out there, Cora. There wasn't any wind. Certainly not strong enough to do all that.
"Why would he lie?" I asked. "You saw him. He seemed genuinely upset about the whole thing and blamed himself."
Maybe Naomi got to him first. Maybe she paid him off to take the fall.
I looked to my aunt, silently pleading for her help. Aunt Lavender looked nearly as defeated as Ricky over the whole mess. "There's another potential here," she said solemnly. "It could have been the curse. A strong pulse of magic could easily be mistaken for wind, and that would explain why we didn't feel it out in the woods. It was targeted." My eyes slid closed as I drew in a deep breath. It didn't help much. My lungs and chest felt tight, like there wasn't enough room for the amount of oxygen I needed. "I'm too tired for this," I said, as I shifted my armload of blankets around long enough to reach into the pocket of my hoodie. I dug out the key card and tapped it against the pad on the suite's door. A small light blinked green. "I'm going to climb into bed and hope that I can pretend none of this is happening long enough to fall asleep."
Cora?
Celine protested. Aunt Lavender snagged the back of her neck with a pull of magic. "Come on, leave the girl alone, Celine." I offered my aunt a grateful look and slipped inside the suite. Clint's soft snores confirmed what I'd already assumed. He'd slept through the whole mess. Lucky duck. I shucked off my clothes, too tired to even shower. My body felt heavy with exhaustion as I curled up against Clint. A half-asleep grunt came from the darkness, and an arm draped over my waist, pulling me in closer. As my eyes fluttered closed, I focused on the steady rhythm of Clint's heartbeat against my back, and allowed it to lull me into a fitful slumber. Chapter 14. "Why didn't you wake me?" It was Clint's first question the following morning, as I recounted the evening's events to him while we prepared to go downstairs for breakfast. A shower of pink sparks filtered into the room as the door to the bedroom busted open. Celine, for once, had impeccable timing. "So much for knocking," Clint muttered, knotting his tie. Despite the resort's casual elegance and rustic charm, he felt the need to wear a button-up to breakfast. Old habits die hard. "You do realize we're going kayaking after breakfast," I said to him, changing the topic.
Well, good morning to you, too,"
Celine quipped, her expression pinched as she strutted across the room to check the view. I rolled my eyes and tugged at the hem of my khaki-colored shorts, wondering if they were too short. Thanks to the hours I logged on Winterspell Lake, my upper body was far more toned than my lower extremities.
"Where's breakfast?"
Celine asked, turning back to face me and Clint.
"Lavender ordered some for Checkers, but conveniently forgot about my existence."
She scoffed. I frowned. Sure, my aunt had a reputation for being a bit spacey, but if she'd gone through with ordering food for Checkers, she wouldn't have forgotten about Celine. Not when the cat was standing right in front of her. Celine faltered at my skeptical look.
"Okay, fine. She ordered me something, but it smells like it was cooked in avocado oil. And you know how I feel about that, Cora."
Clint groaned and crossed into the bathroom, shutting the door behind him with a definitive click. "Celine, we have more important things to worry about than what kind of oil your eggs were cooked in, all right?" Her blue eyes narrowed at me.
It's almost like I pointed that out last night, the whole important to get to the bottom of this thing, and was told to kick rocks."
"I never said that." Her tail vibrated against the floor, her shoulder blades sharpening as she lowered her front half down into a pouncing posture. "Don't even think about it," I said, dancing a few steps to slide my feet into my sandals before she could claw at my toes.
"What? You wanted me to act like a quote-unquote normal cat this weekend, didn't you? Well, this is what they do."
She took a swipe. "Stop that!" She yowled. "Honestly, Celine, you're worse than a 3-year-old coming down from a sugar high." The bathroom door opened, and Clint reappeared. He'd swapped his button-up for a polo shirt. "Better?" he asked, his tone a little testy. I planted my hands on my hips. "I'm sorry, are you mad at me?"
"Uh-oh, Mom and Dad are fighting,"
Celine said with obvious delight. "Shut it," Clint and I said in unison, both skewering the cat with angry glares. Clint ran his hand over his coiffed hair. "I'm not mad at you. I'm just tired. And I don't like that you were running around playing super spy while I was up here like some kind of chump. I mean, what if something had happened to you? What if those sprites tried to hurt you?"
"Considering they're the size of a billiard ball, I'm pretty sure we were never in danger," Celine interjected. "Give me some credit. Sheesh."
"Celine?" I warned, my voice low. Not helping. Clint exhaled. All I'm saying is that enough stuff has gone wrong. Let's not go openly looking for trouble. There was an edge to his voice that rankled me, like he thought I was some kind of child, lurching toward a wall outlet, metal fork outstretched. I wasn't, I snapped. But something is going on around here, Clint. The door, still slightly ajar from Celine's grand entrance, cracked open a little wider, and a sing-song voice cut through the tension brewing in the air. Knock, knock, lovebirds. Everyone decent?
Not even remotely,
Celine said, flashing her canines in a proud smile.
I'm bad to the bone.
Liana laughed as she stepped inside, but her smile slid from her face, and she stopped short in the doorway. Worry creased her brow as her gaze ping-ponged between me and Clint, noting our tense expressions as we squared off, the enormous unmade bed between us. Everything okay? She asked tentatively.
Pull up a seat, Celine answered. I think Cora was just about to uncork some long-bottled tension.
Liana frowned at the cat, then hooked her thumb over her narrow shoulder. It's honestly fine. I'll give you guys some privacy. No, I said, holding a hand out in her direction. You can stay. I could use your input. Clint and Liana both frowned. Celine licked her lips like a salivating dog spotting a rack of ribs. Not that she cared for that comparison at all. Naomi tried to poison me yesterday, I said, my gaze slingshotting back to meet Clint's eyes. A ripple of shock rolled over his face. Wait, what? Liana reached for one of her hoop earrings. Oh, that's it. It's on now, girly pop. She sent me a bouquet of flowers here to the room, but it wasn't just roses. She wove poison ivy through the whole thing, knowing I'd go looking for a card and wind up getting rashy right before the welcome brunch. Clint blinked. Liana removed her earrings and set them on the dresser, then started rolling up the sleeves of her cream-colored long-sleeve shirt. You're sure it was her? Clint asked. Celine made a noise like the buzzer from a game show.
Wrong answer.
It was her, I said, lifting my chin. I have a witness. And I think she's the one who unplugged the fridges and wrecked the food, too. After all, she was the only guest here that first night. She was the only one who had access. She's trying to sabotage this wedding. Clint shook his head, his expression like a boxer after taking a right hook to the temple. But I've known Naomi for more than 10 years. Why would she do something like that?
Egads, it's a good thing he's pretty, Celine muttered. Well, by your bizarre human standards, anyway.
She's trying to jump your bones, Liana exclaimed, tossing her hands into the air so fervently her long braids swayed. I've spent the better part of this weekend engaged in a pretty heavy flirtationship, and even I saw that like a flashing strobe light. I gestured toward Liana. Everyone has, and it's humiliating. Anger stormed over Clint's face. You can't think I would act on something like that, Cora. It's not that I'm worried about you straying, I said, my voice softening a hair. But that doesn't make her whole performance okay, or any less embarrassing for me. You should have said something sooner, he replied. I could have talked to her. I exhaled. Maybe I should have. I was hoping to avoid the drama. But you need to know, because the wedding is officially 1 day away, and I won't have her messing up anything else. Clint took a moment to gather his thoughts, then dipped his head. All right. What do you want me to do? Should we ask her to leave? Is she the one who smashed up all the windows, too? Liana asked.
Cora and I have agreed to disagree on that matter,
Celine replied, shooting me an irritated glance. The bouquet is more than enough reason to confront her, Clint chimed in. And the flirting, I quickly added. He gestured vaguely. Right, of course. I guess she's just always been that way. Touchy-feely. Celine flicked her blue eyes to the expansive wood beam ceiling.
Again, it's a good thing he's pretty.
All right, enough, I told her, sending a puff of air magic to rumple the front of her fur coat. If she was busy flattening it again, she couldn't talk. It worked almost as well as Liana's chatterbox gadget.
I'm sorry, Cora,
Clint said, rounding the foot of the bed. He gathered me into his arms and held me tight.
I didn't know. I feel like an idiot.
Celine looked up, momentarily pausing her cleaning efforts. A click sounded from Liana's direction. Celine's mouth moved, but silence filled the room. I grinned as Liana produced the silver device. Smiling, I stuffed down a laugh at Celine's indignation. Okay, I'm going to have to get one of those once we're back from the honeymoon. By the time Liana, Clint, and I made it downstairs, the morning buffet was in full swing. Hotel staff buzzed in and out of the main dining room, swapping out carafes of coffee and orange juice, and refilling platters of sliced fruit, pancakes, waffles, eggs, breakfast meats, and pastries. Despite the delectable spread, the guests seemed preoccupied, conversation snippets wafting toward us as we made our way through the throng of tables to our reserved seats.
"Did you see the conservatory this morning?"
An older woman, whose name escaped me, whispered to her table mate. The other woman tutted in response and shook her head.
Such a mess.
Valerie was in the corner of the room, her phone pressed to her ear. The look on her face didn't bode well, and a claw of dread swiped through me before Clint squeezed my hand.
Where is she?
Liana hissed out of one corner of her mouth. We'd convinced her to put her earrings back in and unroll her sleeves, but it was clear my BFF was still firmly on the warpath. As if summoned by a bewitching spell, Naomi appeared from around the corner, a pair of sunglasses concealing her eyes. Liana snorted.
What? Has she moved past the denial and pleading phases and entered the final stage of the grieving process? She looks like she's at a funeral, not a wedding.
The black wrap dress, long wavy tresses concealing half her face, and downtrodden gait added to Liana's theory. Naomi approached the table where her father sat, munching through a pile of ripe fruit as he read something off his phone. He looked up over the rim of his glasses at her approach and set his phone aside.
There you are. I was beginning to worry when you weren't back to the room by the time I hung it up and went to bed. You had quite a late night, my dear.
Liana and I exchanged a wary glance.
I don't want to make a scene here in front of everyone,
Clint said softly, placing a hand on the small of my back.
Let's eat breakfast and try to catch her when everyone departs for the morning activities.
I nodded my silent agreement. But if this mess with Naomi cut into my kayaking time, I'd rethink Celine's offer to handle it her way. We joined the table where Mom and Aunt Lavender sat alongside Evan and his family. The twins were playing a game on a large iPad screen, each of them trying to wrestle it an inch or two farther in their own direction, until Cheyenne shot them that motherly look, universal for, knock it off right now, and the girls went back to playing quietly. Pierce, oblivious to his older sister's antics, was busy blowing spit bubbles and babbling happily while Mom and Aunt Lavender chatted at him and made faces. Clint offered to fix me a plate and set off in hot pursuit of Liana. Mom patted me on the shoulder.
Did you get any sleep?
I nodded. You?
Oh, yes. Out like a light. Granted, not before your aunt started snoring.
She added the last part in a whisper, leaning toward me. Aunt Lavender, without missing a beat, cast a sour expression her sister's way.
At least I know better than to leave wet towels on the bathroom floor.
Mom leaned back in her chair, clearly affronted.
Excuse me? Those were yours, Lavender. If you don't believe me, you can check them for your hair. You know you shed worse than checkers. Is that so?
Aunt Lavender puffed out her chest. Evan cleared his throat, interrupting the two before they could fully unsheathe their claws. When he had their attention, he gave an exaggerated roll of his eyes, pointing out two wide-eyed little girls. Mom coughed into her linen napkin and straightened in her seat.
It's been some time since we've shared quarters. It's an adjustment, that's all.
I mouthed a quick thank you at my brother. His lips quirked into a flash of a grin. The last thing I needed was my mom and aunt bickering like teenage girls at sleepaway camp. When the meal came to an end, Liana zeroed in on Naomi like a lioness, sighting a hobbling gazelle through the tall savanna grasses. Mom, Aunt Lavender, Evan, and the kids headed to the pool, promising to meet up when I was done with my kayak excursion. Naomi stood from the table where she'd sipped coffee and talked with her father. "Let's move," Liana said, rising from her seat. Clint and I exchanged a quick look. He dipped his head, and I followed his lead. Naomi's actions weren't his fault, but they were now his mess. "Hey, Naomi," Liana barked, waving a hand to catch the woman's attention just outside the dining room. With a jolt, Naomi turned around. She'd pushed the sunglasses up into her hair at some point during breakfast, and this close I could see the shadows under her eyes and the feathery lines at the corners. So she was human after all. Small miracles. She was still striking, even without the airbrush perfection, but I took some comfort in her slight dishevelment. "Did you put poison ivy in Cora's bouquet?" Liana demanded, her gaze never wavering. "I want the truth." Naomi froze in place. Her tired eyes flew to Clint's, clearly seeking an ally. "What's this about?" she stammered. "Don't play dumb," I chimed in, my anger surging back to the surface. "We know it was you. You got sloppy baby cakes. Someone saw you picking the poison ivy," Liana added, folding her arms over her chest, her expression decidedly unimpressed. I didn't." She looked back to Clint. "I don't know what she's talking about." "You placed the order online using a Visa gift card specifically so it couldn't be traced back to you," I said. "Oh, and you used the name Mrs. Bridges." "What?" Clint and Liana both said, looking at me. Naomi hung her head, her hands twisting together. I noted some of her manicure was chipped, and her cuticles were red and irritated. As a former nail-biter, I knew the signs. "I did it." The confession was whispered, nearly swallowed up in the hubbub of guests coming and going from the dining room. "Sorry, could we get that one more time?" Liana asked. I nudged her gently. She popped her eyes wide at me. "All I want to know is why you did it," I said, taking over the conversation before it turned into an inquisition. "I've been nothing but kind to you since the moment you got here." "Naomi, this isn't you," Clint said, his tone firm but not angry. "What's going on?" At that, she looked up, her eyes brimming with tears. "I put the poison ivy in your bouquet. I'm sorry," she whispered, her voice cracking. "It was petty and mean-spirited, and I am embarrassed beyond words." She sniffed and looked up at Clint. "I've had feelings for you, Clint, for a long, long time, and by the time I worked up the courage to say something, you were gone." Recognition dawned in Clint's eyes. "The dinner you invited me to, right before I left to see my mom." Naomi's eyes fluttered to the floor between them for a long moment. Then she offered a tiny nod. "I was going to tell you." Clint scrubbed a hand over his jawline. With all the chaos that morning, he hadn't had a chance to shave, and a layer of rough stubble made it appear shadowed. Naomi's lip quivered, and fresh tears spilled down her cheeks when she looked up again. "I thought the poison ivy prank would, I don't know, make me feel better about losing you. I've had these feelings for so long, and so seeing you two together, I just couldn't handle it. It's like I snapped, or split in two, and there was this other part of me who was doing it." Clint stepped closer to me, his arm brushing against mine before he wrapped it around my waist, his hand warm and reassuring. "I call BS," Liana retorted with a huff. "Take some accountability." Naomi's eyes flashed. Liana stared her down. Was this so-called other you the one who unplugged the fridges and messed with the chandelier, too? I asked. I overheard your father say you were out all night. Were you the one who tossed the umbrellas through the conservatory windows?
What? No!
Naomi shook her head frantically.
I swear I didn't break the windows.
Her cheeks flushed with pink.
My late night was just a stupid one-night stand with one of the valets. To try and make myself feel better. It was stupid. All of this was. I should have just stayed home.
She looked at Clint, as if expecting him to protest, to correct her and say that he in fact did want her there, even after all the crazy antics. Clint's jaw tightened, but he kept his composure. Naomi deflated, giving a slight nod.
Tell you what, I'll go upstairs and pack. I should just leave. I promise I won't cause a scene.
She turned, preparing to dart for the elevators.
Please, if there is anything I can do to make this up to you, just say the word.
My stomach twisted. I'd been wishing she weren't there all weekend. But now, the idea of her leaving didn't sit right. I didn't want Dr. Fairbanks to feel unwanted or unwelcome. He meant so much to Clint, and that was a separate thing from this mess with Naomi. Wait, I said, leaning slightly into Clint, thankful for his solid, comforting presence. Naomi, I accept your apology. Please, we'd rather you stay and enjoy the rest of the weekend. It's only one more day. But Cora, Liana interrupted. It's fine, I told her. Secretly, it might do Naomi some good to watch the ceremony. Maybe I'd even have Valerie bump her up to a front row seat, just to make sure the reminder sank in nice and deep. Clint was off limits.
That's very kind,
Naomi replied.
And please, if there is anything I can do to make it up to you both, all you have to do is ask.
There might be one thing, Clint said, after a thoughtful pause. Frowning, I looked up at him. Naomi is a psychometric witch, he explained. She can read the history of items. Maybe she can look at the locket and find out more about the curse. He cast her a scant glance before continuing. If she didn't mess with the fridges or break the windows and chandelier.
I didn't. I swear.
Clint held up a hand, still looking at me. It means we still have someone or something out to ruin our wedding. Naomi is a psychometric witch, he said again, glancing at her. Her magic allows her to read the history of objects by touching them. She could hold the locket and see if the curse is real or not. I blinked, shifting my focus to the bewildered-looking woman. You could do that?
That's how my magic works. But what's this about a locket?
Woof, Liana said. That's a long story. Can you meet us upstairs? I asked. We'll explain everything.
Of course,
she said, nodding vigorously, as if desperate to prove herself.
I'll do anything I can to help. Let me go to my room and get some crystals. They help me focus my magic.
We made our way back to the suite, and the moment we stepped inside, Celine rolled over in her splash of sunshine, her eyes half-lidded.
Tell me you brought me a sausage link.
What happened to the room service I ordered you before going downstairs? I looked to the table where an empty plate sat beside a metal cover and crossed my arms.
I just asked for one, Cora. Don't look at me like I asked for a trove of Inca gold.
Before I could wring Celine's scrawny little neck, a knock sounded, and she slowly rolled to her feet, her eyes growing suspicious. Liana let Naomi inside, and Celine hissed.
What's the harpy doing here?
Naomi quirked a brow.
I thought there was something off about you.
Off? Celine blinked.
Lady, I'm going to throw your skinny arse off this balcony.
Celine, behave, I chided gently. Naomi is going to help us with the locket. She can read its history and might be able to give us some answers.
Fine,
Celine hissed, her gaze never leaving Naomi.
Just keep her away from me, or she'll be meeting the business end of my claws.
She flashed said claws in a great show of menace, through which I mostly sighed and rolled my eyes. "Have a seat," I offered, gesturing to the seating area in front of the dormant fireplace. Naomi hesitantly sat down, looking as though she might bolt at any moment. Liana handed Naomi the locket, with the caution of transporting a live grenade. Naomi cupped the pendant in her palms, letting the chain dangle freely where the sides of her hands met. Slowly, she closed her eyes, brow furrowing in concentration as her psychic senses reached out. After a few moments, her eyes flew open.
"Oh, stars,"
she gasped. Chapter 15.
"There is a lot of anger still lingering,"
Naomi said, her slender fingers still cupping the locket.
"It was commissioned from a jeweler in Paris. I don't know the customer's name, but I can see her face. She's old, but likely looks younger than she is."
Naomi's eyes closed as she spoke, and a slight crease formed between her artfully sculpted brows.
"She was buying it for her granddaughter, Lucinda Landover. She told the jeweler it was to be a wedding gift, but then, when she had the locket in her possession, her true motive was clear. It's not a gift, but a curse. Lucinda was going against the family's wishes and marrying someone well below her station. The curse was meant to undo the wedding."
Naomi's eyes opened, and she slowly ran the pad of one thumb over the detailed engravings.
"Where did you get this?"
"My aunt inadvertently bought it as my something old from an auction," I explained. "She didn't know it was cursed. Apparently, the Landover family suffered a tragic accident. From the sounds of it, maybe the intended recipient and her grandmother were among those killed in the crash. The new heir to the family fortune wants nothing to do with magic."
"I see."
Naomi turned the pendant over, momentarily inspecting the smooth back before passing the locket to me.
"Well, for what it's worth, I don't think the curse is still active. But I can't be certain. Curses aren't my area of expertise. Additionally, when she was layering the nefarious spell into the pendant, she had two halves of a photograph, torn right down the middle. I'm assuming it was the engagement photo of the intended recipient and her fiancé. So even if the curse were active, it seems to me it would be bound to them."
"Thank you for your help, Naomi," Clint said, his voice gentle but firm. She wobbled her chin.
"It's the least I could do,"
she replied, once again on the verge of tears as she got to her feet.
"Humph,"
Celine retorted.
"Looks like we found some common ground after all."
Naomi glanced at my familiar, but said nothing, offering only a half-hearted wave as she turned and headed for the door. When the latch caught softly, we released a collective exhale, some of the tension finally relenting. "Are you okay, Cora?" Clint asked, his dark eyes filled with concern as he gently placed a hand on my shoulder. "I'm so sorry about all of this. I feel like an idiot for not seeing the signs. How can I make it up to you?" I laid my hand over his and met his warm gaze. "I'm fine. I'm just glad it's over and we got to the truth." "Is there anything I can do?" he asked. "Could you go downstairs and check in with Valerie? She was on the phone all throughout breakfast, and it's making me nervous that something else has gone wrong and she's trying to work up the nerve to tell us." I sighed heavily. "Of course." He kissed me and stood, eagerly setting off on his mission. Clint was one of those guys who worked best with a directive. Too much time standing around and he'd grow restless and anxious. So giving him a mission was the best course of action.
"And how do we know the harpy is telling the truth?" Celine asked once Clint was gone. "How do we know she wasn't the one pulling the strings on all the other messes?"
"We don't, really," I said with a dash of reluctance. "All I can say is my gut feeling says she's telling the truth." "So then, if it wasn't she who shall not be mentioned," Liana said, still surly, "and it's not the curse, then what?" Is there someone else who isn't happy about the wedding? I ran a hand through my hair, mussing my already disheveled pixie cut. I don't know. What about Clint's family? She asked. I know there was a lot of drama with the inheritance after his mom died. Maybe someone is still holding a grudge? I shook my head. I don't think so. That's all old news by now. And none of them were here Thursday night when the chandelier went down and the fridges were tampered with. Liana nodded slowly, brow furrowed in thought. Didn't someone say that was a disgruntled ex-employee? At least the one who messed with the fridges? I think so. Honestly, it's been so chaotic and nonstop, I'm starting to have trouble remembering which way is up and which way is down. Celine gestured with her tail. Up. Then she swished it along the floor. Down. I rolled my eyes. You're not funny or helpful. Fine. She plopped down. You want my advice? You go and see the sprites again. The sprites? They're angry about the expansion. And that puffy peacock of an owner hasn't stopped yakking about his big expansion. If I managed to hear it, there's no doubt they did too. Maybe they figure if they ruin the lodge's reputation, they can stop the expansion and preserve their woods. How did you hear about the expansion? I asked, giving my familiar a dubious glance. Do you honestly think I've been sitting up here in this room the whole time, counting birds from the balcony? She scoffed. I've been getting around. That's borderline terrifying, I quipped. Liana laughed. Don't believe me? Celine asked, skewering my best friend with a glower. Then riddle me this. Why did that pack of sprites fly off right in the middle of the conversation? They take off. Next thing we know, the windows are all smashed. Doesn't seem like a coincidence to me. I chewed my lip. It was possible. The timing of their departure had struck me as odd. I guess it's worth asking them, I said finally. My kayak plans are all but blown up anyway. Just think, this time in 2 days you'll be seaside with your new hubby, Liana said, leaning to bump her shoulder to mine. Blech. Celine's whiskers twitched. Are we really going with hubby? Come on, Liana said, jumping to her feet. She took my hands and hauled me from the couch. Let's go find out what the little bugs know. They aren't bugs, they're sprites, Celine corrected. Liana hitched a shoulder. Lavender said they look like big bugs. Well, go ahead and call them that to their faces. Just don't come crying to me when they dig their claws into your neck and... She made an awful noise that made me recoil. Celine, enough. Let's go. I have to be back soon. We have the rehearsal this afternoon, and the hair and makeup people are coming to do a trial run. Glam squad, Liana cheered, holding open the door. Celine shuddered. In that case, send my room service next door when lunchtime rolls around. I don't know, Celine. You'd look pretty cute with little painted nails. Maybe a few falsies? Celine blinked up at Liana. I'm not even going to ask what a falsie is. And Cora said I'm banned from getting another manicure. Apparently I'm too demanding, she added with a scoff. Liana looked at me as the cat sashayed between us out into the hall. When did she have a manicure? Don't ask. It was a fiasco and a half, and I ended up tipping more than the service cost just to try and smooth things over with the tech. Liana snorted and followed me out of the room. That's our Celine. You want to claim her? I asked with a grin. One little spell and she's all yours. From the elevators, Celine forced a dry laugh. Nice try, Cora. I shrugged. Worth a shot. If we'd learned anything from our prior chat with the sprites, it was that they weren't big fans of magic. So, upon entering the forest, I did what any sane witch would do. I let off a bunch of spells. Magic whistled through the evergreens, not conjuring anything in particular, but spreading as far as my range would take it. The effect was almost immediate. A sudden flurry of wing beats filled the air, and a swarm appeared with the same elder sprite leading the charge, his tiny face etched with displeasure. His strange eyes bore into me like twin daggers, his voice sharper still. You dare to return,
And use magic in our woods? I swallowed hard.
I apologize for ignoring your wishes, I said, cautiously meeting his gaze. And I do appreciate your help last night.
You have an odd way of showing gratitude, human.
Let me handle this one, Cora,
Celine interjected.
I don't think that's a good— You there, in the back,
she barked, jabbing the tip of her tail toward one of the sprites with a lighter robin egg blue twinge to their skin.
I saw you buzz off last night. Where did you go with your little posse? Off to do a little property damage?
The sprite in question looked to the elder, his tiny face pinched.
Listen, I get it,
Celine continued, parking her rear in the pine needles strewn over the ground.
These two-leggeds can be a real pain in the hiney. You think you've got it bad? Huh, try living with them 24 hours a day.
I frowned, allowing her leeway, but mentally coming up with half a dozen counterpoints to her statements.
So, here's the way I see it, and correct me if I'm wrong. You all live here in the woods, minding your own business, and these humans come along and put up that monstrosity of a hotel and attract even more people.
Some of the sprites started buzzing their wings and whispering amongst themselves at Celine's words.
And now, as if all of that isn't bad enough, they want more.
The humming grew louder. Liana and I exchanged a quick shrug.
Who could fault you for trying to scare them off? Certainly not me.
Celine glanced among the tiny hovering figures.
A few broken windows, some electrical sabotage, an attempted murder sprinkled in for good measure.
Enough! The elder sprite boomed, his outburst reverberating through the woods. The other sprites fell silent, some even recoiling back a few mid-air paces. Zooming closer toward me, he raised a balled fist. Your kind is blind to the beauty and sanctity of this place. All you care for is yourselves. I swallowed hard. But even still, we would never retaliate, the elder continued. Exposure is our greatest risk. We avoid contact with humans at all costs.
We flew away because it was time to begin our hunt,
the sprite Celine had singled out admitted, pressing through the others to present himself.
Food and game is harder to come by, too. The small animals we hunt stay farther away because of the humans. We have to start early in hopes of catching and gathering enough food by dawn. That's when we have to return to our home.
So you didn't see anything? You don't know who broke all that glass? He shook his head and fell back amongst the gathering. I realize I've offended you, I said, turning my attention to the elder. I'm in no position to ask for any favors, but maybe we could strike a bargain. If you let me put wards back in place just for one night, in and around the woods, I will return the favor and do something for you. An angry hiss rippled through the hive. The elder gauged my reaction, his eyes dark and shrewd. After a moment, he raised a hand, calling for silence. We won't permit your wards. The smell of the magic makes our eyes burn. But we can offer our services as guards. My eyes widened. Sprites as lookouts could be invaluable, with their sharpened sight and sense of hearing. But what would they want in return? The elder continued. In exchange, you must stop the construction planned for our home. My pulse faltered. The ember of hope dashed once more. I can't stop something that big, I admitted, my voice soft as I wrung my hands together. I don't have that kind of sway or power. It's just not how things work in the human world. Then leave us to our woods, the elder snapped. Liana, who had fallen silent for a moment, was peering around the woods, a thoughtful expression on her face. Wordlessly, she wandered a few steps away, her gaze distant as her mind worked. Celine flicked her tail impatiently.
Earth to Liana. Care to share your thoughts with the rest of the class?
Liana blinked. Then a slow smile spread across her face.
Actually, yes, she said, turning back to us. At the school where I work, we had a presentation for the kids about endangered and protected plants. A local plant witch came to give the talk, trying to fire the kids up about environmentalism and their responsibility as young witches to care for nature.
Okay, I drawled. But how does that help us here? Liana beamed.
Well, just from the short walk here, I've seen several plants she mentioned in the presentation. And if I'm right, this land might very well be protected to preserve these rare and endangered plants.
My eyes widened as understanding dawned. With endangered plants on the site, the lodge wouldn't be able to move forward, at least not without jumping through all kinds of hoops and red tape. Liana nodded.
I say we call in a tip to the local preservation societies and make a report with the wildlife department.
Liana, you're a genius, I said. The elder sprite's eyes narrowed, considering the proposal.
This would stop the plants.
The sprites looked to me, their tiny faces filled with curiosity and hope. In the human world, we have something called bureaucracy, and it can be a real pain. Endangered plants would definitely tangle the permits up for years, if not indefinitely, I assured them.
Very well,
the elder sprite declared, his wings buzzing with excitement.
We accept your proposal. In return, we promise to stand guard tonight and keep an eye on the lodge. If we see anyone skulking about, we'll send a messenger to inform you.
Thank you, I said sincerely, feeling a great weight lifting from my shoulders. Your help means more than you can imagine.
Remember, witch,
the elder sprite warned as they prepared to leave.
We do this not out of loyalty or love for your kind, and certainly not for humans, but to protect our home. Do not disappoint us.
Understood. With a final rustle of wings, the sprites disappeared into the shadowy trees. I let out a long breath, feeling the first inkling of hope about saving this wedding. There were only a few things left to go. Shall we get you back to the hotel? Liana asked, linking her arm with mine. We wouldn't want to keep the glam squad waiting. Chapter 16. A glaring streak of hot pink greeted us as we trooped out of the thick tree line. I froze, panic bubbling in my chest as I realized the blinding flash of color was the tent where the post-ceremony cocktail hour was set to take place. A team of hotel employees worked under Valerie's supervision, erecting the garish tent on the back lawn. In the not-so-distant background, the glittering conservatory, where the event was meant to be held, sat encircled in vibrant yellow caution tape, the windows boarded with plywood. Liana pressed her fist to her mouth. And when even Liana failed to come up with a silver lining, I knew we were doomed.
Holy eyesight, Batman,
Celine exclaimed.
Why is it pink?
Liana squeaked. Valerie turned and sighted us. She plastered on a smile and bustled over, her tablet clenched between her hands. How is the kayaking? She peered past me into the thick of the woods. Did you get a little off course? My mouth moved, but my tongue was so dry that nothing passed my lips. Valerie crumpled as she twisted around, following my distraught gaze. I know, she said. It's not ideal. I tried to order a white tent, but the rental company didn't have any that were the size we needed.
It looks like a volcano filled with Pepto just erupted,
Celine commented. Valerie glanced down and blinked. "Oh, well, hello, kitty," she said. "Did you take your, cat on the kayak?"
"There has to be another option,"
Liana interjected, waving a hand at the tent.
"Another company? Or maybe we just skip the tent. It's not supposed to rain."
"It's supposed to be quite warm tomorrow," Valerie said, offering a reluctant cringe. "But try not to worry. I have some spare linens, tablecloths, and a background for photos, all in ivory. I think if we drape the fabric over the edges, we can conceal the pink. Most of it, anyway." Somehow, that did nothing to soothe my unfurling nerves. Valerie's eyes darted around. Have you spoken with Clint about the officiant?" I patted my pocket on reflex, only to find my pockets were empty.
"Oh no," I breathed, looking to Liana. "I must have forgotten to grab it." "What's going on?" Liana asked Valerie. She moved in closer and tucked an arm around my shoulders. "What happened with the officiant?" She hesitated for a moment, her eyes widening as she gulped nervously.
Well," she began, fidgeting with the tablet in her hands. "There was a miscommunication about the officiant we hired."
"What kind of miscommunication?" I prompted, my chest tightening with anxiety.
"I don't know what happened, but he got his wires crossed. He says he received a call 2 weeks ago and was told the wedding had been canceled. But I, of course, did no such thing." She huffed. "Anyway, since he mistakenly thought he was no longer needed, he booked a golf weekend and is currently in Montana," Valerie explained hastily. "But don't worry, Paul's inside, looking into getting certified as we speak."
I groaned, pressing a hand to my forehead. Paul officiating would inevitably turn our vows into a rambling sales pitch for his pickleball courts. "Valerie, My words caught in my throat, swallowed up in an ocean's worth of frustration and disappointment. "Hey, it's going to be okay," Liana interrupted gently. "We'll figure this out. Right, Valerie?"
"Absolutely."
Valerie nodded, face pale.
"I'll handle it, Cora, I promise."
I barely heard her apologies. Guests were spilling onto the back deck in clusters, and suddenly the grounds swarmed with people, a sea of eyes watching my wedding fall apart in real time. I hugged my arms around my waist, heart hammering. Tears burned my nose and the corners of my eyes. This was a nightmare. Liana steered me away from the crowds. "Look at me. Deep breaths." She inhaled slowly, waiting for me to follow. I can't believe all of this is happening," I said, my voice cracking as I buried my face in my hands. Liana escorted me around the side of the building, away from the majority of the prying and pitying eyes.
"Oh, goddess,"
Celine gasped. "What?" I looked up and followed her gaze, back at the tent, and a horrifying new revelation presented itself. The front of the tent had googly eyes and a pig snout printed on the fabric. A rush bubbled up inside me, like a rocket ship, that burst from my mouth in the form of a hysterical giggle. I slapped a hand over my mouth, but it did nothing to quell the absurd, upside-down feeling in my chest. Even at Liana and Celine's expressions, I couldn't stop. Not until I was crying and doubled over, nearly dizzy from the lack of oxygen getting to my brain. A warm hand found my back, and I hiccuped and wiped my eyes, still suppressing stray giggles, as I turned and found Clint and Mom behind me. "Are you all right?" Mom asked. Clint pulled me into an embrace. "Where were you? I was calling and texting." "I forgot my phone upstairs," I said, suddenly sobered. "I'm sorry. We went to see the sprites. They didn't break the windows." Mom and Clint both frowned, not quite following the thread of logic we'd followed to that conclusion in the first place. "Did you get a load of our tent?" I asked, hitching a thumb over my shoulder. Clint grimaced. "I know. Apparently, a local pancake house had it custom painted for their corporate event. Their logo features a pig wrapped in a blanket." I pressed a finger over my lips, staving off a fresh giggle. Celine shook her head.
Oof, I'm beginning to think you really are cursed.
Please don't start that again, Mom breathed. No one will even be looking at the tent, she assured me. She was lying. We all knew it, but I appreciated the effort all the same.
You know, a pancake would really hit the spot right about now,
Celine interjected.
What do you say, Cora? Let's go eat our feelings.
I laughed and nodded, for once agreeing with my familiar's coping mechanism of choice. You know what? That actually sounds perfect. The impromptu pancake feast had likely ruined my appetite for the gourmet dinner set to follow the rehearsal, but I didn't care. I chalked it up to another thing on a laundry list of derailed plans and stuffed the last bite into my mouth. As for the rehearsal itself, Paul met us at the pergola overlooking the water in the gorge, proudly showing off his certification. The ink wasn't even yet dry. Still, I couldn't help but smile, remembering the night when Clint and I danced under the stars, a string quartet playing only for us. It was the night he'd proposed getting married at the lodge. If only we'd known what was in store for us. We practiced the procession, laughing and smiling as we went through the motions. And for just a little while, everything faded to the background. The problems didn't crowd through my swirling thoughts as I focused on where to stand, and the realization of the significance of the moment surrounded me like a protective shield. When the rehearsal was over, I went upstairs to change into the frilly pink and white dress I'd purchased to wear to the rehearsal dinner. Valerie followed me to the suite. She'd spent the better part of the afternoon as my shadow, as though she thought staying near me would ensure nothing else could go wrong. The glam squad, as Liana called them, were waiting outside the suite, wearing eager smiles as we stepped off the elevator in a group. "This is my favorite part," Liana squealed. I laughed. "Ah, and here I thought the hike was your favorite." She flapped a hand at me. "Do you want us to go back downstairs after we change?" Mom asked me. I pulled the key card from my clutch, and Liana snagged it, pressing it to the door to let the makeup artist and hairstylist into the suite to set up. "I'm sure Checkers and Celine wouldn't mind some dinner companionship," Aunt Lavender said, already unlocking their adjacent door. "I can go back down and give Cheyenne and Evan a hand. Pierce didn't get a good nap, and he's working on a couple of new teeth." Mom's expression filled with sympathy for her grandson. "That's fine," I said. "We'll see you back down there before dinner starts." Liana held the door, waiting for me. To accompany the rustic setting, I'd opted to keep my dress, hair, and makeup all pretty classic and simple. And with my short, slightly overgrown pixie cut, there wasn't much hair to style in the first place. Liana's braids were pulled up into an elegant updo that accentuated the apples of her cheeks and her wide smile. The makeup took a little longer, but the end result was worth waiting for. In my day-to-day, I rarely wore more than tinted moisturizer, a swipe of mascara, and maybe a dab of lip gloss on a good day. Even when I'd married Roger all those years ago, I hadn't bothered with a full glam look. Sitting before the mirror, in a full face of makeup, I smiled and stared at myself in awe, wondering how those little pots and pencils and brushes and stencils could achieve such a transformation without so much as a drop of real magic. Even still, I looked like me, as I'd asked, just a dewier and more glowing version. Valerie ensured the women were paid and confirmed for the following day's appointment, triple-checking the time before she let them leave. "Well, how are we feeling?" she asked when she returned to the large bathroom where Liana and I still sat at the vanity, reveling in the moment a bit longer. "Like $1,000,000, Liana exclaimed. Then, leaning over to me, she smiled at our reflection in the mirror. "Oh, I can't wait to see how this is all going to look tomorrow, with your dress and the jeweled combs in your hair. You're going to make for a stunning bride, Cora Harth." But then, we both already knew that. "Thank you," I said, squeezing her hand. Liana stood and shuffled toward the door. "I'd better go get into my dress. I'll be right back," Unless you need something first? I shook my head. I'm all set. I'll get changed, too. Liana left, and Valerie straightened from where she'd been resting against the counter. She swiped a hand over the back of her slacks, feeling for any trace of water. I'll head downstairs and make sure everything is on schedule for the meal, which I'm sure it is, she hurried to assure me. I guess whoever was behind this got bored and moved on, I said, almost more to myself than her. But it stopped her short. What's that? She asked. Oh, I guess it's something I overheard. I think it was Ricky, actually. Something about a disgruntled former employee being the one behind some of the issues that have happened this weekend. Valerie's eyes widened, and she blinked in surprise. When was this? I frowned. I think it was Friday morning, after we discovered the fridges had been messed with. No one said anything to me, and I asked, repeatedly, in fact. She shook her head, her brow furrowing. The only ex-employee I can think of is Elise. She was let go a couple weeks ago, and I can't believe he'd accuse her of doing something like that. From what I know, Elise has moved on to a new job and is happy. Besides that, she has a young son. She wouldn't risk getting caught up in vandalism charges just for some petty revenge. What happened with her? Why was she let go? Valerie sighed and sank back against the counter, her tablet clutched to her chest as she wrapped her arms around herself. I'm not really sure about the full story. I'll admit, it caught all of us a bit off guard. Elise worked in customer relations and was a customer favorite. And then one day she was just gone, and no one would say why. Valerie paused, considering something for a moment. When she continued, her brow creased. We stayed in touch a little, but she was always a bit cagey about it. I figured they made her sign an NDA or something. That would be just like Paul. That seems kind of unnecessary. Valerie rolled her eyes. That's Paul for you. Always a little bit extra. But you said it was Ricky who accused her of being the one to tamper with the fridges? I'm pretty sure. It's all been kind of a blur these past few days, though, and I'm not sleeping well. Maybe I just misunderstood. I waved a hand, wishing I'd never brought it up. What difference did any of it make now, anyway? We'd made it through the rehearsal. By this time tomorrow, Clint and I would be husband and wife, and celebrating with our loved ones. Who cared if it was under a pig-themed party tent, with appetizers we didn't pick out? Okay, well, I still cared, a little, but the feeling was fading. Glancing over at Valerie, prepared to call off the whole line of questioning, I found her frantically tapping at her tablet screen. All right, I found her number, Valerie announced, holding up the device triumphantly. Let's see what Elise has to say. Are you sure that's a good idea? Valerie's lips pursed, forming a hard line. I'd seen that look before, when she'd recounted a tale of her negotiations with the florist over the price of the extra sprays we'd ordered. If that drunk skunk is spreading lies about her, I think she deserves to know, she said. My curiosity got the best of me, and I fell silent as Valerie put the call on speaker, and the trill of the dial tone bounced off the marble and tiles. The line rang twice before a woman's voice answered, sounding slightly out of breath. Valerie? This is a surprise. How are you? Hello, Elise. I'm doing pretty good. And you? I'm not catching you in the middle of something, am I? Oh, nothing important, Elise said with a huff of a laugh. I'm just trying to get my 10,000 steps in. You know, now that I have a cubicle job, I'm not getting nearly the amount of exercise as when I was at the lodge. How is the place? I tried to detect a hint of bitterness or a sour undertone to the question, but struggled to identify one. She sounded easy-breezy. Valerie rattled off a succinct rundown of the seemingly cursed, her word, not mine, wedding, concluding the list with Ricky's accusation. There was silence for a long moment. Elise, did I lose you? Valerie asked, tapping the screen of the tablet to ensure the call hadn't dropped. I'm here, Elise said. And honestly, I shouldn't be surprised that weasel is trying to pin something else on me. You know what? Next time you see him, you tell him to call my lawyer. Oh, and he'd better be sure to bring the tapes to back his sorry story up. I know he has them. The way he watches everything around there like a total creep. Valerie shook her head, her straight-edged bangs brushing her forehead. Wait. Slow down. What do you mean pin something else on you? Elise exhaled. He claimed I stole something from one of the guests' rooms on the day I got fired. But it was a lie. He just wanted to get rid of me. Why? Valerie asked. The day I got fired, I was doing a trash run, and I came upon Ricky out by the dumpsters. Some burly, biker-looking guy had him shoved up against it. I mean, leather jacket, motorcycle boots, brass knuckles, the whole thing. It looked like trouble, so I just backed up and hoped to God they wouldn't notice me. The guy was saying something about paying debts. Ricky's, I assume. He was always off at the casino and playing slots at that dive bar until they told him not to come back. I didn't know that, Valerie exclaimed. He racked up quite a tab, and when he couldn't settle it, they threw him out. Ricky had Paul go take care of it, but they still didn't want him coming back. He burned that bridge to cinders. Valerie clucked her tongue. He's always been a bit of a mess, but I didn't know it had gotten this bad. No wonder he and Paul are going at it like a couple of barracudas in a kiddie pool. Elise continued. Ricky's always been shady. Getting mixed up with dangerous people doesn't surprise me. But he's desperate to keep it from Paul. So, he made up the lie, planted the so-called proof, and got me fired. Paul went along with it because his new girlfriend caught him checking me out and started getting jealous and pressuring him to cut me loose. Valerie swore under her breath. I'm so sorry, Elise. That's awful. It's okay, really, Elise replied, her tone brightening. I'm really enjoying the new job. I get to spend more time with Brody. And best of all, I never have to hear Paul say the word pickleball again. The two women laughed, and I cracked a smile along with them. Well, thanks for the scoop, Valerie told Elise when their laughter faded. I promise I'll keep it to myself. Thanks. Elise exhaled again, her tone shifting. I'm sorry I didn't say anything to you sooner. It wasn't that I didn't trust you, it's just... Well, before I left, Ricky approached me and told me I'd keep my mouth shut if I valued my safety. It spooked me. She paused, her voice hardening. But if he's going to accuse me of a serious crime, I won't have a choice but to fight back. Valerie looked ready to breathe fire. Well, we'll just see about that. Something stinks, and I'm going to find out what it is. But don't worry, I'll keep you out of it. Now go give that sweetheart of yours a squeeze for me. I'm sure he's grown at least an inch since I saw him last. Elise chuckled. Oh, I'm sure. The two said goodbye, and Valerie slowly lowered the tablet to the counter, her eyes narrowing. I can't believe this all happened right under my nose. For someone who prides themselves on their attention to detail, I've clearly missed a thing or two. She tossed her head, giving a frustrated little growl in the back of her throat. I think we need to find the security tapes and see for ourselves what's been going on around here. Valerie straightened. I agree completely. Chapter 17. We don't have much time, Valerie said over her shoulder as she bustled out of the suite into the hallway. But at least everyone will be distracted, I said. She gave a nod and jammed her thumb against the elevator call button. The joys of an open bar.
What's going on?
I jolted at the sound of Celine's voice and turned to find her peeking around the door of Mom and Aunt Lavender's suite, a fading spray of pink sparks floating down around her like a halo. With Valerie's back turned, I flapped a hand at my familiar, willing her to go back into the room. Celine slithered around the door and stepped fully into the hallway.
Whoa, Cora, are you still in there under all that war paint?
Valerie turned at the sound and blinked. Oh, right, the kitty.
The kitty?
Celine replied, narrowing her eyes in Valerie's direction. Is everything okay with it? She's fine, I said, going to reopen the sweet's door. She must have gotten loose. Silly kitty. It won't happen again.
Oh, no, you don't,
Celine said, dodging my effort to nudge her back inside with a swipe of my foot, clad in a satin peep-toe pump dyed to match my dress.
What are you up to? You wouldn't leave Liana behind unless you were up to something.
The elevator doors started to close, and Valerie flung a hand out to stop them. Are you coming? Just give me a sec to put her back in the room, I stammered, making another attempt to corral Celine. I'll be right down.
I don't mind waiting.
Celine, come on, I grunted. The door to the suite opened all the way, and Liana and Checkers stood in the entry. Everything all right? Liana asked, glancing between me, Valerie, and Celine, who was now perched on the side of a large ceramic planter placed alongside the wall between the neighboring rooms. We think we know who is behind the antics, I said. We're going to check the security footage for ourselves to confirm it, but Celine is being a naughty kitty and won't go back in the room. Celine's tail vibrated.
Call me kitty one more time. I dare you.
Wow, I leave for 5 minutes, Liana muttered. Okay, why don't we all go together?
See, someone appreciates me,
Celine said.
You want to bring your cat downstairs?
Valerie asked. Her brows arched so high they disappeared under her bangs. I forced a laugh. Of course not, that would be ridiculous. The last word was directed at Celine, with a slight narrowing of my own eyes. Oh, right. Liana blanched, realizing the implication of her offer. Just go. I'll take care of Celine. My familiar flashed her teeth in Liana's direction. Behave, I told her, snapping my fingers. The elevator chimed its annoyance at being ignored, and Valerie pushed against the door, forcing it open again. Let's go, I said, stepping inside. I twinkled my fingers at Celine, now struggling in Liana's arms, as the elevator doors closed.
You know, I've thought about getting a cat,
Valerie said, as the elevator began its descent. I'm more of a dog person, but with the hours I work, especially in the summer, I'm not sure it would be fair. Do you like having a cat? She seems spirited. Oh, you have no idea, I said with a laugh. With Valerie in the lead, we moved quickly as we stepped off the elevator onto the first floor. She knew the lodge better than anyone, and her confidence was a small comfort amidst the uncertainty. Within minutes, we stood outside the door Liana, Celine, and I had found the night before. Valerie tried the knob, only to find it locked. My heart lurched. Don't worry, she said. I have the key. She produced a key ring from the pocket of her blazer and flipped through, each key marked with a silicone ring in different colors. She found one with a lime green ring and stuck it into the lock. It jammed. Frowning, Valerie tried a second time, then swore under her breath. This is the right key, she insisted, glaring at the knob as though it had personally offended her. Could Ricky have changed the locks? I asked, keeping my voice down. Maybe to cover his tracks? She shook her head, still staring at her myriad of keys. I suppose it's possible. You know what I can't figure out? I asked her softly, trying to keep my voice low. If he's in financial trouble, owes money to the wrong people or whatever, then why would he want to tamper with the wedding? He flat out told me that the lodge was counting on the money and exposure from our wedding to help pay for the expansion and boost the lodge's reputation as a wedding venue. Why blow that up? Valerie tapped her finger against her lips, her eyes distant for a moment. I'm not sure, she admitted. But you know, a few weeks ago, Ricky brought a real estate friend to the lodge to look around. Not long after the agent left, I heard Paul and Ricky arguing. It wasn't pretty. They seem to do that a lot. When I first came to work here, Ricky was off living in Vegas. I met him once or twice when he'd come to town for the holidays. Their mother lives not too far from here. He always seemed pleasant enough. And then, 3 or 4 months ago, he showed up, bags in hand, telling Paul he'd moved back and wanted to help with the lodge. That was when the trouble started. Are they just oil and water? Or do you think there's something deeper than that? Valerie shrugged and stashed her keys back in her pocket, giving up on the door for the time being. Paul's always had the mind for business and the discipline to make this lodge a success. When they inherited it from their grandfather, it was barely more than a hunting lodge, large enough for 8 to 10 people. Paul had the vision and the connections to make it what it is today. And Ricky? He's more of a tumbleweed, I think, blowing from place to place, seemingly without aim. One visit, he said he was going to some fancy culinary school. The next year, he was getting into house flipping after going to some seminar. The time after that, he had a job in car sales. I wonder what led to the sudden move back here, I said, my mental gears turning. Valerie's tablet chirped, and she jolted. Oh, that's probably the kitchen. She tugged the device from under her arm and gave a small nod as she checked her notifications. When she met my gaze, her eyes softened. I'm so sorry about all of this, Cora. Let's get through the rehearsal dinner. I shouldn't have dragged you into this in the first place. Please, just go enjoy your guests and your soon-to-be husband. Let me deal with this. I nodded, and she bustled down the hall, lost in typing something on her tablet. Exhaling, I pulled the phone from my small clutch and sent Liana a message to come downstairs. As eager as I was to bust Ricky, it would have to wait until after dinner. He'd already done enough damage. I wasn't going to let him spoil the rehearsal dinner for me and Clint, too.
Oh, so now you want my help? Is that it? Because earlier it was all, shoo, Celine, and bad kitty.
I rubbed a hand over my face, no longer caring about the artfully applied makeup. It was nearing 11 o'clock at night, and I'd be taking it off soon enough anyway. You can pop the lock on the security door and get us inside, I explained. So yes, I want your help. But if you're too busy...
I never said that.
All right then. More walking, less talking, I said, gesturing toward the door of the suite.
What about Loverboy?
Celine asked, glancing past me to the hall leading to the suite's main bedroom. A hitched snore vibrated off the walls, answering her question. Celine's whiskers twitched.
He sounds like a caveman. You sure you want to go through with this thing? Because a lifetime of that seems more like torture than bliss.
He's tired, I replied, and he had 3 Scotch whiskeys with his dinner. I think he was asleep before his head hit the pillow. I was tired too, of course, but the final ebbs of adrenaline were fueling me into one more attempt at finding out the truth.
So it's just us?
Celine asked, shifting her blue eyes back to me. Liana is out with Dean. Mom would probably try to talk me out of getting involved. And Aunt Lavender and Checkers went out for a post-dinner walk and haven't returned, as far as I know. I think she's probably out chatting with the sprites. Any more questions, Ms. Walters?
I'm just being thorough, she replied with a huff, her tail swishing.
I saw Ricky at the bar downstairs, I continued, edging toward the door. I'd changed into black leggings and a black sweater dress and swapped my peep-toe pumps for a pair of ballet flats. We should have plenty of time to sneak into the office and see the footage. Then we can take it to Paul and let him deal with it.
You're still going to have to get married under the watchful eye of Porky the Pig, you know.
I shot Celine a scowl, not needing a reminder of the pink tent dominating the better part of the lodge's back lawn. The hotel workers had draped it as best they could, but the pink still showed through, and the eyes and pig snout were visible through the white fabric. Could you not? I realize this wedding is likely ruined beyond any hope. My dress is going to be all wrinkled because I refused to let Valerie send it out to get steamed. I couldn't risk it coming back with holes or stains or just going missing altogether. I threw my hands into the air. And even if, by some small boon of the goddesses, everything goes off without another hitch, I'll always look back on this weekend and think about all of this mess, instead of long afternoons soaking up the sun from a cozy hammock or mornings spent on the water the way we'd planned. Instead, I'll think about angry sprites, vengeful flower arrangements, and arguments and stress. The snoring sputtered, and I winced, wondering if I'd been too loud and woken Clint.
Hey, Celine said. Enough of that.
Come on, let's just get this over with, okay? For once, Celine didn't argue. She followed me silently from the room, into the elevator, and down to the first floor. We quickly made our way to the employees-only door. Celine popped the lock with barely a moment's thought, and we stepped inside. It was messy and smelled faintly of old, sour food. Peering under the desk, I spotted a trash can overflowing with old takeout containers and coffee cups. Gross.
Hopefully this guy has a liver donor lined up, Celine quipped from the other side of the room, where she stood before a plastic bag that had partially dumped over, spilling empty liquor bottles onto the floor at the base of a bookshelf. Yikes. I moved to the computer and jiggled the mouse. A screensaver blared to life, and I muttered to myself, "It's password protected. I can't get in." "Maybe there's a sticky note or something with it written down," Celine suggested. We searched for a few minutes, but to no avail. "I guess I was expecting it to be like in the movies," I said, abandoning the keyboard and desk, like there would be a wall of monitors, showing the various security camera feeds and we could just dial in on the one we needed. "Time for plan B," Celine said.
"I don't have another plan."
"And that is why I am and always will be the brains of the operation,"
Celine replied, puffing her chest out as she pranced toward the door. I grimaced as I watched her. Something tells me I'm going to regret asking this, but okay, what's the plan? The bar was a dimly lit cave compared to the bright lobby I'd just come from. I blinked, adjusting to the shadows, and spotted Ricky slouched on a stool near the end of the bar. He seemed a little wobbly on his stool as he leaned his head back to drain the contents of his tumbler. Slamming the glass down, he slumped forward and signaled for the bartender, who watched him from the other end of the bar with thinly veiled irritation. "Showtime," I whispered to myself, before taking a seat a few stools down from Ricky. "I'm so sorry to bother you," I said, turning to the bartender with a pained expression, doing my best to work up some real tears. "You haven't seen a cat in here, have you?" Cat?" the bartender repeated. "No." I squeezed my eyes shut and sniffled loudly. "We were coming back from walking around outside so she could eat some grass. You know, it helps with her digestion. Anyway, I thought she came back in, only now I can't find her and my wedding is tomorrow and she's supposed to be there." I collapsed forward, shaking my shoulders and pretending to sob. "What am I going to do? I can't get married without her. We'll have to call the whole thing off." A glass thumped against the bar, and I looked up to find the bartender had poured me a glass of water. "It's going to be okay," he said, though from the look in his eyes it was evident he thought I'd lost my marbles. "But, what does your cat look like? Maybe I can have some of the staff look for her?" "Oh, I already told them. She's small, gray-blue fur with blue eyes. But thank you anyway. I just had to ask before I go upstairs. Hopefully when I wake up she'll be here, or the whole thing is ruined." "Right." The bartender nodded like a bobblehead, concern etching deeper into his brow with each passing moment. The whole performance was humiliating, which likely had been a perk in Celine's mind when she'd come up with it. But it was our last-ditch effort, so I had to give it everything I had. I glimpsed Ricky out of the corner of my eye. Even through his half-drunken haze, I could tell he was listening intently, hanging on every hammed-up word. Perfect. Time to bait the trap. "Thank you," I stammered, sliding from the stool. I left the bar, dabbing at my eyes with a paper napkin. Celine was waiting in the same bathroom where we'd met days earlier, occupying the same potted plant.
"So, did it work?"
she asked, peering out from the foliage. "I think so. He heard me anyway." I raked a hand over my hair, still sticky with styling product. "Are you ready for your close-up?"
"Darling, I was born ready."
As discussed, I took up my sentry position in one of the chairs near the back doors. The tall, leafy tree in a pot behind the chair would provide cover, while allowing me to keep an eye on things. The lobby was vacant, except for the middle-aged man at the desk, his nose buried in some kind of handheld gaming device. Celine strutted across the lobby, rubbing casually along the chairs and sofas, sniffing the plants and old books gathered artfully in the various nooks and crannies. She looked every bit the part of an innocent house cat, which was saying a lot for her acting skills. It took a few minutes, but eventually, Ricky appeared in the hallway leading to the bar. He sighted Celine, his face half concealed in shadows cast between the wall sconces, but his bleary-eyed focus was evident. Our bait was working just as planned. As he crept from the shadows, he made a show of looking around the lobby. I shrank back in my chair, ducking behind the clusters of green fronds. When I dared to peek out again, he'd removed his necktie and was creeping toward Celine. Clearly, the man had never spent time around cats, not if he thought that plan seriously had a chance at working. But as he advanced on Celine, it confirmed our every suspicion. He wanted to ruin my wedding, deliberately, and he was willing to go to incredible lengths to see it done. There was just one final piece missing. Why? I scooted to the edge of my chair, every bit as ready to pounce as Ricky. Probably more so, seeing as I wasn't half drunk. Ricky lurched for Celine, attempting to use the looped necktie as a lasso. But the moment he pounced, Celine whirled, her eyes flashing. An arc of light burst from her body and slammed into Ricky, knocking him flat on his back with a yell. The tie fell from his limp fingers. I sprang from my chair, shouting for help. The desk clerk's gaming device clattered to the floor as he jumped to his feet. "He's trying to attack my cat!" I shouted.
"Nice try, slick,"
Celine drawled, standing over Ricky, who lay dazed on the floor. Ricky held his hands up. "What? No, The desk clerk was already on the phone. "Celine, you were incredible," I whispered.
"Well, of course I was. I wasn't born yesterday, Cora."
What just happened?" Ricky stammered, eyes wide with shock as he struggled to sit up. "I swear that cat, it did something to me." "Sure, Ricky," I said sweetly, feigning concern. "A magical cat? You must be seeing things." Just then, Paul burst into the lobby, alerted by the noise. "What's this all about?" I clutched Celine to my chest, once more turning on the fake waterworks. With a shaky hand, I pointed at Ricky. "He tried to hurt my cat. He's the one who's been pulling all of these awful pranks and trying to ruin my wedding." Paul blinked. "What?" "It's true." "Ricky?" Paul asked incredulously, looking at his brother on the floor. "Paul, you gotta believe me. That cat, something's not right with it," Ricky insisted, desperation seeping into his voice. It knocked me over with some kind of light." Paul's face fell, suddenly aging him 10 years. "Ricky, you've clearly had too much to drink," he sighed, shaking his head. More footsteps sounded, and Valerie rushed into the room, 2 employees on her heels. She spotted Ricky, then lifted her gaze to me, her mouth dropping open. What's going on? Valerie? Ricky tried to steal my cat," I said. "I was trying to tell Paul about our suspicions that Ricky's been behind this all along." Paul turned. "What's suspicions? Will someone tell me what in the blazes is going on around here?" "Let's find out for ourselves," Valerie said, striding to Paul's side. "I've been in my office trying to get into the security system to take a look for myself, but the passwords I have written down are no longer working." She lifted her gaze as she handed her boss the tablet that seemed glued to her hands at all times. She pierced Ricky with a scathing glare. "Someone seems to have changed them. Same thing with the lock on the door to the security office. My key no longer works." "What?" Paul's brow creased. "I didn't order any of the locks to be changed. I certainly would have told you something like that." He tapped at the tablet screen, then looked up. "My master password isn't working either. Ricky, what did you do?" "Paul, this isn't what it looks like." "The password, Ricky," Paul demanded, his voice firm.
Give me the password to the security system. Now.
Fine, Ricky spat out, the alcohol-induced haze in his eyes replaced by anger and defiance.
But that cat, there's something wrong with it.
Celine lifted her paw, licking it nonchalantly.
Enough about the cat, Ricky, Paul snapped. Nobody believes your ridiculous story. Give me the password.
Ricky ground his molars together, but did as his brother asked. As Paul entered the correct password, I crossed my arms and waited, holding my breath while the security footage loaded. He scrolled through the footage, his expression growing grim. He turned the tablet around so Valerie and I could see. The desk clerk had come closer but was outside the ring, awaiting instructions. The videos played, revealing the truth, one desperate act at a time, as Ricky tampered with the chandelier, bashed in the conservatory windows, and slipped into the electric room on the fateful night before the fridges lost power.
I knew you were jealous, Ricky, but this...
Paul trailed off, shaking his head. I'm sure there is more, Valerie chimed in, her gaze never leaving Ricky. I'll bet if I called the officiant and played a sample of Ricky's voice for him, he'd confirm that was who canceled the job. She raised an eyebrow, daring Ricky to argue. But Ricky just stared at the floor, his face pale and defeated.
Fine. I did it. I admit it. All right? He choked out. I got in over my head, okay? I needed cash, fast.
He looked up, his glassy eyes meeting his brother's.
I tried to do this the right way, to convince you to sell, to retire early. But no, all you wanted to talk about was expansion this and pickleball that.
He bit off his words, shaking his head.
I figured if I sabotaged your biggest event, you'd finally agree to sell this place so we could split the inheritance properly, the way Granddad laid it out in his will.
Paul's face hardened.
Granddad never meant for us to sell it. He wanted us to keep it in the family, Ricky. And if he was here now and could see what I've done, what I've built, he'd be thrilled. No, he wouldn't, Ricky fired back, surging to his feet. Not if he found out the truth. How you tricked me into signing that ridiculous contract. Oh, not this again, Paul groaned. The contract is ironclad and more than fair. You get a piece of the profits for doing absolutely nothing. How many times do we have to rehash this? I deserve more. For what? Have you done any real work to build this place? He snorted, tossing his head. No, it looks like you just wanted to tear it down. Short-sighted as always. How did you seriously think sabotaging the biggest event we've ever hosted would somehow convince me to sell? Word would get around. Other people would cancel their weddings too. Ricky fired back, his tone defiant.
Paul's jaw was clenched tight as he tore his eyes away from his brother. Signaling the desk clerk, he said,
Call the police. It appears we have a vandal on the property, and they need to come and clear it up.
Ricky's eyes went wide with terror.
Paul, you wouldn't. I'm your brother.
No, Paul said, his voice quiet but cold as ice.
I don't have a brother anymore. I hope you have some money stashed away, because you're going to need a lawyer, Ricky. Paul, you never understood how hard it was for me, Ricky shot back, his voice cracking. You always had everything handed to you.
Paul walked away, his shoulders slumped. Valerie stared at him, then glanced to me. Ricky fell silent with a smothered sob. Come on, Cora, Valerie said, extending a hand toward me. I'll walk with you back upstairs. You need to get some rest. Tomorrow is your big day, and now we can be sure it will be just perfect. My stomach churned as I let her lead me away from the lobby. She snapped and gestured for the employees gathered to keep an eye on Ricky and make sure he didn't run. I hadn't set out to ruin a family, but there was no denying the relief that filled me, knowing the chaos was officially over. Chapter 18. Morning brought golden rays of sunshine and a sense of calm. Clint was there, smiling at me, love and adoration glowing in his eyes. We lounged in bed as long as we could afford to, basking in the natural light flooding the room, and the happiness welling up within our hearts. I told him about the night before, and while he wasn't thrilled about some of my choices, he dismissed the flicker of concern and irritation, chalking it up to all's well that ends well. I also reminded him that the only reason we were there to get married was because he'd dragged me into my first murder investigation and sparked my interest in sleuthing. Additionally, I blamed Celine's bad influence, to which he laughed and nodded in agreement. Later, Clint and I said goodbye in the hall, knowing the next time we'd see one another would be at the altar. He went to have breakfast with Dean and his family, while I opted for a quiet breakfast in the suite, surrounded by Mom, Liana, Aunt Lavender, Checkers, and Celine. The delicious aroma of freshly brewed coffee and warm pastries filled the air, and I dug in with gusto, now that the knot in my stomach was finally undone.
I'm just glad everything has been resolved,
Aunt Lavender chimed in, after Celine gave her rendition of the previous night's events. She stroked a hand absent-mindedly between Checker's ears.
Indeed,
Celine agreed, with a mischievous glint in her otherworldly blue eyes.
Although if you ask me, none of this was the true worst-case scenario.
I blinked. It wasn't? Liana snorted into her coffee. No kidding! Celine, what could possibly have been worse? I guess the dress was at least spared any damage. She clutched a hand to her chest. I truly would have cried.
I had my money on Roger showing up to proclaim his undying love for Cora,
Celine deadpanned. I groaned. Just the thought of my ex-husband trying to crash my wedding day made me queasy. Celine's eyes sparked with amusement as she flicked her tail.
Maybe tell the officiant to skip the whole speak now or forever hold your peace bit, just to be safe.
Nothing is getting in your way today, Mom said, patting my hand. You and Clint are meant to be together. Hear, hear. Liana raised her coffee cup, and we all clinked our cups together. To love, happiness, and new beginnings.
Speaking of new beginnings,
Aunt Lavender chimed in, reaching into her oversized tote bag.
I have a little something for you, dear.
She pulled out a small velvet pouch and handed it to me with a flourish.
A replacement something old after the fiasco with the other one. And I promise, this one isn't cursed.
Are you sure?
Celine questioned, nosing into the bag skeptically. Her blue eyes narrowed as she inspected its contents. Don't be rude, I scolded lightly as I opened the pouch. Celine sniffed.
You'll forgive me if I have trust issues.
Inside, I found a beautiful sapphire pendant with an antique setting and delicate chain. The sapphire sparkled enchantingly as it caught the morning light. Oh, Aunt Lavender, it's lovely. Where did you find it on such short notice?
Checkers showed me a marvelous place called eBay.
Lavender beamed, glancing at the black and white cat, who puffed his chest out in pride.
You can find all sorts of treasures there.
Mom and I exchanged a wary glance. Celine rolled her eyes to the ceiling.
Goddess help us all. There'll be no stopping her now. We'll have to hire an excavation crew if we hope to see her at family Christmas.
Liana, Mom, and I tried to suppress our giggles, but failed miserably and busted up anyway. When the laughter subsided, Mom stood and helped fasten the necklace around my neck.
Wow, Cora,
she breathed, sitting back in her chair and getting the full effect.
It looks like it was just waiting for you.
Thank you, Aunt Lavender. It's perfect. I smiled, running a finger over the pendant, feeling its cool weight against my skin. Now, I'm ready. A gentle breeze rustled through the lush trees surrounding the garden. Wisteria and ivy crawled up the wooden pergola where Clint waited for me, a vision in his black tuxedo. His eyes locked with mine as I took my first steps down the aisle, radiating pure joy. Liana stood to the side, her smile wide even as she sneakily dabbed at her eyes with a white handkerchief. Dean stood on Clint's side, and it didn't escape my notice the way he kept looking over at Liana. The crowd, while mostly filled with people I only vaguely knew, was vibrating with love and celebration. Mom was openly crying, leaning on her sister for support. Somewhere, I knew Celine and Checkers were watching too. In that moment, all my nerves and jitters washed away. I was filled only with love and anticipation. This was it. We'd made it to the beginning of our new life together. Clint's smile broadened with each step I took, beckoning me ever forward, like a lighthouse on a hill. And really, that's what he was to me. My true north, my warm welcome home, my compass when the seas got rough. Through it all, I knew there was one thing that would never change. When I reached him under the pergola, he waited for Liana to step forward and take my bouquet before he clasped my hands in his.
"You look beautiful," he whispered. "That dress."
The edges of my eyes pooled with tears as I smiled and squeezed his hands. "You clean up pretty nice, too," I said with a soft laugh. Valerie had managed to pull a fine old rabbit out of her hat and called in a local minister to officiate the wedding. The woman began the ceremony, but I barely registered the words she said as she delivered the address. I was utterly lost in Clint's warm brown eyes, overcome with the knowledge that I would get to spend the rest of my life with this incredible man. Liana stepped forward again, this time with a small piece of stationery, and I took it with a smile. "Thank you," I whispered. "I got you, girl," she said, taking her place again. "Clint," I began, my voice soft and thick with emotion. "You came into my life sudden and unexpected, like a thunderstorm in the middle of summertime. And just like that storm that delivers a much-needed rain, you refreshed and revitalized me. I didn't know what I was missing until I saw you standing there. And now," my voice broke, "now I can't imagine ever living without you. Because in you, I have found not only my soulmate and my partner, but my best friend." Clint's eyes went glassy as he squeezed my hands again, his thumbs running over my knuckles. "I love you."
"I love you too."
The officiant looked to Clint and slightly inclined her head.
"Cora," he
said, his voice steady,
"you are, truly, the most incredible woman I have ever known. Your heart, your strength, your sense of justice, and your zeal for life have changed mine forever. Today, I vow to cherish our love, offer you my unending love and support in all phases of life, and to do everything in my power to be the kind of man you deserve. With you, I know that life will always feel magical."
He gave me a wink, and I smiled. As the ceremony concluded, joyful applause erupted from our family and friends. Clint drew me in for a tender kiss, sealing our union at last. The reception began in the lodge's sprawling gardens as the sun sank below the mountains, bathing everything in a golden glow. Twinkling lights and lanterns were strung through the trees, swaying gently in a soft breeze. A string quartet played from a wooden platform, the notes drifting through the balmy evening air. The catering staff swept efficiently among white linen-clad tables, ensuring glasses remained full and platters were heaped with artfully arranged appetizers. As we emerged from the lodge, following our private photo session, I barely even noticed the pink tent, where some of the guests still lingered, finishing their cocktails while they waited for dinner to be served. Liana scurried over, her heels sinking slightly in the grass. She threw her arms around me and hugged me tightly.
I'm so happy for you two.
Thanks, Lee. Dean approached, hands in his pockets until he reached us. He extended a hand toward Clint.
Congratulations, man.
Did you see your dad yet? Liana asked me as she pulled away. I saw him briefly before the ceremony, I said, with a bittersweet nod. I'm glad he made it. Valerie kept things moving seamlessly throughout the evening, and we were able to fully relax and enjoy our guests before the meal was served. Time flew by in a blur of well wishes, exquisite food, and toasts from Dean and Liana, filled with equal measures of heart and humor. Eventually, Valerie announced it was time for us to hit the dance floor, and the band transitioned to the melodic song we'd selected months ago. It felt surreal to witness the moment we'd envisioned and planned finally unfold.
Ready for our first dance as husband and wife?
Clint asked, his voice tender and filled with love. I nodded, my heart swelling with happiness as he took my hand and led me to the dance floor under the pergola. Clint wrapped his arms around me, pulling me close to his strong, reassuring frame. My hands found their way to his solid shoulders, and together we swayed gently to the music.
So, are you ready for this new adventure, Mrs. Harth?
He asked. I thought it was bridges now? I asked with a laugh.
Ah.
He spun me out, then gathered me back.
About that, I was going to ask what you would think about me taking your name. Your family name means something to you, something good and powerful. My family name, well, it's more complicated. Most of what is attached to it is negative.
My eyes sparkled with fresh tears. You do that?
If you'll have me. I already asked Lilac and Lavender and got their blessing, he replied with a smile.
He lifted a hand from my waist long enough to rub the pad of his thumb over my cheekbone, clearing away a tear I hadn't felt fall. Of course. I beamed at him. Clint Harth. I like it. He chuckled and pulled me in close, still taking small steps as the music faded.
Let's make a promise.
Anything.
No matter what happens, we'll always face it together.
Promise, I agreed, the certainty in my heart matched by his own. As we sealed our final vow with a tender kiss. This concludes